Good evening and welcome everyone to our workshop on the garbage contract. Want to thank Mr. DeFeo and the administration for preparing some documents for us. This is a workshop, so we are not having a public comment either in person or on Zoom. And we're going to get started right away with the meeting. Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 21st, 2023, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on November 30th, 2023. Councilwoman Castellino.
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Present.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Councilwoman Williams.
Present.
Council President Rutherford.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to begin with a presentation by Mr. DeFeo, and then we will both ask questions of you, Mr. DeFeo, and of each other as we kind of deliberate what we're going to do about this next contract. Just want the public to know we have received your email, phone calls, text messages, and in-person commentary regarding this enormous decision that we have to make. And our challenge tonight is to balance both the quality of the service that we provide and the cost that we are charged for providing it with a goal, obviously, toward maximizing your tax dollars. So having said that, Mr. DeFeo.
Thank you, Council President, members of council, members of public. Tonight's presentation is to try to give you a detailed overview of the options that you face. And you have basically 4 different options. Some of what I'll cover right now will be slightly repetitious in that we've had a couple of meetings on this before, but updated to current level. First, let me point out that no matter what you do here as a township, the cost for solid waste and recycling collection is going up. And it is going up statewide. West Orange is not unique. West Orange is not novel in the sense that it's facing the same problems. Around the last 12 months, the rate has gone up between 54 and 80% on new bids, with the high being 150% and the low being 33%. What does that mean? It means that people are all getting rate shock. And they're getting rate shock for a lot of reasons. That rate shock is being caused in part because what we would call low-cost providers, historic low-cost providers, several have gone out of business. The problem with being a low-cost provider is when something hits unexpectedly, you can't weather the storm. Secondly, depending on how the bid is structured, it is difficult to get companies to bid today on certain types of collection. For example, and one of the things we'll spend time on tonight, is the fact that two of the largest companies, Waste Management and Republic does not service this area, but 2 of the largest national companies have basically said, for the most part, they will not bid contracts that don't have automated collection. Nor will they bid contracts where bulk is collected by the hauler on a regular basis. They might bid some, but as a rule, they have not been bidding those contracts. And the reason they're not bidding those contracts is the cost of business rising generally. And manual collection is one of the more dangerous occupations in this country. People are hurt regularly picking up garbage. It's a repetitive motion, picking up a lot of weight. Maybe when I was 19, it wasn't so bad. It's no longer as good as it was then. And therefore, it's harder to get labor. Well, how do you get labor? You get labor by paying them. Large companies in particular have a profit margins total that they need to meet. They're not for profit. The other factor is, as I said, business costs are rising. Labor, fuel. I don't have to tell you this. I don't tell anyone this. Has anyone gone anywhere today and seen prices go down for anything that we do? It doesn't happen. That leads to staff shortages. When you have a staff shortage, you pay more. Prices are up 30, 40, 50% in some cases. That's good for labor, but someone has to pay for that. There's also an issue of the equipment cost and getting that equipment. But right now, I could go to a dealer, I wanted a garbage truck on the lot with no customization whatsoever and probably find something. But finding what a company wants to its needs could take still up to a year. That's not easy to do. And up through the past several months, there's been a 15% surcharge on the sticker price just for the steel. Now that may change and that will come down and it will go up, but all of these things are impacting how people are bidding today on these contracts. One, it limits competition because less people want contracts. Two, the contracts they have now have to be profitable in a way that they find acceptable. So what did West Orange do? With your consent, the administration went forth and submitted bids with 4 options. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. We released a bid document with 4 options. The first option is basically what you have today. The first option, option 1, is exactly what you do for collection today. 2 times per week collection, no solid waste carts at all or recycling carts. Yes, you collect all of your commercial businesses. You collect electronics curbside by reservation, weekly bulk, and the contractor owns the recycling. Option 2, you see that we tweak that. Everything stays the same, except that we added the provision of carts. Option 3, we start to say, okay, how can we control cost? And we control cost by reducing the rate of collection. Now, 2 times to 1 time does not yield a 50% reduction in cost. On average, statewide, towns that have gone to 1 time per week collection see a 10 to 15% savings. No carts, again, kind of what you have today, except we look at and we see what is the impact of no curbside electronics and no commercial collection. And you take ownership of the recycling under a separate contract. I'll get to each of these points a little bit later. And the 4th option, which is I would call the most modern, 1 time per week, Township provides the carts, no commercial collection within the base bid, no electronic waste collection at the curb. You do have, by the way, at your recycling center, the ability to bring electronics at any time. There is a county program as well. Bulk waste moved 1 time per month by reservation, and the township owns and selects the market. Now, let me go through a little bit of this one at a time, because that's a lot of information. Okay. What is the difference between bulk with no reservation and bulk with reservation, regardless of frequency? Because bulk is a hot topic for many people. In other towns where we've worked on bulk, think about this on a percentage basis. You have approximately 17,000 homes. On any given week, 17,000 homes are not putting out bulk waste. Some percentage of that is. But the hauler has to drive around the entire town looking for the bulk waste. In studies done by Middletown and in research done in Princeton, where they did go to reservation, just by example, Middletown found about 10% of the population uses bulk on any given collection day. Now think about that. Let's presume it's 10% in West Orange. That's 1,700 stops. And if it's by reservation, I can route the truck, or your hauler can route the truck more efficiently and not drive around the entire township of West Orange. What does that do? Well, it reduces noise a little bit, it reduces air pollution a little bit, and it reduces cost because that's a more efficient method of collection. Think of it as UPS in reverse. UPS knows the most efficient way to get a package to your home, I would assume, or they wouldn't be in business. And they do so because effectively you've made a reservation. You have a package being shipped. That's one of the advantages of going to bulk. The second advantage is by going to once a month, for example, again, most people don't have bulk, in my experience, around the state and in other states every time, every week. It's just not there. This reduces cost because now if I'm the hauler, I only have to run that route one time, not 4 times. That's to give you a short tutorial, if you will, on bulk waste. Electronic waste I mentioned, and the big advantage here is curbside offers several problems with electronic waste. One, you get people to take certain things. Believe it or not, there are still cathode ray televisions out there. I know that's hard to believe, but they do exist. And when they're placed curbside, often they're broken to steal the copper. That leaves a broken television set. That copper yoke in the back of an old television is expensive. And when the price of copper, that happens all over New Jersey. We don't see it many, though. We don't see as many as we used to. But the material at the curb is unsightly. Again, you have a very convenient facility, open 5.5 days a week. Most towns don't do curbside, some do. We're not telling you not to do it. I'm simply giving you options. And by the way, that's true of all of these options. We've gotten you pricing for all of the options. As far as commercial, on options 3 and 4, when we reduce frequency, we've eliminated commercial from the contract. And we'll see what the numbers do in a moment. Now, that doesn't prevent either your special improvement district or the township from ultimately doing a whole separate bid just to do commercial. But again, this is a policy decision, not something you must do. We're just trying to give you those options. Well, let's get to what is the heart of this before we get to price that people I know get most upset about. And I will tell you this, in every town that I have worked with that has converted to carts, the initial 3 months of the conversion are fraught with hundreds or more of phone calls, depending on the size of the community. I don't want to change what I do today. I defy anyone in this room to tell me they like change. Everybody is resistant to change. That's just a fact. So we brought show and tell. And you can see up here, we have 3 different carts. The blue and the gray are exactly the same in size, but typically blue is used for recycling and gray is used for garbage. It can be gray, it can be black, it can be purple. You have any color combination you want. The smaller cart's a 64-gallon cart. And one of the concerns I've heard about in carts is the cart's too big, I can't move. I couldn't move a 96-gallon cart. If you filled that gray cart with garbage in a week, probably most people could move it, but you're not bound to 96-gallon carts. The smallest regular sized cart is 32 gallons, 1/3 the size. Anyone can move a 32-gallon cart. They're very small, they're very light. So we'll take that into account. I think we can take that into account very easily. Most towns do. Most towns give their residents, hey, I don't want a big cart. I don't make that much garbage. Why do I need such a big cart? Well, you don't. From the collection standpoint, it doesn't matter. The trucks can all pick up the carts regardless of the size. The third element is that carts offer you a lot of advantages, which I'm going to get to at the end of this. Now, let's talk a little bit about money. I know that doesn't mean anything to anybody, but we'll try. Your current price is $14 million over 5 years. This is based on a 5-year contract.
Can I just ask
You may do anything you like.
On this current, so we have had adjustments to the price over the course of time. Is that the actual current price or is that the bidded price when we?
The low bid price is the bid price that we received.
So I'm talking about our current contract.
The prior contract at 14 million, you're paying a little bit, you're holding, I have to double check now. I believe you're holding at that price, but we changed the way we did the recycling in order to make it more equitable to both parties. So the price has not changed to my recollection. I'll double check though to be sure I'm right.
Got it. Thank you.
If you do nothing, let me rephrase that. If you change nothing, your price will go from 14 million to 18 million over the next 5 years. That's about a 34% increase, which is right on the money what we're seeing statewide, actually on the lower end. And let me tell you that I have worked with some bids where we saw 150% increases with no changes. That's a lot of money. The largest is Camden. Camden went from 3 million to 9 million. That's a lot. If you keep 2 times a week and you convert to carts, notice the change in the price over 5 years a little over, not quite $1 million. And also notice that by changing bulk to reservation, so we go with carts and reservation, you see a savings. Now, to be clear, because I've seen, cars, yes,
So, when I talked to you on Friday.
Yeah.
We also have to calculate the pricing for the bond payment per year
yes,
to have true figures.
yes, I'm gonna get to
Okay,
that.
okay.
The fact is that carts have a rated life of 10 years. So you would bond for 10 years. Carts have a warranty for 10 years. I've had my cart in my home for 20 and it's still not working. But a 10-year is what you would do mathematically. What that would do is add about 500,000 per year to the cost of the contract. So I'm going to show you net. In fact, you'll see in the bottom of the column there, net savings with cart costs is a negative. It's going to cost you 500,000 more to keep twice a week collection. If you provide carts, okay, and if you go to weekly bulk by reservation. Now, bear in mind, however, that when I get to the benefits of carts, at the end of the 5 years, you own them. The township owns the carts. And there's something you're getting for the money, is what I'm saying. I think that answers the question. The third option, where we start to convert to once a week and drop out commercial, you start seeing that the price is dropping down to 15 million over 5 years. You save about a 5-year savings of 1.6 million after carts, to give you context. And that number is a net savings per year. And the fourth option, option 4, which is the most significant savings overall in raw dollars and in net savings, saves you net 1.7 million over 5 years. But that is the biggest change. What's important here is to understand that doing nothing, you see about a 34% increase in your bid price, your contract price over 5 years. By taking the most aggressive option, you get down to about a 15% increase. And by the way, this does not account for inflation.
I have a question. That option 4 might not be the real price because who's going to select the market? Is that a consultant? Is that you? Do we have to pay hourly for
No,
that service?
that you will, no, if you own the market, what will happen is, and that's a good point, if you own the market, which is what I am recommending to the township, you will have an RFP, which is already crafted for you. That RFP, request for proposal, I'm sorry, I speak in euphemisms because I assume everybody does this every day. The RFP would go out, and there are 2 points of good news on that, so I'm glad you raised them. One, we have a brand new materials recovery facility that just opened up within a few miles of here in Passaic from Atlantic Coast Recycling. Huge, state of the art. You have to like this kind of work to say it's exciting to go see these things, but it is. We also have a new one opening up over in the Sac Meadowlands. That'll be opened up by January of next year. So instead of only having 1 or 2 materials recovery facilities that could compete for your material, you will have 1, 2, 3, 4 by the time you go out. That's a good thing. What that does, however, is it gives you, if markets are good, and right now markets happen to be good, and you produce, excuse me, I'm sorry, clean material, you will have a better price structure. It's what you're literally doing today. The market is charging an adjusted fee based on the condition of the market. It is the more reasonable and also the more equitable method of doing things. If you want no risk, you pay.
So
The risk is nominal.
who's to do that selection? Is it
The the collection's the same. This is all, collection's all included for both materials, for garbage and for recycling. That's all included, and driving it to the market is included.
So we're going to decide annually who's going to take our garbage? Who's going to?
No. This is a 5-year contract.
Okay.
So for the next 5 years, if you, well, I don't care which option you pick, but whichever option you pick, let's say you pick option 4, over the next 5 years, your gross cost of collection is 15.6 million.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the part where the township owns and selects the market.
You will have a separate 5-year contract for that. And that price literally will go up and down each month with the value of the materials. It doesn't change dramatically, but it does change.
And so we're going to select that vendor, or we're selecting a different vendor?
There would be a different vendor. This is strictly a hauling
Who's
contract.
going to manage that? Who's going to look at that and decide which vendor?
Councilwoman, can you please
Oh,
speak
yeah.
to your mic? Thank
Yeah,
you.
who, that's a task that someone has to do, right? Look at this.
The
monthly.
assessment,
Yeah, is that a
done.
consultant like yourself who would do that, or
now,
is that?
and depending on the
CFO?
methodology that you choose to do, we're in a discussion now as to which method of request for proposal you want to use. You would have a staff of the administration that would evaluate each proposal and decide which is best for the township.
Okay, so that's a cost of using our staff to provide that
It
function,
would take them about 2 hours.
2 hours a week or 2 hours? a
No,
day?
to do the assessment and select the correct market would take about 2 hours. It's not a complicated assessment.
And they do that monthly,
No, to select the market,
right?
that's about a 2 hour assessment. On a monthly basis, I'm not sure what office pays the bills. Who pays the bills? I guess the purchasing office.
Who's gonna do that?
Purchasing office would have to look at the report submitted, which the vendor would have to do under any structure I've developed for you.
Right,
And they would have the ability to see that and check it against an invoice, an index, and just see if things look out of whack. The only time I would get involved is if things look out of whack. Then they would call and say, Wayne, does this make any sense to you? That's about a 2-minute phone call. I haven't charged you yet for it, so I don't know that I would in the future.
so we have the staff to do that.
It doesn't take long. They're doing it now.
You just referenced waste management. Don't they pick up in this area though? You seem like.
Waste management,
Services?
you're asking for waste management, about the company waste management?
Yeah.
Yes, they do. They pick up a lot of commercial, a lot of industrial and
moving-
residential.
Yeah. you
But they
store-
are not bidding on a lot of the towns where they've had contracts before. They've walked away. At least 4 or 5 that I can name right now. 5 years ago, they bid Patterson, they refused to bid it. For the reasons I cited. Now Patterson's a little bit tougher to collect than West Orange because of the bulk and everything else that's in there. But they didn't bid Camden. They walked away from the Camden City contract, literally walked away from it. They just don't want to do it.
Thank you.
These are the numbers. We can come back to these at any time, by the way. Now, I was asked, of course, the question, what about your commercial businesses? What do we do? What's the issue? And these are just using the raw numbers, you remove commercial and bulk weekly, you save about 2.3 million over the next 5 years. That's based on eliminating bulk to going to once a month and then the commercial paying on their own. If the commercial is to go forward, what we already know from the preliminary research we have is that at least a third of your commercial businesses, if not more, already use private partners. They're not using your service as a town. Talking just general discussions. I can't get into specific prices for the potential vendor for obvious reasons, but just on general, what does it cost to service small businesses on a monthly basis? It's about $100 a month, and that would be garbage and recycling. And the businesses would have to decide what to do with that, and they could hire whomever they like.
So if you don't mind, at this point,
You
I just,
may ask any
I just want to share with my colleagues. So on Friday, in disclosure, I had a meeting with Mr. DeFeo, and thank you for your time, with Ms. Brill, because we were trying to figure out how this affected the downtown businesses. It also affects townwide businesses. So Mr. Fonzino is developing a list that we're going off of to identify who is private and who this would affect. Right now, we do not have that list. That's still being figured out. A survey has to go out because we cannot identify everybody. They pulled a report from the tax office to identify the businesses. Ms. Brill has a pretty good handle and she'll have to work with Mr. Fonzino, but townwide, it's something he was talking, and I'll let him talk later. I don't want to skip forward. With all that being said, the history of why, because my big question was why, if other towns don't pay for the commercial, why are we paying for the commercial? Chief shared with us years ago when Susan Borg, the town planner, when she was here, again, I'd rather him explain. I don't want to say by memory, but basically she made a decision because of the businesses at that time all weren't, let's say, very stringent about getting their garbage picked up in timely manner. So she had to put through the township, and in fairness, I guess when they were making decision years ago, the pricing wasn't like it is of today. So now today we're faced with a decision of putting another cost on our small business owners. And what does that mean? I don't have the full picture yet, so I'm not prepared to do anything this evening. I'll just share that earlier. But that's what we need to find out. And what does that mean? And how is that garbage going to get picked up? So that is a big piece of this evening. I just want to leave it at that.
I agree. Madam Clerk,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Could you also find out in our contiguous towns, as well as if it's available on the county information, which towns do pay for commercial garbage and which ones don't?
Okay.
I think that would also help us influence the decision, because if the majority of towns are no longer supporting commercial waste management, I think that's something that we should also take into consideration.
I'll help you get that.
I would also like to
Thank
know what towns around here are using the carts. I know that Clifton decided not to. I have some information on that I've sent around with a discussion at their township council of, the situation. And I would like to know what surrounding towns are using this and what their decisions have been made if they've looked.
The largest one right now is the city of Newark is converting over to carts. They're doing it over, they're piecemealing it. They're obviously not rolling out carts all over the city at one time. In their case, it would be a tough lift. Clifton, you are correct. I did Clifton's work. Clifton just opted, we just don't want change. It's that simple. There's no cost or scientific reason to not do it.
Sorry.
It just was, we didn't want to do any change. They didn't want to take that political risk at their time. That was their decision. They're paying financially for it. And Nutley is currently considering carts. Their bid is out and only has a cart option. So Nutley is converting over to carts unless they don't award anything and go to rebid, which I can't predict what anyone will do, of course. Let's see around here.
What's Montclair doing? What's Verona doing?
Montclair has a
What's Marlboro
mixture. Verona is. I guess not Verona.
doing? Milburn, Maplewood.
No carts in
No,
Verona.
what-
There's no carts in Verona.
Bloomfield, similar
Yeah.
size.
Bloomfield
town
does
as
not have
us.
carts at this time. They opted against the cart option 2 years ago
For what
because
reason?
they just didn't want to deal with change.
Councilwoman, just, they're having a difficult time hearing us, so, please, each of us pull the mic
Yeah.
closely.
So there is no rhyme or reason to a community not pick there. I've never seen, let me put it this way. I have not had a municipality say they don't want to do carts for any scientific or data reason. They've done it because they don't want to deal with the change. I will tell you towns that have converted, Middletown, which is much larger than West Orange, a little bit easier in some respects. But Middletown is both urban, suburban, and rural, has all three built within its borders. And Middletown converted and went through these exact same discussions I'm having with you tonight. They
Has
have that,
Milburn-
Middletown, New Jersey.
Has Milburn looked at it?
I haven't talked to Milburn, I don't know.
Has Short Hills looked at it?
Well, Milburn is Short Hills.
Okay, so that's
same
why they're
town.
together.
So I haven't talked, I don't know what they've looked at. I don't work with them on theirs.
Has Union?
Again, I haven't worked with them on that. I can only tell you ones I've worked with for sure, but I'll do some.
I'd like to
research.
do
I'll do
some
some
market
research.
research on who's looked at it and what the outcomes have.
Well, and as I said, that Newark is, you asked for a town near here, the nearest one is Newark. Newark is choosing to convert. Middletown converted 4 years ago now. And initially, same questions you're asking, same questions around here. If I tried to take their carts now, I'd be in a lot of trouble. Residents love the carts.
See, the issue is, for me anyway,
Sure.
I've had more residents complain about reducing pickup from twice a week to once a week and spending all this money on the carts. Like you said, people don't like change. They want to keep it at it as is. And at the end of the day, we work for the people. And I haven't had one person come up to me or send an email saying that we should reduce pickup.
Nobody wants to reduce.
And I've had.
And it's
similar-
an issue.
Issue.
Well, yes, but I have not.
I
And
haven't
It's,
either.
it's been an issue, and so, we're faced with a dilemma, like, I definitely don't agree to reducing to once a week at all, like, I don't support
So,
that.
so let's talk about why we wouldn't go to one. Let's talk about the reason for once a week versus not once a week, shall we? Yeah, well,
Yes, and by the way, please, as colleagues have questions, just call on them, Mr. DeFeo.
I'm here to try to help.
Thank you. I just wanted, to your point, Councilwoman, to indicate that many of the concerns that residents have are also a result of the information not being communicated in advance of us just kind of having a summary. A lot of the questions that I have about pickup, cart, size, how many are directly answered here today. So I think that once our residents have more information, as we have received it here, they will be able to come back to us with some of less concerns than they may have already had, because some of these things will be explained. So I'm taking a lot of and I'm saying that to say that I'm taking a lot of their concerns with a little bit of, well, let's see what the nuts and bolts look like. And again, not really being able to answer these questions because we didn't have the details. But as I'm listening, I'm also hearing some of their concerns be answered. The biggest pushback is the reduction in pickup.
Pickup, yep.
I don't know that the carts have been that much of an issue again. The size, people question the size. People have questioned for me, how will the carts be delivered? You've now indicated that you may have an option of what size based on household. So that prompted some additional questions for me, because if we're going to bond money to purchase the carts, do the different sizes of carts have a different price? And so how would we know what to bond at this point? And when would we so again, how would all those things ultimately roll out?
Perfectly, perfect. Can you all hear me? Is that okay, Joe? Okay, perfectly logical questions. So let me try to answer them. They can get down the line.
Thank you.
This is a 96-gallon cart. This is the biggest cart that they make. This is the equivalent of 3 standard garbage cans. Now, this cart by itself, the reason we would go this with an automated or semi-automated system, what we're recommending to you, understand you don't need a truck that has a side on. Now, if anyone goes to other parts of the state, you may see a fully automated robotic truck doing the service. That's not required to service a cart. That's number one. Number two, if you go to once a week and you have a 96-gallon cart like this, right now, I've been talking with the administration about saying to give the resident an option, if they produce that much garbage, that they could get a second 96-gallon cart. That's 192 gallons of garbage in a week. That's a lot of garbage. Now, to give you an example of another community that converted, and it's not the same community, but just to give you context. Princeton converted to carts. They had all the same questions you have. The residents had the same concerns about service. They decided that they wanted to make a public policy statement and reduce from unlimited garbage to 64 gallons. This cart. And if the residents wanted another cart, they had to buy it and pay for service, because they had a public policy goal of reducing garbage generation. That's a whole different thing. Atlantic City has carts. And Atlantic City has the rule in their cart system. And this has to be here too, as I'll get to. If it's not in the cart, it doesn't get picked up. Otherwise, you defeat the point of having a cart.
Yeah.
As we'll get to some of the advantages. So, first, you could go up as high as 192 gallons or more, depending on what the final decision is as to how you want to approach the cost structure. 2, 64 is just one option of a size. The second option would be about the same height, but much thinner, 32 gallon. That's what personally I happen to use.
64 and 32.
There's 96, 64, and 32. I won't even get into the fact that there are these things called mini carts. Let's not get crazy about that. The size of a kitchen garbage can. I don't think anybody keeps that. The carts themselves are excellent in terms of balance, and you're welcome to come out and play with them. That's why they're here. But show and tell would be helpful. They're great for balance. They're easy to maneuver. Of course, I know saying it's easy for me to maneuver is not the same as saying it's easy for you to maneuver, depending on your size. I get that. But I've never heard people really complaining about them. See if I have the next question. Your next question was?
How will the carts be delivered?
Thank you. The carts are delivered by the cart company. And so what that would require, by the way, none of this is happening tomorrow. Let's vote just hypothetically. You voted tonight and say, go forth and get all the carts. These carts aren't getting here tomorrow. It will take time, which goes to one of your early questions is we need to educate everybody on how this will work over time before they see this cart. The carts are delivered by the cart company, and the cart company has to be given obviously accurate addresses, names, and numbers. The carts, they deliver them and they install a chip in the cart that tells them exactly where the cart is at any given time. I'll explain the advantage of that in a second. They actually what we call geospatially spaced. In other words, it's latitude, longitude, right? You're familiar with that. It's not just the street address, but the latitude and longitude. One of the weird side benefits of converting to carts we found in several communities is when complaints came in saying, I have a 3-family house, you only gave me 1 cart. You'd be entitled to 3, obviously. Well, according to town records, you only have a 1-family house. And so we were able to find illegal apartments and get them properly permitted and safely permitted, which is of course a goal. That's another advantage. The other advantage going to carts, so again, the cart company does all the delivery. You do nothing, staff does nothing, the hauler does nothing. I don't want them doing it. When they service the carts, whether it's the recycling cart, this is for single stream, the way you collect, right? Which should hold easily the amount you have. You have to break your cardboard down, but you're supposed to do that today. These are used countywide in Burlington County, and they have no trouble whatsoever. The other thing that these carts tell you is when they were picked up. The truck has a reading device on it that when it picks up the cart says, I was picked up at 7:02 a.m. on Wednesday from this location. That helps you with 2 things. If this recycling cart's never picked up at your address, and I know that wouldn't be the case, but it was never picked up at anybody's address, it gives the town data. Why is nobody recycling in that house? You're supposed to be enforcing under state law the recycling law. Now, that doesn't mean you run out and write a summons, but it helps you with an education perspective. Say, what are we doing wrong in this area? Why aren't we getting people to participate? What don't they understand? And you can educate people correctly. Because you want your recycling to do this, not that. I think I got your questions, but if I missed one, come back to it.
So you need 2. You need 1 for recycling and.
Yes, you would get, that's why I brought both.
I don't know where I would store those 2 monstrosities. Well, I have a small space where I store.
Not
like,
everyone
2
has a
garbage
garage.
cans,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't even have room
Be
for 2 things
mindful.
like that.
Well, to that point though, we do have rules around where you can leave your garbage cans even in multifamily houses. So there are existing rules around that today. And these I would assume would go wherever your existing garbage cans are going.
Yeah, but they're
And
3
let me-
times the size.
In the microphone, because they
Oh, yeah,
can't hear you.
but they're rather large. I mean, I
You get
don't,
a
where I
small-
store my garbage cans now, I wouldn't have room.
Yeah,
Well,
but the
let me
problem-
start by asking, you need 96 gallons?
Hold on
I
one
don't
second.
know. I don't know. I might.
She makes a valid point. These are issues that people are gonna have here.
Yeah.
Let me try to answer that for you.
Sure.
City of Baltimore uses carts. City of Philadelphia has moved out carts. City of San Francisco, you get 3 of these. And I am telling you, they are much more urban than you are. And they have more hills than you do. And they find that they work very well. I will not tell you this is not an adjustment. I am not going to stand here and say, tomorrow you deliver the carts, hypothetically, and Friday everybody's thrilled. That is not going to happen. I'm warning you of that, and it will take months of education. And you ask that question, how do the residents get educated? You will have to, you meaning in the royal municipal sense, will need to do an advanced education program using all of the media outlets you have, from television to website to flyers. The plan is to leave these in the lobby locked,
Mailers.
obviously, mail, whatever means you need to, maybe more of these, to educate people about carts and their implementation. If you do that, you minimize the problems. In every case where it's been done, problems are minimal. Where it's not done,
One second. So many questions. I will call on folks. Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, Council President. So in our discussion, the other day, I just want to share with my colleagues, some information that may be helpful for today's discussion. One being is, and you mentioned this in your original presentation to us last month, that there is a service for if someone can't wheel it to the street, that someone will come get it. But we needed a pricing on that. Do you have that
Yes, I do have
pricing yet?
pricing. I think you asked me for that on
Yeah.
Friday.
And who pays?
There is a rear
The-
yard pricing.
The resident pays for that. So if you want your garbage, if you want that kind of service,
But
well,
that's a service that you don't have now.
you don't have to have it. I'm just saying, if you want that service, you can.
But
Well,
my issue is we're going from whatever we're using now to something larger that some people are gonna struggle to be able to
You don't
move
have to
it.
get the large window.
I'm
Well,
not
hold on a second,
advocating,
hold on a
for it, I'm
second.
just asking if,
Hold on 1 second, hold on 1 second. Hold on, excuse me for a moment, ladies.
Yeah.
Councilwomen, for a moment, just to maintain order.
President.
Let's go one at a time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please finish.
yeah, I just want to share the information. I'm not making for or against, just explaining the information
So-
and with questions that people have come to me with.
Yeah,
So
you did
how
ask
much
for a
is-
rear yard collection
Yes.
price. Let me rephrase the way that I say that. The township asked that I provide the option so residents who wanted it could have some increased level of service at their expense. If you want the increased level of service, you have to pay for it. It's $50 for the first 50 feet that someone would have to go onto your property and pick up the garbage can, roll the garbage can out a month. Now, if you have a very long driveway, it goes up in $50 increments based on 50 feet. That is not bad because the last bid that I worked on, it was $75, different bidder.
And that's per month.
That's a monthly fee. Rear yard collection is a luxury, considered what they call a luxury service. Because number one, you have to go onto private property, that increases your liability risk. Number two, you get damage complaints if you're in the industry. Oh, you damaged my mailbox, or you damaged this, or you walked on my roses, or whatever. And so they charge for that. It's a labor cost also. Think about it. I'm spending a lot more time getting off my truck to go pick up, and literally not pick up in this case, but literally wheel the cart out. But it's now open, which you really don't have well defined today. You would then have it under this bid. By the way, no matter which option you pick, you would have that rear yard option.
And that's mainly, I ask that because a lot of our properties that are on hills, we either have where the driveways may go down like that and they may have to wheel it up, or a flight of stairs that may have to come down to get to the street level. So, folks know they could pay for that. So it would probably average $50. It's $50 a
Depending
month.
on it depends on the home. I
A
can't.
month.
It's not fair
Okay.
to charge residents.
Councilman Geber Michael's
For-
point though.
Well, that's a personalized service. I get, I'm not advocating for it. I just
Yeah.
want folks to know what's out there. We could debate this later on. My other question that I was getting about the holidays, and folks were asking me
Yes.
if we go to the court, so say it's a holidays on a Wednesday, then the very next day there will
Correct.
be pickup.
You go to a once a week collection cycle, it would be next day,
Okay, so it'll be next day. So.
not next collection day.
So
If you have a Wednesday
Thanksgiving,
collection and there's a holiday on a Wednesday, I can't think of too many, but there is a holiday on a Wednesday, then you would be picked up Thursday. The hauler knows he'd have to double up on his collections on Thursday.
yeah, so Thanksgiving's on a Thursday.
So he'd be picked up
You
on a
get
Friday.
picked up on a
Thank you.
Friday.
That's a good-
Okay. So those were, I just wanted to, that was some information. And I also just wanted, before we get our discussion, Mr. Fonzino was we've been having a lot of issues with garbage all over, especially downtown. That's a big problem. The cans that people are using tip over. Folks are not putting their garbage in a bag. They're just leaving it in cans. And we've been having a lot of problems with rodents. So I know that's one of the reasons why you had wanted the carts. And I know it's a big change. It is a big change. I'm not sure how I feel about it for this town, with the hills and all. And I still want to, I'm still concerned about how we're going to handle those commercial properties, and the
Same.
properties that I'm concerned with are the small business owner that may be they may have residential above them, a small alleyway on the side. So there's a lot that would need to be worked out, not to say that it can't, but right now I'm just don't have those answers yet. So, but I thank Mr. DeFeo for always trying to get those answers for us and walk us through this. So I just wanted to share that information with my colleagues.
Yeah.
So I think, Councilwoman, this is just for context for those that are watching and in person. I think the issue with regard to the rear yard pickup is, for folks that not because they want it from a luxury standpoint, but they need it. They're
Yeah,
elderly,
exactly.
they're infirm,
Right.
Yeah.
disabled,
They're on
and
fixed
have some
incomes, yeah.
some challenge. So, but we can also address that if that is the desire. We can also address that from a budgetary concern. Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yeah, I had a question for Mr. DeFeo. Did you have any privacy? I had a resident express privacy concerns. So people going through their garbage. And when you talk about the chip and you know whether somebody's recycling or not. I had a couple of people who had concerns about that. So I'm wondering if you've experienced that.
I know Chiefs and I talked about this once before. I don't know how much less private a big 96-gallon cart's going to be. You're not putting the garbage in raw. You're going to put it in a plastic bag in the cart. Typically, that's how it's done to keep it clean and neat. As far as that, the chip, which I know chips tend to get people freaked out these days for different reasons. The chip can be read from a distance of about me to you from the truck or with a handheld. And all it does is say time, date, location. That's it. That's the only information it contains. The data then would come to the township, and the township would have to have staff to work at that and analyze it if they want to use it. Some towns analyze data, some towns don't. So it's totally what you want to do with the data. We're giving you the option to have that data, which data is a tool, and data tells us what we're doing, who's putting out, who's not, and it can be used to educate. The goal of it is to educate. The
Right,
goal
but it
is
was
not
a
to be
private-
punitive,
Right. It was
It's
a
to
privacy
educate.
concern.
it's to help us figure out what's happening in a given location and why. And if, let's say it's just for hypothetical, that's an entire neighborhood is not putting out a recycling cart. What are we doing wrong? Why is that the case? What did we miss? We don't know that now. We don't have any way to find that out now because it would take too many people to go out and do that. Right now, we get the computer to do the work for us. It's not thinking, it's gathering. It's not AI. Let me make that very clear to you. This is not about AI.
And from a privacy standpoint, there is no difference in how the trash is collected and then disposed of. So it's not like because there's a chip, it's going to read what's in your garbage, or someone's going to go through the can any differently than they do now. So I want residents to be aware that the privacy concern around garbage would be the exact same as it is now, with our current collection mechanism.
If you would ask the question about, someone made a comment, I forget who, about rodents. The other advantage, a plastic bag is not very rodent proof. These are rodent, I will never say nothing is anything proof. These are highly rodent resistant. It would take, in the time your garbage is at the curb to the time it's picked up, no rodents getting in there. Not happening. If a bear happens to walk through West Orange, I make no guarantees. That's a whole separate, they do sell separate bear-proof carts, but we don't want to talk about those. That's a whole different beast. But one of the things I try to do is anticipate your questions. I've done this in this next slide. Will the carts provide enough volume? We did talk about that. And we can work with more capacity. Details have to be worked out. What if I put garbage bags alongside the cart? You defeat the point of the carts if you do that. And no community that I have ever seen carts work in will do that. From Middletown to Atlantic City to anywhere else. The one that's the hilliest that I've worked with, going to Councilman Castellino's question about hills, was, it's going to sound like a funny name, but it's Upper Macungie Township in Pennsylvania, very hilly in the southern Poconos, and they had the same questions, and they now love their carts. You would not take their carts away come heck or high water.
Yeah.
More capacity we talked about. What if it's too large for me to handle? We talked about, we'll do a separate or a smaller cart. We talked about rear yard. We talked about bulk. And then the question was, well, what about people who don't do email? You can call for the reservations. You don't have to do email. The hauler will have to be able to take it by phone or by computer, whichever you find most convenient. And to give you context, because I mentioned this earlier, the image on the left, that's what we would call fully automated. That is the perfect world. You have no on-street parking in your community, lots of room between the homes, and haulers love this the most. Literally, the driver is standing up or sitting in the cab. There typically are two steering wheels. If not, there's at least one on the side. He sends out or she sends out the robotic arm, picks it up, and you're done. You would most likely be picked up by a vehicle similar to one on the right. That's a standard garbage truck, just like what you have seeing in town today. And when that truck comes by, the gentleman gets off the truck, brings the cart to the back of the truck, and a small arm tips it. You can see right off the top the one big advantage. And that one big advantage is that person is not lifting the cart. The risk of injury goes down about 90%. Yes.
I just want to bring this up too. I had asked you about the time, if this would be more time consuming, because we have so many dead end streets that where people have park on both sides, especially down off of Main Street. You know, would people be trapped in their streets that they can't get out because of the garbage truck taking extra time to dump the cans?
The cycle time for these is about 10 seconds, plus or minus. Now, if in 10 seconds, I can move approximately 100 gallons of garbage. I'm going to be faster than if I'm going and having to either pick up 2 bags or move 2 cans, tip them and bring them back. Again, I do not anticipate in West Orange you having this fully automated truck anywhere, but if the hauler is able to do it, believe me, they will, because it's the best way for them. Most likely you're going to see what's on the right. I don't anticipate that. And I think I just want to stress again, we're talking about a bunch of advantages here. It is more efficient, generally faster. Most haulers can pick up 600 homes a day. It's a pretty quick work rate. And that's how they're based it on. It's obviously cleaner. It's obviously neater. All of the carts would be hot stamped, meaning with the township logo. I did put it on one of the carts for you to look at, just to see what it might look like if you wanted to see it. It's not hot stamped. We just put a sticker on it. And that is all. And in addition, you would have instructions on your recycling cart in words put on top. Everything would be marked as township property. And they don't leave when someone leaves with, can't leave with the cart. You don't, the town owns it, not the individual. And aside from reducing litter, not going to blow around, you're going to have reduced odor. Your recycling becomes cleaner by default. Because when it rains, your paper is not getting wet. Wet paper is not very valuable. It's collected, but nobody really likes it. Drier, cleaner, and again, most importantly, it's going to reduce animal nuisance. Rodents in particular, it is a big difference overall. Worker injury is down. And that's the reason that your price structure is lower when you put in the carts, because they've already calculated that. And you may know better than I, depending on the business you're in, but according to the folks in safety that I work with, they'll tell me that a workers' comp claim today is a minimum of $150,000. And guess who pays for that? Here are the final points. Just again, ask me all the questions you want. I just wanted to make sure you had all this. No change, 33 to 34% increase. Option 4, 13% increase after the cost of carts is taken into account. Let me make it clear. Nothing, I saw this in a number of discussions that have been had. We're not talking about cutting costs. We're talking about containing, controlling, working with modern collection system. The best we can hope to do is contain. A 13% increase after 5 years? That's pretty darn good. But there's a cost to that. You have to make an investment. And if you choose not to, that's up to you. As I said earlier, we have to educate as a community. If you go into this and just say, hey, here's a cart, good luck, paisan, it's not happening. You need enforcement. If people put garbage out on the side and it's not in the cart, I'm not saying you write a summons on day one, but it's tagged and you notify and educate. You decide when you want to go ahead with that on an enforcement basis. And I leave these last 4 points because it's the complaint I get the most in the courses I teach at Rutgers on how to do collection. All of the elected officials in town and the administration must support their staff who are making the decisions. If you say, this is what we're doing, then you have to let them do it. In too many communities, too often I see, oh, pick it up anyway. And why have a system? You have to have staff in place. You asked, would it take more staff? You might need to add another person. Other communities, many have added a person for the first 6 months to a year who they've transitioned into another role just to support the education and the phone calls, to have all the answers ready, a fact sheet or something to that effect. You said it earlier, must inform the public, must educate the public in advance. If you don't, it won't work. But no system will work unless you all make the decision. Meaning that takes, and that's not easy. I'm not telling you, I'd rather be here than there. My job is to present the options. You have to make the decisions. I don't belittle that in any way. I've seen it done in many cases. I've seen it done in towns where people were up. I said this on Friday in a meeting. I had a commissioner, I think it's commissioner form of government, right? The other form. And they voted to do a strict enforcement while they were running for their seat. They got reelected. I was actually very impressed by that. But they cleaned up their recycling so much that the recycling goes straight to market and they get paid for their fiber. Now they have dual stream, you don't. It's a different situation. But my point being, it can be done. And again, the choice is strictly yours. But if you have more questions and I can try to answer them, I will.
Mr. DeFeo, I'm sure we have more questions. We want to have some dialogue amongst ourselves. I need a short 2-minute break and I'm going to encourage us to kind of think through what Mr. DeFeo has presented, and then we'll begin either our questions for you or for each other as we try to come to some resolution with our way forward. Thank you, Mr. DeFeo. We're going to take just a 2-minute break and I'll be right back.
Pete. Okay.
So I have to have one for cans and bottles and one for paper, cardboard and paper.
paper.
I actually, much like you, the 64-gallon for cans and bottles, I don't think I've ever had a party big enough to fill it up. But in my case, they would not give you a smaller. But in your case, I'm sure that could be working.
Okay.
I don't mean you personally.
No, I
mean,
understand.
let's not-
I understand. I understand completely. Thank you. Thank you.
A kitchen garbage bag is 13 gallons.
Correct.
That helps with perspective to, you think about how often we put the garbage out. We fill a 13-gallon bag every day.
I think the biggest concern that I have, and just being, understanding West Orange, and that we do have areas where they don't have space.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The smaller
I understand
cans
that.
would probably be better suited.
Sure.
But even if you go down to a 32 and it's still the same thing that people have at home now. So if you have the option to go down to a 32-gallon size, that's just West Orange providing you a sealed container versus whatever it is that you have now. And my other question would be, I guess, if you do have containers now and we transition to purchasing them, what would we do with the containers that you already have?
That's also a good question. And we run into that in different communities. I don't know what yours are made of. Are they plastic or metal?
Mine are
Does
plastic.
anyone still use metal garbage cans? I think.
Some
it's-
people
it's
might,
aged
but
myself.
yeah.
Unfortunately, that is the issue
Yeah. people live it.
down off of Main Street, that we have folks that do use metal cans and are just tossing garbage in without a bag. And that is why he's having such a problem. We are having a big issue with that. And I don't know why folks use that. They put that lid on that doesn't stay on.
Yeah.
And
It's the old garbage can.
it's the old
It's
garbage
awful.
can.
So you get that around.
Yeah.
Get that around.
And they get that around
They
very
get
quick.
dented and.
Same thing with the plastic ones with the little hooks on them.
Oh, and let me answer, that question came up as well, so let me clarify. that.
Not back.
But
Yeah.
you're gonna have to answer them again on the record once we reopen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
We've
and
been-
as soon as the clerk gets back, we're gonna reopen. But yeah, you can answer it now for just, context. And the Councilwoman Williams' question too, want that to be captured for those that are joining us virtually.
Can we slightly turn down the air, please? Just slightly. It's really cold up here. Just slightly.
Now I know why I don't wear a suit to these.
It's freezing. I forgot my.
I am on the verge of sweating. I am this close. I put my nose in my mouth,
I'm not freezing. I'm not freezing at all.
but I'm hot-blooded, so
I'm
Yeah.
comfortable.
I'm hot all the
Borrow
time.
your coat.
You can absolutely.
I was gonna say.
You
I'm like
you
very
can.
cold. Thank you, Chief.
Sorry, my friend.
Yes.
Left it. Yeah. Gotta watch.
Madam Clerk, I think we solved the problem.
Yeah, you don't have to turn. It's fine.
We're going to resume. Meeting is called back to order. There were a couple of questions that I think should be answered for those that are joining us virtually. Councilwoman Williams, you had a couple of questions, and I think Councilwoman Castellino will start with Councilwoman Williams.
Certainly, but you answered my question, so do you mind just answering? Re-answering?
Just for those that,
Yeah, but that's because he answered it and
Were
it just.
we on the record?
No,
oh, so they heard the questions while we were going? Okay, so can you please just repeat the question so that those joining us virtually know what we're talking about?
So part of the questions that I were asking was the current size of what we have now is a 32 gallon. I wanted to know if you wanted a 96 gallon garbage and you wanted a smaller recycling. Is that possible within the ordering process? Mr. DeFeo said that it was. He didn't see it as a problem. So you may not need as large of a recycle as you do your garbage. And so throughout the ordering process, I guess we'll be able to have the capacity to choose.
So that does, and I think the answer is that we can choose which size recycling.
You don't need to get a 96 if you don't want it, but we do find with recycling as a rule in single stream that this is the most efficient size for single stream. But if you just don't generate it that much material, then you wouldn't necessarily need a 96. You might get a 64, and that would be sufficient for you. The advantage of this type of a cart versus a round barrel is, number one, paper is rectangular generally, and so it tends to hold the material more efficiently. Even though it's the same amount of gallons, you can get more in it because of the shape. And again, that wouldn't matter as to size.
And
Still get more in.
that was prefaced with also acknowledging that we do have areas throughout the town that do not have the capacity to put the 96 gallon
Oh, yeah. definitely.
size. So we do need to make sure that's a serious consideration.
And again, I would just to reiterate, you have many urban areas like the city of Baltimore, which now has a cart rollout, and they are much more densely populated than Township of West Orange for most of that city. And they are finding it successful, but I will get testimonial information from the manufacturers as to how that's working. I can also find out from Newark how that's working. Of course, Newark has, like West Orange, different communities with different size lots, so it might be a little different, but we'll find that out.
Thank you.
One second, Councilwoman. So on that point, Mr. DeFeo, or maybe for Mr. Abbott or Mr. Fonzino, does that then require the township to either, estimate what types of carts the homes are going to request? Or do we get the request from the homeowner and then make the purchase of the carts? I'm not understanding the logistics of it. I have some other questions around the size of the carts, but what you're answering is, if we were to decide to use 96 gallons for garbage and 64 for recycling, if we just roll that out to everyone and we chose that, then there is no guesswork on the township's part. If we say to homeowners, "Hey, if you don't want a 96, you can get a 64 or you can get a 32, then I think that presents some guesswork for us, and I certainly don't want to have inventory of garbage cans. So can someone address that?
So typically what we would do is say the 96 is the standard. If you want something different than that, you tell us and we'll get you, because they're dropped off at each individual residence. So we would know that in advance. You're gonna have a surplus inventory anyway, because people want to buy additional cans. You have to have that. So,
So you're saying before we actually did the drop off, once we rolled it out as a part of the education portion of this project, residents would be able to say, I don't want a 96. So they would opt out of the 96 and then choose a different size. So before we actually ordered them, we would know what we have to order.
to my understanding, that's the way it's done in most towns.
Got it.
And what I would recommend you do, since you're getting the carts, then what you would do is you would set up, I need this many of the large, I want this many of the 64 and this many of the 32s, and we have them. And then what we can do now, you don't really have a place to store them, but most cart manufacturers will store them for you and deliver them to you. That's how they usually operate. And you would have some number that you need. I will tell you, you'll be surprised probably at how few ultimately change out, but you will get them. So the point is, you want to accommodate the request. It's never been as high as we've estimated it would be. But it can occur, so we want to be ready for that. You don't want to just ignore it.
Councilman Scarpa and then Councilman.
Yeah, I have two questions. How would like grass clippings and garden materials that you typically can put out now, how do you deal with those?
So what you do now typically is you're putting them in a bag and either putting them in a garbage can or in a bag.
Right.
If it fits in that cart, they'll take it. There is no prohibition under the state law for grass, and there's no prohibition for the brush and things of that nature. I would suggest, as part of our education program, that you're paying an awfully high premium as residents to get rid of brush in the garbage when you have free recycling of the brush at the Environment Center on Mount Pleasant. But that's, again, that goes to your education. Your residents, literally, if they're putting their brush in that cart, are throwing township money away and their taxes in the garbage.
Yeah, well, people don't want to have to go to the recycling center. I
Well,
mean, if
then they
can put it out
they can
now,
choose not to.
and a lot of people do a lot of gardening and have that type
If
of
it fits in the cart,
material.
it's not an issue.
And the other thing is, now, how do we go out and make these requests to the residents about what size they want? Is that something that a staff member does? Getting in touch with them? Do we do it through the tax when we send the taxes out? How do we communicate? Because communications has been a difficult matter in our township and education. As we've talked about the tree ordinance and other things, we're talking about not having staff to educate people. Who is going to do this and how?
We're gonna have to, take it on, head on and do it. I mean, every other town's done it. I don't think any other town is overwhelmed with staff,
We have,
something we're gonna have to do.
yeah, we don't have a lot of staff. Our staff is very lean, and that's kind of what concerns me.
Well, I mean, I think that's pretty consistent with most municipalities. It's an ancillary obligation of somebody that's already doing another job. Nobody's hiring people just to do this. Every other municipality's been able to navigate it. I don't anticipate it to be any different for us.
So would that come under Mr. Fonzino's department?
At present, yes.
He'd have to have the staff to.
Well, let me interject on that as well. Bear in mind, again, we're talking about ordering, you're trying to anticipate every conceivable thing that could go wrong, which we can't do. We can tell you from experiences, if we showed up, and this happened in Middletown on multiple occasions when they did their rollout. Showed up at the house, dropped off the 2 carts, Resident called the town and said, I don't really want a 96. I've been using it, or I got it. I don't want it. Okay, what's your address? We'll get it swapped out. And that's it. And it was no big deal, no big crisis. Everybody just did. Now, you try to know in advance if you can, try to get a survey, goes to your question on education. But you'll get some, you'll also get that some people, geez, I don't know, or I didn't hear about it. We understand that's very reasonable. Then you swap it later.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see them as problems, but I see them as logistics. and
It's a
things that-
logistical
that
issue,
things
but
that need to be thought through.
exactly, in all communities, as the chief said, all communities that have done this have had the same logistical issues. It's not unique to West Orange.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
So my question, a question that I have that residents have come to me with is, what is the cost per household if we don't change anything? If we don't purchase the carts and everything remains as is, what is that figure? What are we paying per
So,
household?
if
Keep it
you
the way
do
it is, just to
nothing-
educate the residents,
Right.
because
I
again,
had the same question.
we're getting a lot of pushback,
Yes,
so
that's fine.
maybe if they find out,
If you look at the screen, if you do nothing, breaking this down, using it, which is a good way to do it because most of us are used to service being provided and we pay for it. Your cable bill probably per month is more than $18 a month, I would presume. At a reasonable assumption. If you,
Yes.
if you do nothing, the new cost would be about $18 per household per month. Now, bear in mind that all of these numbers are a little bit above the actual cost. I can't do a dollar for dollar, house for house comparison because this pricing will include the multifamily collection and dumpsters where you still do it, and it includes your municipal sites and so forth. That's without carts.
Yes.
That's option 1 without carts. If you go down to option 4 with carts, net the cost of the cart, it's $15 a month.
so we're talking about less than,
Yeah.
we're talking about less than $3 a month to provide the same services, to have pickup twice a week, to have no carts, to have commercial collection, bulk waste. I mean, to me, it sounds like a no-brainer to keep what we have at the $18 a month.
I would agree.
It's literally less than $3 per month.
It's minimal.
It is,
Minimal.
however, several $1 million over 5 years. And I will tell you this, your second low bid was another $490,000.
I understand, but
And in 5 years, if you don't make the change now, this number is probably going to go up another 50 to 75%.
I know, but the issue is.
You either
right-
change today or you change tomorrow. It's up to you.
I hear you, Mr. DeFeo, but my issue is, I mean, I have to listen to the residents and I'm getting a lot of pushback about reducing the number of times that we pick up per week. And that is a huge issue. And for less than $3 a month, it just doesn't make sense to me. And I will
can't
end
make
my
your decision.
comment there.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
So 2 observations, and again, I don't have any answers tonight of where I'm gonna go with this, but so option 2, which if we leave it at 2 times per week, we could test run the carts, we're gonna be paying an additional $507,000 a year.
With the cards. No,
With the cards.
over 5 years.
Okay, so
Does that,
So I guess where I have to understand where this is going with the savings
Yeah, I don't feel
is
like-
not so much with, because when you look at it with, and I've gotten this feedback from many residents, well, even if it's as high as $40 a year. Wait, that is, what was that, 18 per year?
Can you go back?
Month.
Per month,
Can you go back?
per month,
It's
per
minimal.
month. Folks would rather pay the higher tax base, but where we're challenged is the budget that we're working off of has option 4 in it. So if we say, let's keep the savings the same, we have to look at that dollar amount to see where that is going to.
The bonding of the garbage.
Wait, let me finish my thought. So right now, so say, for example, it's a 1.788 option 4, that's how much money we were saving. Obviously, that was calculated into the budget that we have. So say now we're gonna keep option one. How much we're gonna raise the tax revenue, the budget that much higher?
So.
And what is
so to
that, and what's that number look like?
So to that question, so the two things to that, and I don't know that we were, thinking about it that way, but in our current budget, which currently has a 2.47% increase built in, this option 4 is in there. Now, it shouldn't have been, because we've not made a decision, right? We should have probably gone with whatever the worst case scenario is, and then we could have saved some money, but it is in there. If we were to make that change and go to option 1, you're looking at a 2.2 million over, or almost 2.3 million over 5 years,
Yeah.
which is about 400,000 more per year, which is almost 1% increase in the budget. It's probably about 3/4 of 1%, 70%, 0.7 of 1%.
I have a question. Do we have the carrying cost on what did it cost to bond that money? Is
Uh,
that factored
Councilman
in?
Castellino has requested it. I don't know that we've gotten it. So Councilman Scarpa, for those that are, trying to understand what she's asking, and please put it right up on your mouth so
Sorry
that.
about that.
That's
Yeah, I
okay.
was talking about the carrying cost on the money that we have to,
So in our bond, we're gonna have to, this is a 10-year bond. I would assume, it'll probably be done initially as a short term and then converted to a long term. I don't know what Mr. Gross would do or whoever our CFO is. But the interest rate on that, as folks know, interest rates have gone up. So we don't know what
right,
that bond cost would be. But the other side of that too is these numbers are amortized. This is a 5-year look ahead. Those are amortized over 10 years. So in 5 years, we would no longer,
No.
we would, I'm sorry, explain that actually, Mr. Gross. Mr. Abbott. So yeah, because thinking about it that way,
Okay.
we're bonding over 10,
5.
we're bonding over 5.
Yeah, it's 5, and the carrying cost, I believe, is built, there's roughly like a $500,000 built into the existing budget for carrying costs, so it's all contemplated. Whether we put in without this, and as you termed it, save some money, or put it in the other way, it's 6 to 1, a half dozen the other. Either you would have to add money,
Right.
if you want to go the other way, or you would have take money out. It's really kind of the same. So that was the mayor's position that, that we were going to go with option 4.
Got it. All right, so you're looking at a roughly 2.2, 2.3 million, roughly 400,000 per year, almost 1% increase. So instead of 2.47, we'd be looking at 3.47 before any other adjustments. There was another question. I can't remember who had it. Somebody else had a question over here?
I did have a question.
Councilman.
My question was regarding if we were to have just the sizes being the only concern and consideration that residents would have to select from. I think one of the points that we're not highlighting is that the cans do help and support rodent control.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important, because as far as I've been hearing, that is a tremendous problem, not just downtown.
Yeah.
It's townwide.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure that's clear as well, and that we don't lose sight of that advantage.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. DeFeo or Mr. Fonzino or Mr. Abbott, whomever, is there a substantial impact on the cost if we were to decide townwide not to use the 96? So in other words, if we were to 96-gallon carts, if we were decide to keep the service at 2 times per week, right? And then possibly not need the 96-gallon, but go townwide at 64. Instead of the 2.2 million or so that we have to spend for the cans, would there be a meaningful decrease in that cost? It's still the same amount?
64-gallon to 96-gallon price increase. The difference in cost is nominal. It's not going to make that big. It's not double or 30% more. It's only a few dollars more. Actual pricing is on, it's called Sourcewell. It's the national bid, but there are 3 or 4 cart companies there. So you could pick from any of those, and that list does exist. I don't have it in front of me, but it's not that big of an impact to go from size little to size big in terms of savings or the other way.
Gotcha.
Most people households won't generate even enough to fill that can being taken once a week, a 96-gallon. So if they are a household that generates that, there's generally somebody in a household who can move that garbage can. It's not too heavy for, may not be the oldest person there or whatever, but there's generally somebody there. You know, they can get the smaller can if they don't need it. It's works pretty well. There was a town in Morris County where there was one council member who was vehemently opposed to the switchover. She was the only one who voted against it, went through. I saw an article in the paper. I don't know her. I don't know any of the players. I just read it in the paper where she had actually, the following year said that I admit when I'm wrong and I was absolutely wrong. And this worked out tremendously. So.
Well, yeah, and I appreciate that. My question though, if it's 2.2 million to buy the 96 gallon and it's 2 million, for example, to buy the 64 gallon, I don't know if it's a 10% difference or not, but you know, a couple $100,000 here or there actually ends up being real money.
I mean, again, the answer would be how many of what size you want. If you decide to go townwide with 64s versus 96, because you want the smaller cart, you can do that and just make that the initial, but then you're going to have to listen to people say, I need a bigger can or I need a second can. You'll have to decide how you want to handle that. It doesn't really matter from a collection standpoint.
Right. It's not really going to cost of the carts.
I think what I was
Doesn't
trying to
matter.
articulate, and I may have sort of trailed off, was that, you know, with the smaller carts, you're probably gonna have to pick up twice a week. But most people are, if you still just got the larger cart, they won't need twice a week pickup. So you're sort of paying that $500,000 to pick up twice a week when you really don't need to. And that's kind of the point I was trying to.
I think my colleagues, and I've heard it too, while unlike some of my colleagues, I have received feedback from residents that want to go to once per week, particularly those that are in neighborhoods where they feel the taxes are astronomical. So they figure if you can save me $1 million, save me $1 million. And that's actually a quote that I've heard from residents.
And to your point, it's important to point out that $18 a household is probably based on the average assessed value at 300,000. And we all know there's a lot of homes in this town that are valued at much more than 300,000.
But to that point also, many more people have expressed a concern, and especially once I got a chance to go through some of our emails, which all of us or have received, many more people have expressed a concern about going to once a week collection. So the sentiment, the majority sentiment, as I've heard it, and as I'm hearing from my colleagues, is that the residents don't want to go to once per week. So if we were to keep it at twice per week, maybe we can make some other adjustments. One would be a lower capital cost to get the carts. Another would also be instead of weekly bulk by reservation, I don't know if it's possible. Is it possible to go bi-weekly or once a month bulk pickup by reservation versus weekly for the entire town?
You
And
put
with
out
that
the
being-
bid,
I was
you're
gonna say-
stuck with the bid.
Well, you have a once a month weekly with reservation as an option. We can't change what's up there. That's what you're
So
asking.
you can't, there's no way to kind of.
Unless we throw everything out and start
Yeah,
over
yeah.
again.
We don't have time for that.
But Councilman, can I
And I would like to add,
speak to that?
I'm sorry.
Finish, Mr. DeFeo.
I'm just gonna add, there was one ancillary benefit. You had talked about rodent control. You know, by going to once a week and once a month with bulk, you will be reducing air pollution and truck traffic in your township.
Got it.
That's an ancillary benefit. I can't put a dollar value on it, but I'm going to bet, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm reasonably confident that West Orange is a non-attainment community in terms of air pollution. I'm not saying it's going to solve your problem by any measure, but reducing, think about the road miles I'm reducing.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. DeFeo. Councilwoman Williams and then Councilwoman Castellino.
I just wanted to ask the question about when we talk about reservation and bulk. Right now, we're going without reservation.
Correct.
If we go to perhaps option 2, where
Yeah.
we're not weekly by reservation, could you explain what that reservation process might look like? How in advance do you need to call?
Normally, the way reservation systems work is, let us presume, because your zones aren't changing too much. We're still having collection zones. Let's say you're in collection zone 2. I'm just going to pick that up as a day. And let's presume we go to once a week and we'll say it's a Thursday. All right, then the hauler would have to have that list completed by Monday. The resident would have to call by the Monday before, typically 2 to 3 days before, and say, come pick it up on Thursday at such and such an address. We could tighten that up a little bit probably for them and ask them to work with us. But essentially, someone would call and say, come to such and such street and I have X.
So
to
you
put-
do have to identify what you have.
It would be helpful because they are going, your bulk collection system today does have limits on it. Now, whether you enforce the limits is a second question.
I don't know.
But
the
most
retail
bulk
versus-
systems do have limits on weight, because again, you're talking about people picking this up. Now, I have done back of the truck work as a requirement when I used to work for a company many years ago and many lifetimes ago, believe me, from both my knee and back standpoint. And I can tell you the things that we've seen put at the curb. Try to pick up a Jennifer convertible couch with two people. It is not something you want to do. So there are times that people need to understand that this is not what we talk about. And that's going to mean, that goes back to my point on enforcement. But yes, you would, and you go on email, you can do it by email. The hauler may set up a reservation system right for West Orange. And today, that's not a big lift. But it would also be by telephone, because I know we have people who are not going to be comfortable using an app or a phone or a computer.
We have people who are not on email.
Eh,
Seniors.
Everybody does. It just sounds no different. Everybody has that. So, but that's fine. They're used to that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, Council President. So in regards, to going back to the size of the cans and the need to lower, like, go from 96 to the
64.
64. You have to take into account also when there's holidays, when there are, you may have a barbecue or some other
Graduation
mechanism,
parties.
graduation
Right,
parties.
that's not gonna-
That's what I'm saying, to get away from the 96 gallon is tough. You'd be amazed how fast you
Well-
could fill that up. And the same thing with the recycling, because a lot of people order off of Amazon. And so,
Yeah, everybody's ordering.
One second. Yeah. Are you done?
well, just there's a lot of, variables in place. So where we're making statements of, well, this should be adequate enough, it may very well not be. So that's why we should offer the larger can and let the person decide if they want to go lower. Because especially with times of the holidays, and I know we have a large community that celebrates Passover and other holidays, there is a lot of garbage there. So
Just one
just take
second.
that. I just want you guys to take that into account.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I just want to be clear. I wasn't advocating for that. I was asking
Sure.
if we're going to move to, if we're going to keep it at 2 times per week, what is there a need for the 96? But the other thing was, and I think the driver for me would be cost. If there's not a meaningful price difference between the two, then there's really no reason to offer it. Councilwoman Williams and Councilwoman Geber Michael.
I would just want to go back to space though, as we consider making that decision, because 96 might not be suitable for everyone. So if we were, to me, it just makes more logical sense. If I look at the fact that a 96 is 3 sides of my normal can, and I'm still going to keep twice the service a week, I'm never going to fill up a 96 because it's 3 times what I already have. Most people either have 1 or 2 garbage cans plus their recycling. And and that's suitable for twice a week. So now if we go to a can that's 3 times what you normally have, or in some cases 1.5, and we're still going to pick the twice up weekly pickup, I'm just logically, for me, you don't need the 96. The 96 would be suitable if you're going to reduce to once a week, to me, logically. But,
So I pick you on back real quick.
1 second, Councilwoman Geber Michael.
I wanted to piggyback up.
No,
Can
that's
you go
okay.
back to that slide where it shows us the price per household? So I piggyback off of her. So, okay, option 1, if we keep it the same,
Mhm.
it's $18 per household per month. Option 4 is reducing it to once a week. That's $15. That's less than $3 difference.
1585.
I know, but again, it's less than
$60.
$3 per month. That's my
Mhm.
point. The second
$2.
option, option 2, which is what they were just referencing, which is twice a week pickup with carts, is $17.55. Again, for less than $1 difference, why even do the carts? Why not keep option 1?
So let me answer your question a different way. Between option 1 and forget option 1 and option 4 for a moment. You're gonna go shopping at some point. I'm gonna go grocery shopping today. And you have two products that are identical on the shelf. One is 13% less than the other one in price. Which one am I buying? But that's the price difference we're talking. It's a 13% discount. That is a significant amount, that's a double-digit discount. Now, I can't tell you which is better for you. You know, I did this so people can understand what the raw cost would be. I can tell you no matter what you do, it's cheaper than the cheapest option that we didn't bid is stop collecting garbage totally as a township and let everybody do it on their own. That's the cheapest for the township. But I don't think you want to even talk about that.
But wait, the reason why I say this is because, you know, and I've said it many times here tonight already, I am against reducing to once a week pickup.
Okay.
You're talking about 59 cents difference. If we leave it the way it is now versus going to carts. And the issue with carts, especially if you go to big ones, just like Councilwoman Williams said, is size. Not everyone has a garage.
I don't want that.
People may not have space for that. And that's a real issue.
And
For
I,
59
It's
cents
seniors.
difference per month.
Just let me clarify something real quick before you respond, Mr. DeFeo. Right, right, no,
It's 59 cents.
it is on that, you're right in that sense, this graphic, but it is misleading. Right?
Yeah.
So this graphic is based on a $300,000 assessed value home. And the assessed value is not for the majority of homes, even if for some of those that are assessed at 300,000 today, we're still going through the reval. That is not going to be the assessed value as of 2025. So the actual experience for, you know, your typical home in West Orange, which is market value in the $500,000 to $600,000 range, is not going to be an $18 per month
So
increase.
So I hear that, but even with the valuation of an average 500 to 600, even $700,000 home, the difference between option 1 and 2 still won't be that
That's
vast
right.
of a difference is my point. And people are upset about the reduction in services with the taxes that are being paid. And I agree with Councilwoman Castellino. The biggest issue for me is the commercial collection. What's going to happen to our small
Right.
businesses now? They have to go out and find their own garbage contracts for getting garbage picked up when they've had it picked up
We
in
haven't
this
factored
town
that in.
for, you know, this whole time.
So
It's-
that's a very good point, Councilwoman. And to your point earlier, Councilwoman Castellino, you know, we're trying to revitalize downtown. The last thing I want to do is take away a service. If we want to encourage businesses to come here, this is, you know, one of the advantages we have over some neighboring towns. And I know it is a cost, but they also do pay property taxes. You know, at least the landlords in which those businesses are, pay property taxes. But back to your original point, and then I'll come to Councilwoman Castellino and then Councilwoman Scarpa. So instead of looking at the average household, let's look at what our budget is going to be. The difference in cost, if we, with the carts, there's about a $600,000 savings over 5 years. So it's essentially, you know, it's the same number using the carts or not using carts. The difference is once you pay for the carts, now you've got about a $500,000 increase over 5 years, roughly $100,000 per year. But to have the uniformity of the carts, the rodent and pest control, the larger size, even if you went with the 64, I think there are some, and I think the industry is going that way. So I haven't made my mind up. We had some conversations over the weekend.
Yes.
Going into the weekend, before I had read all of the emails, you know, I had a mixed bag of responses. A few people wanted to move to once a week, save me some money wherever you can save it. And some people were like, don't cut it to once a week. We've got some other issues that could create from a sanitation standpoint, you know, particularly rodents. So I really wasn't sure. We've seen an email overwhelmingly. Actually, I don't recall any of them that wanted to go to one time a week. There may be one in our email. And I think driving this decision for us, though, is, you know, a big part of this is cost. If we can improve the quality of service and keep the cost at about the same, that would be optimal. If we can keep the quality of service the same and make the price go down, that would also be optimal. If we have to choose between the two, I would choose to improve the quality of service and keep the price at about the same, which would be working with carts. That's just me personally. I know we're all going to vote on this. Councilwoman Castellino and then Councilwoman Scarpa.
Thank you, Council President. So in regards to the commercial businesses, I wouldn't be opposed to phasing in costs for them if all the other towns are charging them. But this past year, they just started paying the mercantile license.
fair.
So that's way too much to do this year. So I'm not opposed to down the road, but we would need to figure that out. And I know the mayor was looking at an option of packaging out that they would go through one service carrier. So they wouldn't have to go out and look for their own service carrier. They would have the option of getting a reduced price through one business entity. But I want you all I don't want to get wrapped up with the carts tonight, the size and whatnot. Just take the time, because I guess my brain works sometimes a little differently. So since we've had these discussions at night, especially when I go home late on a Tuesday night and all the garbage is out on the way home, you could see how much garbage folks have at the curb. And you could see in many different locations throughout town, even the morning when you're driving around, there's many, many bags of garbage. So as far as the rodent problem, that is serious. It's something that we have to look at. I think the carts is something we'll get used to, and we'll have to find the workaround with it. But again, I'm not there yet. I have to see how it plays out in different parts of our community. So, but I appreciate Mr. DeFeo with all of his information, and I look forward to some of the other requests we made in getting the information on the commercial businesses so we could get a good analysis on that.
Thank you, Councilman. And just before Councilwoman Scarpa goes, I want to remind us, we have about 15 minutes left before 12 minutes before we have to start our regular council meeting. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, we're not ready to take any votes on this tonight. The effect on the business is major, the market research that needs to be done, and the education piece. We just don't, it takes time to educate the public. I believe that we should stay on a month to month and have this as a referendum in November. November's around the corner. We haven't had that many residents weigh in. Most don't pay attention. The ones that have emailed us are the ones that are upset about it, that are paying attention. There are a lot of residents in this town, and I think they need to have an opportunity to weigh in. This is a very important decision, and I'd like to see it as a referendum.
How would that happen? Is
Did we not discuss a referendum at the last meeting and we were told that that couldn't be done?
That's only when
From
it's
the
not a
administration.
presidential election.
I don't remember,
That could be
so
done.
let's ask the clerk when she comes back.
Yeah.
and Let her answer the question.
I believe the cost. is-
And I don't agree that we have to do this by referendum. I think that we, as elected officials, can identify what might be best suitable. I don't think any of us are prepared to make a decision this evening, and I think there are some missing components. Again, as everyone has said, the impact on commercial businesses, we need to really understand if we can get a dollar amount, in my opinion, on the difference cost for the carts, and then see whether or not we as a body want to just go, if we're going to say twice a week, we could go to a smaller cart, or give the residents an opportunity to determine what size cart they want. But I do favor the cart system simply because I think it has some additional benefits. Certainly the rodent control. I have experienced carts in other locations. My mother-in-law, they use carts in North Carolina. They use carts in North Carolina in a tremendous amount of places. And the arms on the trucks come by, and it is just a much more sanitary experience. Very, very rarely have I seen the garbage strewn from the use of the mechanisms on the garbage trucks themselves. And again, in other communities, if it's not in the canister, it won't be picked up. And once the education piece and it's been done, for enough time, most of the time, communities do summons, and they will find the residents for leaving garbage out. So I think certainly we just need to nail down the cost. And again, I do see this as something that we should move towards. Just not comfortable reducing to less than twice a week pickup, but certainly with the reservation bulk, I think that would help tremendously as well.
Just for what it's worth on observation, and it's strictly to give you information, because you've asked me what do other towns do, what do other towns do? I have yet to see a town put this to referendum. The elected officials make the decisions.
Yeah, on that point, and I think that's a good place for us to close, and we can figure out what we want to do next, because we only have about 10 minutes before, it's 8 minutes now before we are scheduled to start our regular meeting. There's an additional cost to doing a referendum. So whatever the savings that we have on the chart would be
What is it?
impacted
I
by
don't
that.
think there's that much when it's a presidential election. I don't think it's a big deal to put a,
There
what are the costs?
there is a cost to having a referendum, and it's not just in getting it on the ballot. It's continuing on a month-to-month basis with the current contract that we have. So there's an additional cost there as well. What I think, we've already made some requests for information. I'm going to trust that the clerk has gotten them all. I just want to reiterate those that were, important to me, or at least that I raised. One is the difference in the cost of the carts. I'd like to know what those prices are, and if we went with a smaller cart as the base cart, what that would be from a capital standpoint. There was one more, now I can't see them. And the question was for towns our size, 50,000 residents or more, which towns have moved to that cart system? There were some questions regarding commercial pickup. I know Mr. Fonzino is working on some of that data. I think, is that it? What was that?
I do have a question now that our attorney's here.
Mhm.
Okay, so Mr. Jangaro, this is a question for you that a resident has asked me. They want to know, well, before I ask you, I'm gonna ask you, Mr. DeFeo, is it only one company that bid on these carts?
No,
Multiple,
you had two bidders come in, with carts on all four options. You had three bidders
okay,
bid total. The second low bid was 18,900,000 and I want to say 90,000 across the board, regardless of option.
but it was
for-
definitely more than one company. I asked.
Had more than one company bid,
There was a
yes.
constituent who thought that this was bid rigging because they thought that it was only one person
No.
who had, or one company, excuse me, that had
No.
bid, but you're saying it's two. Well, thank you for answering the question.
Prices
I
across the
have a
board.
question for you then.
Yeah,
It's
the
an
other one was,
advertised public bid.
No, I understand. I'm listen.
I understand you have to clear
I
it.
have
for your
to clear it up,
constituents, but
And you had the
Different
third
app.
company,
Make sure
Have
there's
the
no bid
answer.
rigging.
Right.
Yeah,
the third company that was disqualified for a faulty bid.
Okay,
Yeah.
and the 5-year total for the other one that you just referenced was 18.9.
Yeah, I had a question about the one that was disqualified, the bidder that was disqualified, which
Yes.
was the lowest price. Why were they disqualified?
Their bid was materially defective.
What does that
And
mean?
we require that bidders bid on all four options. They only bid on one option.
Okay, so maybe they don't do the other two.
It doesn't matter. If the bid says bid on all four, and we can't change that. I'll defer to council, but that's state law.
Oh, the other question that I had was the actual cost of our last contract. I know what the stated cost was. It was 14.9 or something to that effect.
Well, you've been an extension for quite some time. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at my file or.
And to that end,
Yeah.
it's very unlikely that we'll be able to continue to do a month to month. That's entirely going to be up to Suburban, but as you see, there's a significant cost increase to continue services the way we're doing them now. They won the bid. I think they're going to say, well, either pick one of the four, because they won all four. They were the lowest bidder in all four categories. So for them to continue to charge us less than the bid that they've won just doesn't seem likely,
Right.
but
I would also note that under the bid, we've had to already ask for a second 60-day extension for them to hold these numbers for us. We are required in 60 days to award a contract, and we have not done that. They've extended for 60 days. They are under no obligation to continuously extend these numbers. And if they choose to walk away from the bid, they're within their rights to do so, and we start the whole process over again.
Got it. So just please get us actual numbers and from our actual experience with Suburban, including what our actual month-to-month cost is. I think that will help some of my colleagues understand the urgency behind this as well. Councilwoman Castellino, you had a question or comment before we close?
Thank you, Councilman. I wanted to ask this earlier. So on page 4 of your presentation, and I wanted to ask you this last week. Century, why did they come in at 18.9 for each?
Oh, bid
option?
analysis. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong document.
Oh, that's okay. So on, page 4 of the packet that you gave us, maybe not the slide presentation, my apologies. Century Waste came in at 18.9 for all 4 options. Like, what's the story there? Like, why didn't they have variable pricing?
I don't know. I haven't asked them the reason for their bid numbers. I haven't asked them why they bid the number they bid. That's their internal decision. I suppose I could ask them. I can't see any prohibition for asking them the question.
Yeah, it
But,
just
I mean,
seemed a little
I don't know
odd.
the answer to your question.
Because Suburban started option 1 and then when decreased as,
Mhm.
we got to option 4 and across the board, they're charging one price. It just seemed a little odd
Mhm.
to me. Anyway,
I don't know. I just don't know. They may not, don't forget, they don't know. My conjecture might be they don't know West Orange very well yet. And so sometimes if you're new to a community, you might bid a little higher to cushion yourself against the unknown. But I have not asked them, so I don't know. I will call them and ask them. I don't see that there's any
yeah, if there's no,
prohibition for my asking a question
yeah, if
after
you
the fact.
can, I'm curious because it seemed a bit
I'm
odd.
curious
So.
too.
Well, one more thing, Mr. DeFeo, was Philco Carding given an opportunity to, or did we not know that they only bid on one option? Were they given an opportunity to, were they alerted to the fact that their response was deficient?
No, we can't look at the bids until the bid opening date. And once the bids are open, that's it.
Got it.
And we had special counsel that ruled on that. It was deficient. That wasn't an internal administration decision.
Got it. All right, colleagues, anything before we call this workshop to a close at 6:59?
I need a motion to close.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the workshop is closed.
Thank you, West Orange. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
DeFeo. Thank you, Mr. Abbott, Mr. Moraldo, Mr. Fonzino, colleagues. I hope we don't need another workshop. I hope we can just,
But can I say something about the workshop?
sure.
Can we next time, if we do have a workshop, have something where the public can weigh in? Because
Yeah.
there were a lot of complaints that they couldn't weigh in. It's not
Exactly.
fair.
That's
For
a
them-
hearing.
We need a
What'd you
general
say?
meeting.
That would be a hearing then we would.
We
Then
need
we
a
should have a
hearing.
hearing.
We should have a
because
hearing,
people
not
are
a
upset. They
workshop.
want to be able to,
Ask
send their
questions.
voice and ask questions and chime in, and it's hard to do. And, if we don't give them that option too.
We haven't done the education and they haven't had the opportunity to weigh
Okay,
in.
but again, today was for us
Right.
to ask our questions so
Right.
we could answer them and then we will have that.
We
So to
understand
say
that we're
us-
talking about going forward is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
'Cause there were a lot of complaints about
Them to
this.
have an opportunity to
Yes.
speak, but also today we needed the time to get our heads wrapped around this. That's part of our job.
I know, but this is also without you getting snippy, Councilwoman Kathleen,
Sorry,
this is
sorry.
now our second presentation. So, he already did a presentation.
we're
and
ready
that was
for it,
now-
sir.
I understand. The point is, if people have questions, and that's why I
Yeah.
asked my question, just like you did, it would be nice if we're gonna do this again, to have an open public forum where the people can speak to us and ask us questions.
I'm all for
Why
that.
don't we do
Councilwoman.
one at either one of the middle schools or the high school, where we have a big auditorium, and we can set that up if that's what council wants. Wayne can give the whole
Figures what the
presentation,
people
answer
want.
questions. I'm a little reluctant to do Zoom because it's hard for
No,
Wayne to
no.
interact
We're
with
still
them.
not ready for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Because of
Yeah.
the Zoom box.
we're all on the same page then. We don't debate that.
No,
The
we
other
can
thing
do a
I would
bigger
ask you to
venue.
consider,
We need a
which
bigger venue.
you've tabled and I don't think it's even on the agenda tonight, but when you authorize the ability to bond, you're past the resolution, you're only authorizing the town to do it if this takes place. So there's really no harm in doing it. It's not like, well, you flung the arrow, that means we're definitely doing this. We just don't trigger the bonds but But the longer we wait, like we're saying, we want to do this education campaign. If we do go in this direction, and potentially January, we can actually kick off in the new year. The longer we wait for the resolution to authorize the bonds, the further down the road that goes, and it just pushes it out further and further.
All right, we gotta open the 7 o'clock.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Yeah, let's begin our 7 o'clock meeting, and I think in new business, we can figure out how we want to handle
Yeah.
addressing the garbage issues, or the garbage contract. So again, welcome, everybody. Mr. Fagan, let me know when you're ready. We're gonna open up at 7 o'clock, or did we not? Okay. So, want to welcome everyone, joining us in person and virtually to our, June 10th, council meeting. We are going to begin,
President, I still
and
do the.
yeah, we're going to begin right now. I just want to remind us to maintain decorum inside the chamber, and as usual, or at least as since January, there will be no public comment from Zoom. Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 21st, 2023, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on November 30th, 2023. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Present.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Present.
Councilwoman Williams,
Present.
Council President Rutherford,
Here.
Mayor McCartney. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
We are going to have the swearing in of our new police officer, Vincent Teresi. Madam Mayor.
He's coming. I'm wearing his jacket.
It matches. Did you see that?
Yes, of course. Thank you. It kept me very warm.
Madam
Good
Mayor.
evening. Thank you. Good evening, Council President, council colleagues. It is my distinct honor to be here to swear in Vincent Teresi as our new police officer, to thank you, praise you for your commitment to protect and serve our community, and to also thank your family for being such community partners for so many years.
Congratulations.
Yeah, come join.
Less than 2 hours.
We are now going to begin our public comment. Public comment again is restricted to those that are joining us in person. And we're going to begin with Mr. Fagan.
Thank you, Council President. Certainly, it's hard to believe that we are in June already. It seems like the year just started. But June, as many of you may know, is Pride Month. This slide is currently up on our e-sign, and it just reinforces that West Orange, like so many communities, is a all welcoming community. I want to point out that our Pleasant Valley Productions is continuing at OzPac Saturday, June 15th. Stella Blues Band for the Grateful Dead tribute band. It's only $5 general admission at the gate. Bring your own lawn chairs. It's a great night out. Doors open at 7 o'clock. The performance starts at 7:30. Also want to mention that upcoming June 23rd, of course, this is the end of the month, but I present this so that there's time to register for the Mayor's Wellness Campaign. It will be at 10 Rooney Circle at the West Orange Public Library, and there will be several screenings that will take place. And if you need a ride, the number is up there, and you can call Noelia. The number is up there to register. And this flyer is up on our website at westorange.org, so you can take a further look at it and follow the instructions. Also, we have a busy week ahead of us. Today is Monday, and Thursday we have our second budget workshop here in council chambers, and it will be covered via Zoom. Of course, there will be no public comment, even if you are in council chambers. Juneteenth, we have this year, Juneteenth will be movies. It will be a whole weekend of movies, June 21st, June 23rd. You can buy tickets at the website here, and this is on our website. And it has another flyer on our website that has the events. The opening will take place on June 21st, as mentioned, in the Cambria Hotel. And then that Saturday, this 22nd, there will be a whole host of movies. And once again, you can check this out for further information on our website. I also want to point out that there's been a somewhat of a surge in surrounding towns as well as West Orange in crimes of opportunity. And these are the most easy to prevent by taking a couple of easy steps. And certainly they may seem obvious, but it's worth reminding. Take the valuables out of your car, lock your car at home, leave an outside light on. If you see something, say something. Non-emergency number, of course, is 973-325-4000. And all emergencies for police, fire, medical, of course, always dial 911. The weather's getting nicer, so it's good to just remember these three key elements in keeping yourself safe. This past June 2nd, we had the official dedication of our West Orange Public Library at 10 Rooney Circle. The mayor delivered opening remarks. The new plaque, as you can see here, was dedicated. And Valley Fresh, Supreme Bakery and ShopRite of West Orange had a delicious array of food that was available at the event. Some other components as part of the event, the West Orange High School String Ensemble was there to create ambiance before the ceremony, and they did a wonderful job. And centered in the photograph there is Max Grossman. He's the shop teacher at West Orange High School. In addition to making the sign outside of the library, the shop class made these toys and donated them to the library. And of course, I had the opportunity to do a brief historical presentation on the history of the library. And it was my pleasure to do that. And I had a very fun time researching that and talking about the history of the library. This Friday, June 14th, June 14th is Flag Day. There's going to be the annual flag retirement ceremony at West Orange Fire Headquarters at 10:30 a.m. What is a flag retirement? Any unusable or unserviceable American flags you can bring to police headquarters, and they will be officially discarded in the proper and respectful way. Fire headquarters. I'm sorry, Council President, if I neglected to mention that. And certainly there's, as was mentioned, there's no public comment from the Zoom audience at tonight's meeting, but you can contact all Township Council members via email. The email address is council@westorange.org. I believe that concludes my report, Council President, unless you'd like me to go on longer.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. We'll now open up public comment for those that are joining us in person. Please approach the microphone. You have 5 minutes to address whatever concerns you have, whether they are on the agenda or not. You do not have to wait. You can get in a line if you so choose, and I will not be calling people up. Please just come to the mic as you desire.
First name Barbara, last name spelling M-O-N-K, Monk. Address 10 Gaston Street, West Orange, New Jersey. I came today because I wanted to directly speak with all of the board members specifically. And the point that I'm going to make is regarding the fact that I had been distributing flyers in my building for the seniors. I had spoke to you about on a couple of occasions. And I'm removing myself as of today from doing that. And the reasoning behind that is because to me, it's been a conflict of interest in certain things that I see in terms of me doing the flyers and some other matters. I appreciate the fact that Councilwoman Scarper, you had given me this material to do for you, to help you, which I was also doing what I thought was right in the sight of God, you know, helping people out and sharing. In addition to that, my reason for declining to continue to do this any further had a lot to do with conversations that you've had with me on 2 accounts, the May month as well as in the month of June. Questions that you were asking me specifically that were basically questions that should have been asked of your coworkers, which were the other council people versus me. And some of the questions, you know, when I responded to you on the phone, I gave you some input on what I felt in terms of the questions that were proposed to me. I personally feel like if I'm a council person and you're a council person and you want to know something about another council person, my thing is you need to go directly to that individual, not to ask Jane, you know, what she feels or what she thinks and whatnot. And I feel like some of the things that you did ask me was unfair to me. And I felt for me, it was a disrespect toward me because I shared with you on the phone more than one time that I didn't know. And I felt like you should ask them. I was curious when I got off the phone, why you chose to ask me about this council person and this council person and 2 other people. And I'm not even going to bring their names up. And I felt like I live over here. Why would you even ask me? Are they ABC? That's something that I figured you being in the administrative position that you're in, I felt like you had the ability to ask them yourself because they're your coworkers. And I felt it would have been respectfully fair to them versus you asking me over the telephone. I don't know what I was supposed to say in response. I could have said ABC, but would I have been right or would I have been wrong had I said anything at all? I gave you some suggestions even regarding going to the manager in my building in regard to information that you asked me about as far as doing ABC, things for the building, things for the people. I can't answer a lot of that. I talk with a lot of different people on and off to ask to say, are you this or ABC? I felt that it'd be right if you go to the manager in my building, set up a meeting with her, if she's willing to do that, find a designated time, I said to you over the phone, and see if this doesn't conflict with anything else that might be going on in the building. And then ask the people yourselves. I can't speak for everybody in the rented house. I can't speak for anybody but Barbara. I know what I feel. I know what you suggested. I know what you brought up to me even when we were at the Men That Cook, okay? I don't want to get involved in a lot of this stuff because to me, it stirs a pot up that I chose not to be in and choose not to be in. Simply because that's not who I am, okay? I don't like conflict and I don't like anything that disrupts who I am as an individual. Because when I do something, I have a strong passion for it. And my passion is to serve the creator, number one. And I serve people that I care about. So me moving around and asking everybody different flyers that we had in the building throughout the months, I pressed hard to try to get people to go to some of these things. I like doing that, but I don't want to go outside of the arena that's going to create conflict. These two flyers that I brought with me today, that are flyers that Laura put out, flyers that you put out. I overlooked some of the work that's on them. Different things were confusing. Some people were asking. One lady said today, well, why can't they just put one flyer out and get together? And I didn't say anything. What I wanted to say is, well, it would be nice if a lot of this shit was coordinated together. But Laura's flyers went to everybody in the building. She brought them over and they made sure they went under everybody's door in the building. So I took your flyer as well as Laura's flyer and I was sitting down and I just chose one date. And I was just looking at something and there was a discrepancy. Nolia spoke with me when she looked at the flyer that I had, which is your flyer, and she said to me, well, you know, Ms. Barber, this is not right. I said, I have nothing to do with that.
Your time is up.
I said to her, you have to speak to the individual. Thank you for the time, just the same. So that's my reason that I'm choosing to remove myself from assisting with the flyers, because I don't want to get involved in any conflict. You know, I'd rather stay neutral, and whatever flyers get put up in my building, I'll just deal with that. Laura knows I come over there when I'm curious if we have any additional flyers. And I'd rather just let it stay as is.
Thank you.
Rather than for me to continue.
Thank
You anyway for the time and allowing me to do this for you, just to say, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Doug Adams, 9 Westover. Just with regard to the garbage contract, I just had a couple of points. I did want to say, though, that was an amazing discussion on all of your parts. Your decorum, your questions, your insight. I just think you did a phenomenal job. On option 3, it says that it's a no cart option, but at the bottom it says 5-year net savings with cart costs. So I probably don't have all the information you have, but it did pose the question of what cart cost is included if there's no cart involved in that. So the math just didn't work well for me. I did think about and you guys asked and talked about the cost for small businesses. The one thing that occurred to me is the carts have a 10-year warranty on them. The first 5 years, there's still a cost associated with it. So you don't really recoup the cost for the expenditure of the carts until the second 5-year period. That's your break-even point. So after 10 years, you're at the break-even point, and now the warranty is up. And so I'm sure they're great carts and everything, but it just seems like by the time you even break even, you don't even make money on the carts until after that period. So what's the lifespan of the carts after that 10-year period? What's the maintenance of it? Lived in Chicago for 10 years. Chicago has a huge rodent problem, and not just rats or mice, squirrels. And they had some very robust animal resistant carts, and they literally chewed through those mugs. Now, I don't know how long it took, but they chewed through them. And the guy who owned the multi-family place where it was, his business was pest control. And it was still a challenge. I think the issue of the carts being chipped is cool. Except for the fact that I struggle a little bit with using carts for policing. That just is a little bit challenging because it just is a little bit challenging. I think that the size and the placement issue is a concern. The challenges, and Council President, you said this very astutely about having a cart inventory. So the question becomes, if the town owns the cart, now I have my family in my house, so we generate a lot of garbage. We have 2 recycling bins, we have 3 cans, and we still have to put out bags. And the 32-gallon can at one point was the legal limit, because I actually bought a bigger can and then couldn't use it because it was too big. And so and I understand that's when they were doing it mechanically, but I have 2 of the 32-gallon ones that you get from Home Depot. They're pretty strong. You got to lift the lid, but then I have other cans as well, particularly like you say during holidays and celebrations. And I'm very meticulous about recycling. And so I will go through my family's garbage cans to take garbage out to put it in the recycling bin. And so a smaller recycling bin is problematic, because in the moments that we do have recycling, folks are just going to throw the recycling away. If I don't have enough space in it, I'm just going to throw it away. I'm not going to mess around. So I do think there's a challenge, because those things can be big, and depending upon what you put in them, it can be very heavy to take down. So having the space to have smaller cans was a really big thing to consider. The cost of additional staff, because there is management on it. What happens when the property gets sold? This guy requests smaller cans. I buy the property. It was a mom and dad. They sold, went down to the shore. Now it's me and my 5 kids and my wife, and now we need bigger cans. Do I have to pay more for it? Is the town going to go get cans? Where do you have them at? How are they coming in? So those issues, if we own them, becomes important. And is there an exchange program? If we buy a certain number of cans, if the carts are slightly used or unused, can we exchange them for cans of a different size, since we're going to have to manage now who has what cans and what size? What benefits does the provider give to us with regard to those cans?
Your time
And
is
I
up.
did not hear the answer about what happens with the 6 cans that I have that now I got to get rid of. What happens to those?
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alicia Craddock. I'm a little bit nervous. My name is Alicia Craddock. Do I have to give my full address, or can I just give my street?
That's fine.
Street.
Okay, I live on Larkin Circle. I guess the concern that I have is I live in a condo or a townhouse. I don't know the logistics of it legally, but those carts are very big, and I have to keep my garbage in my garage. And I'm not sure that I don't have that big of a car, but it's big enough that it would be tight to have such a large garbage can. And I wouldn't know what to do with my old garbage can if everything doesn't fit. And then another concern I have, I'll just go for it, but I guess over the last couple of weeks, you guys have been I've heard about like affordable housing and whatnot. And for people like myself, I don't qualify for any public assistance, but then at the same time, I make too much money. I make too much money for public assistance, but not quite enough to do what I want to do on my own. So I don't know if there's any programs that the township can maybe do like North does or Irvington may do, where they help some of the residents, but I know the cost of living is very high and it's a struggle not to be able to get affordable housing or get affordable taxes or affordable whatsoever. So I don't know if the town can do anything, but I just wanted to throw that out there. And that's it.
Can you repeat your last name?
I'll spell it.
Okay.
CRADDOCK.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening. My name is Courtney Birchler. I live on Forest Hill Road.
Courtney, I'm sorry, your last name?
Birchler,
Birch.
birch like the tree. I live on Forest Hill Road and my older daughter goes to Playhouse Nursery School. This is totally off topic of any of the agenda items for tonight, but this morning there was a car accident on the corner of Franklin Avenue and Chestnut Street. And a car ran the stop sign and then hit another car that like wound up on the sidewalk right as all the children were going to school. And so I was, we've been talking among the parents and I, and so we heard the council meeting was tonight. And so I'm asking that the council look into whether there's additional things could be done, more police presence there to certain, because I know a lot of people cut through that Franklin Ave, like to avoid that part of Harrison for Montclair. So more policing around the traffic violations in that area. Speed bumps would be really awesome because especially at 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. there's a lot of really little children walking around there and a lot of people blow those stop signs. So to the extent the council can look into whatever kind of traffic enforcement or speed reduction capabilities you can do to help our littles, it would be really great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Todd
Good evening.
DeBovie, Burnett Terrace. Couple things, on the garbage and recycling contract. I think it was 2 council meetings ago, at least 3 of you on the council agreed that the bids themselves should be posted or made available. I don't see that they've been made available. It seems to me the administration just ignores what is asked of you and figure if you don't do it, people will forget. We don't forget. Post the bids, the complete bids, including the one that was rejected for whatever reason it was rejected, so that we can understand what they actually said. And I'm not taking somebody else's word from people who unfortunately we can't trust. Sorry. So I'm asking again that our council members insist that this administration provide what's been asked of them. That's the first thing. Second thing is there's a resolution for a municipal insurance fund that also would have Mr. Smeraldo as the commissioner of it. I'd be curious to know more about what that fund is supposed to be. Is that where our premiums that we're paying is going to go and those funds will get invested until claims are made? Or, I mean, I don't know much about those, but that's my basic understanding of what a municipal insurance fund is. But we should know more about it. The resolution provides 0 background, which is frankly typical of what we get from the administration. I also question having Mr. Smeraldo as the commissioner. Do you have insurance and or investment background that substantiates having a second full-time job, or maybe a second job on top of an already full-time job? I'm generally opposed to having our town employees wearing multiple hats when they're supposed to have a full-time job and all of a sudden they have 2, 3 full-time jobs and being paid accordingly for those. This is why this town's budget is insane. And it's why it's out of control. And there is no fiscal prudence being exhibited by this administration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we are going to close public comment. I want to thank all of those that have raised their issues with us tonight. I'm going to ask my colleagues to respond. We're going to go in reverse order this time. Going to begin with Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. Greetings, West Orange. Thank you so much for giving us your voice this evening. I just wanted to respond. Thank you, Pastor Adams, for your comments. Obviously, we still have much discussion and debate regarding the garbage collection. And thank you for reminding me that the pickup of the current containers that are already in use was not addressed. I did ask that question. We do have several traffic concerns. So Ms. Burler, Chief will certainly respond to the requests for increased enforcement and safety in that area. Mr. DeVoe, thank you for your comments. Yes, we have continued to ask for things and sometimes we unfortunately don't get them. So we will continue to request the garbage contracts be posted on the website so that everyone will have the opportunity to review them. And also, Ms. Craddock at Larkin Circle just also wanted to note that we did talk about the different sizes of the containers based on the fact that some people may not have the location or the property real estate to actually store the larger size container. So duly noted with your commentary. As far as affordability, that is something that is very, very important to me. I have not only do I understand that there are persons who want to continue to live in West Orange and affordability is a critical issue, but it is not only for people who want to do well, but we have our seniors who are on fixed incomes that we have to be concerned with, and the affordability factor weighs in heavily on them. We have young people who are just leaving their homes or returning from college, who have lived here, been educated here all their lives, and without going back to their house, their parents' homes, they can't afford to live in West Orange as well. As far as programs that the municipality has available, I'm certainly not aware of any. You sound like you're right in between that hard rock and nowhere. But certainly, I think that we can try and see where you are and if there are any other suggestions or recommendations that we may be able to have. But it's tough. It's tough, and I understand that. So I want to acknowledge that. Thank you, Mr. Fagan, for continuing to highlight Juneteenth. Juneteenth is our film festival this year. We have celebrated Juneteenth in West Orange for the past 4 years. This year we have the 3 days of the festivals. Please, everyone, go to the website and click on the links and reserve your tickets. Our festival venues have limited capacity and we want to be able to have as many people present as we can. So don't wait until the last minute to reserve your tickets. And as a reminder, only the opening reception has a nominal cost to it. It is $25. That will have vendors, food, entertainment, as well as a meet and greet with the different actors, producers, and script writers that are being featured over the weekend. But all of the other events are free. So again, please make your reservations. All the information is on the Township website and different Township social media outlets. That's all I have, Council President. I think I highlighted everyone because there were so few comments.
Thank you, Councilwoman Scarpa.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe, for all your comments and for highlighting OzPac. We had a wonderful time Saturday night. I want to thank Noelia and Laura and Mr. Fonzino for getting the party bus for the seniors. They were so appreciative and they had such a wonderful time. It was a beautiful night. They loved getting out of the house, and Rosemary Clooney is an old favorite. Unfortunately, it was a very, very light turnout. So it's nice that the seniors were there because they were about half the audience. It was one of the lightest turnouts, but hopefully it's graduation time, as I had reached out to many people, they had wanted to come, many of the seniors, but they had graduation parties and family events. So hopefully this Saturday will be much more attended, and a lot of them would love to go to Sister Act, which is in July. We have a full, and we'll bring up the full complement of services and programs there, but there's a lot of wonderful things all summer, and it's a great fun thing to do for $5. Barbara, thank you for sharing your thoughts with me. As you know, the flyer was put together at your request for a calendar, and a lot of seniors had been asking me for a similar kind of thing for a very long time. So that was a great incentive for me to do it. At no way did I expect you to be the distribution mechanism, and certainly don't want it to be a burden for you. We will find an efficient way to get the flyer out. It's, you know, it's in its initial stages. It encompasses a lot of things that are going on around town at the JCC, a lot of things that the county does. So it's a little bit beyond the scope of what Laura is doing, and both are really important pieces of paper for you guys to have. I have been putting it out in a lot of different places around town. It's gotten rave reviews, and it's been an invaluable resource to a lot of seniors. But I certainly don't expect you to take on that burden, and I'll make sure that we find a more efficient way to distribute it. Pastor Adams, thanks again for your thoughtful remarks about the garbage. I am in agreement with most of them. We do have a lot of hurdles, and hopefully you'll be involved in the discussions as we move forward, particularly when we can have more participation from our residents. This is an area where I really believe residents need to have a voice. Many don't even know it's happening. It is going to profoundly affect their lives. And I still say, I really believe a referendum. It's the kind of thing that should be a referendum, and we could easily be, because education is a real issue. Communications and education with our residents has always been a challenge. And we haven't even begun to educate people about what this is going to mean for them and their families. So thank you for bringing it up. Alicia, I have the same concern as you do about the garbage. I live on Gregory Avenue, and I have 3 nice small garbage cans that I'm able to tuck away, one for recycling and 2 others. And the size is overwhelming to me. I'm thinking about where I would put something of that size on my property. So I do understand your concerns, and thank you for bringing them out. Mrs. Buchler, Berkshire. Pedestrian safety has always been an issue in town, and we work very seriously and very hard on that. I live on Gregory Avenue, and it used to be a speedway until the parents of the Gregory school children came out and had continued to advocate to put the crosswalks at Lawrence and at Ludington. And I can't tell you how much more manageable the traffic is on my street. As a child growing up, I used to witness, I live right on the curve in between Lawrence and Ludington, and I used to witness accidents constantly. And now I haven't seen any. So keep coming out and advocating for the safety. Councilwoman Geber Michael is on pedestrian safety, so she might have a little more to talk to about that, and go to them. And hopefully there are things that we can do to make that intersection safer for the preschoolers. Todd DeBovie, again, I completely agree with you, and I will ask the administration to post more information on the website relating to the garbage contract. And I don't know if you want to do it now, Council President, or later, but I guess the administration can address his concern about the municipal insurance fund, the change of employees from Congress.
Yeah, we'll have the administration respond at the end of public comment.
Yeah, it's better.
Thank you, Councilwoman Scarpa. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to all of you here in person in council chambers and on Zoom for joining us this evening and for your feedback. So I am going to start off with Mr. Adams. Thank you for bringing up your questions. I am against reducing garbage pickup to once a week. And I also don't think we should be getting the carts. This is just me and my interactions with residents. So it's gonna, it's not an easy decision, no matter which way we vote or what bid we decide. Some people will be happy, others won't. We're not gonna make everyone happy. So it is a really tough decision. But the one thing I do not support is reducing services. Miss Craddock, I'm sorry, Miss Craddock. I have the same concerns as well. I also live in a townhome association and my garage just fits my car and we can't leave our garbage bins out either, right? So, if we were to go to the cart system, I would have to go to the smallest one possible, in which once we pick up is definitely not enough for me. So I echo those concerns as well. And your questions regarding what other programs we have to offer for our residents in terms of citizen services, I'm going to defer to the administration. Mrs. Birchler, thank you for sharing your concerns. We have a pedestrian safety advisory board and our next meeting is tomorrow. Not tomorrow evening, sorry, I thought today was Tuesday. We usually have our meetings on Tuesdays. Our next meeting will be held this Wednesday on June 12th at 7:30 p.m. at the Thomas Edison Museum. It is open to the public. You should come. You can also go on our website and type in pedestrian safety board and you can send an email to our chairperson. Unfortunately, I will not be at that meeting because we have an ABC hearing here in council chambers at the same time. It's a crazy week for us between council meeting, ABC hearing Wednesday, and then budget meeting on Thursday. So please do come to that meeting. And then Mr. DeVoe, thank you for sharing your concerns. We can only do our part. We asked the administration to do something and, we'll ask again. I do believe it should be posted in timely fashion. I believe that as soon as we get the information, it takes, just a few minutes to upload it on the website so everyone else has access. Because that would have been helpful tonight for those who took the time from their busy day to listen in virtually or come here and sit down and to have that information with them. And I also feel, aside from just the bids, we should also put up Mr. DeFeo's presentation online as well. So, and I'm not sure if that's been done, but administration, if you guys could please do that in a timely fashion. Thank you so much. And that's it. That concludes. Oh, one last thing with liaison announcements. The Open Space Board. This year's Open Space Tour is scheduled for June 23rd at noon. Please arrive 10 to 15 minutes before so the bus can leave on time. It'll be about 2 to 3 hours, so plan accordingly. And everyone will be meeting here at Town Hall at noon on June 23rd. And the next meeting will be held September 5th. No meetings this summer with the Open Space Board. Thank you. That concludes my announcement.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, folks, everyone for coming out this evening with all your great comments and information. So I'm going to start off with Ms. Monk. I want to thank you for coming in. I'm going to ask my council colleague if you could just please have a conversation with Ms. Van Dyke about the concerns over at Rent a House. So from what I'm hearing, and I appreciate your effort and the information you're trying to get out, but I think it's important with senior services that when we talk about flyers and information coming from the department, that it has to be streamlined. And I know Noelia Perez and Ms. Van Dyke, if anyone wants a flyer mailed to their home, I think last time I said, if they call, their number is 973-325-4106. For those who can't go online, don't have access, or rather not just receive the flyer, they will mail the flyers directly to them as well. But where my concern is, and hopefully I'll talk to you about this offline, is that like, we just don't have confusing information going to our seniors, so that all the information is streamlined. And I know the need for a calendar, and I think that was important, and thank you very much for getting that out. And hopefully, I believe in the mayor's office, administration, the mayor, there's going to be someone working in the mayor's office now, so they'll be able to update, is one of their tasks to update the calendar on the township website. I know Ms. Quirk used to do that, and that's why information would be posted up there with a lot of the events. So I just want to make sure that there's just not conflicting information going out. Second, Mr. Adams, thank you very much for all your questions and concerns about the carts and with the chips and whatnot. And that's why I love hearing feedback from the public. With the chips, I was thinking, I wonder if that played into the pricing. If we ordered carts without the chips, I'm not sure if that's a benefit or not. But yeah, there's a lot of variables with us moving to carts or changing the service at all. Option 3, I believe you asked a question. The difference with that one, I have the benefit of having the paper in front of me. That one was option 3 was only 1 time a week pickup, no carts, no commercial collection, no electronic waste, and then the 1-time reservation by bulk. And Township owns and selects the recyclable market. So my other question I didn't ask Mr. DeFeo tonight was, those cans seem very square and big, shorter and bulky. I know they come in taller and thinner. I'm not sure if that would help as well. So this is a lot of work. We're not there yet, especially, with the commercial businesses, but hopefully we'll have better conversation next week at the budget hearing as well, because the problem that we have, and I mentioned it earlier in the evening, is the budget that we're working with is already set for the option 4, which is 1 time a week with the carts, no commercial, no electronic waste, 1-time reservation, and we own the market for the recyclables. And to now go to the other options, we're going to have to really, figure that out with our budget, and to see if we keep the remaining service, what that looks like. And as Council President stated some numbers earlier, will be a higher percentage. So it'll be interesting conversation next week, but I look forward to more information coming in. Mr. DeBovi, I appreciate you asking about the posting the bids, and I did have a conversation with our purchasing agent last week when I went in to ask about the posting of it online. The problem with that is other towns don't also post the bids online unless they're redacted. And our contract is that our bid was very complicated, and there's so many variables in it with all of the pass-through contracts that we do. For example, Llewellyn Park, the other associations, even though they pay for their own pickup, we still have to provide the service. So all of that is computed into the bid. So there's a lot of information that needs to be redacted before it gets posted to the website. And all the bids, I saw the pile. It's this big. So that's a lot of redacting that would have to get done by the purchasing department. I'll let administration speak to that. But I did ask Mr. DeFeo what other towns post their bids, and he said they do not. That's not what they post online. So again, could that be done? Anything's possible to do. And it's a matter of the expense, and I'll let administration speak to that with the redacting of the information. So that was the answer I received, and I appreciated the opportunity, but that doesn't mean my colleagues at any given time does not have access to those bids. We do have access to those bids. So if any one of us want to sit there and read that stack of paperwork that came in, we have that opportunity. I have not chose to do that because I have not had the time yet. But if any of my colleagues would like to, you do have access, so you can come in and you could read those bids at any given time. I look forward to Mr. Smeraldo's response on the resolution. And let's see, Ms. Craddock, I know there are some housing opportunities with HUD in the cities that you mentioned. We don't have that available here, unfortunately. But definitely understand because it's just cost of living has gone up tremendously. And it's just so frustrating, just making ends meet these days. So where we did approve some more affordable housing options in the town with some of the various projects that we did, you saw the library dedication, the opening. So we were able to move our library up to Rooney Circle and have 65 senior housing affordable, 100% affordable apartments that are going to be across the parking lot to open up by the end of the year. Again, we try to work on our projects and be mindful in that respect. And then, Ms. Birchler, thank you very much for coming down. And yeah, that had to be really, really scary with that accident. And I know Franklin Avenue in the morning, they do come down there quickly. You asked about the speed bumps, and the speed bumps, Ms. Carballo and administration could speak to that. So the residents would have to weigh in on that street. A letter would have to go out. And we've had a lot of action items in the past couple months in regards to various stop signs and some other mechanisms to calm and slow down traffic. And so, administration, I'm sure, has taken notes, and they would have to send Ms. Carballo, our township engineer, out there to look at the site and to see if, if they could do something there. And that's that. So with that, I appreciate all the speakers for coming down. I do want to note on Mr. Fagan's comments, and I just want to thank him. We haven't met since Memorial Day service. And I have to tell you, Mr. Fagan, you took over the lead this year and you did a tremendous job. And I really like to thank you. It was a beautiful service this year. We honored our lost heroes on the honor roll that sits outside council chambers. And it was 80 and very appropriate because the other day we celebrated in our country, recognized, remembered 80 years since D-Day. And those honorees on the wall outside council chambers were listed there. So I thank you very much for taking over that service. And it was a beautiful day. And speaking of team efforts, I just want to thank all involved with the Downtown Alliance Street Fair. Ms. Brill, we'll have to have pictures for the next time, but what a great event. It's over 6,000 people once again attended our Main Street, over 130 vendors, 16 food trucks. We had more cars than ever for the car show. I really have to give a shout out to Public Works, even on both events, but they were tremendous that day. Our police and fire fighters just assisting all. And it was just a great, proud day here in the township, and so many volunteers. We had over 55 volunteers help us this year, and we really appreciate all. And a big thanks to our downtown director and all our commissioners for all their hard work of coming out to really put together a great team effort to host that many visitors to downtown Main Street. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I want to thank everybody that responded again in public comment. Going to begin with Ms. Monk. I do thank you for your comment tonight and raising the issue. I too have heard some concerns about the flyer. I do think it's important that one set of information go out from the senior department. So hopefully we can work together to incorporate some of what Councilwoman Scarpa is trying to communicate, but make sure that there's one consistent communication going out to everybody without any conflicting information. And to the rest of the comments, I am going to reserve commenting publicly on the rest of that, and we'll have some private conversations with regard to the rest of your commentary. But I do thank you for your advocacy and bravery tonight. To Pastor Adams, we are still in the process. No decisions have been made. I think one of the general consensus amongst the five of us is that we are not interested in cutting service from 2 times a week to 1. There is no, to your question about the break-even point, there is no break-even point on the carts. We don't make money on the carts. That is a sunk cost. We will buy the carts. We will not recoup those costs outside of the normal property tax paying process. So to provide that service based on the numbers that were presented to us tonight, that's a part of our calculus is what do we do with regard to options 1 or 2, at least as far as I can tell from my colleagues tonight, do we do carts or not? I do understand your question about policing, using the carts for policing with regard to the chips. I think that was covered during the presentation. It is not meant for that purpose. I think it is meant to collect data on usage, particularly with regard to recycling. Now, does that mean that data can't be abused or misused? Any data can be abused or misused. But in this case, the data, I think we can, I think we can do what we as a council can do to make sure that the data maintains its integrity and is used in a way that's consistent with our goal. The question about what happens when the house is sold, the carts remain with the house. And that's a part of what the chief was discussing earlier. Folks may decide they want a larger or smaller cart. They would then reach out to the township. The township would come and pick up the existing cart and replace it with the one that they wanted, which was my understanding of why we would need to have some inventory, even if we get advance orders from households. And there was no discussion about what happens to the cans that are currently owned. My assumption was that those cans would be repurposed by each individual homeowner or become garbage themselves. That could pose a problem with the cans becoming garbage, just another form of waste, which is a part of what we're trying to address in this contract. But I don't know if we'll be able to work something out around that. I'm sure we'll discuss it at our next meeting. And in our new business tonight, we're going to discuss what the protocol, what our next step will be with regard to addressing the garbage contract. Ms. Craddock, want to direct you to Essex County as well. There are limited resources here on the township level, but the county does have some additional resources to help homeowners, particularly, or residents, particularly, even if you're not a homeowner. This is for renters as well, depending upon, or folks that are similarly situated as you. I don't know what the qualification criteria are, but I do think you should at least investigate. Some of it is, some of it is not quite as restrictive as you would expect. Councilwoman Geber Michael would be a perfect contact for you. So if you would reach out to her, I'm sure she can direct you to the right resources and departments to see what additional help may be there. But with regard to your general comment about affordable housing, we absolutely need more affordable housing. I think we owe, based on our last, the numbers that came out almost 10 years ago now, I think it's going to be redone soon, about 1,100 units or at least 1,000 units or so. So we certainly do need more affordable housing. We are not alone It is a national crisis. Every community is dealing with it in one way or another. Now, that doesn't make it any better for us, but we are very much focused on it. So we know that there are some additional projects coming in the next few years that can help us alleviate some of the pressure we have on those seeking affordable housing. That is not an issue that is going to be resolved quickly, and it will require consistent and intentional effort from both the council and the administration to do so. But you can be assured that I, for one, and I believe my colleagues as well, are both aware and intentional about addressing that issue. Ms. Birchler, disappointed to hear about the accident. Grateful that, at least as far as I could tell from your comments, that no one was hurt. I am very much aware and have been advocating for sidewalks and increased traffic enforcement in various parts of town. Franklin and Chestnut certainly is not exempt from that. We know that there's a series of stop signs, and many people choose to do a rolling stop, if a stop at all, on Franklin Avenue. So I'm going to defer to the police chief on what we can do. I've requested in the past or asked if it was possible to have increased traffic enforcement in a rotating space. You know, we've got some resource constraints. We can't have police everywhere. We certainly don't want to create a police state in West Orange, but we do want to crack down on the traffic enforcement. We've seen in other neighborhoods, in other towns, rather, people are afraid to speed through some other towns, and people are afraid to run stop signs. And that's because they don't know where the police may be. And I would love to have that kind of culture here for folks to be afraid, and it's not an urban or suburban thing. If you go in East Orange, people are afraid that they're going to get pulled over by the police because that's the culture there. If you go to Roseland or Verona, people are afraid to have traffic infractions because they're going to get pulled over by the police. So whether you're east or west of West Orange, they have been able to create that type of culture. I would love for us to create that as well. So when people drive through, they understand if they don't pay attention to the speed limit, they are going to get a ticket. Now, I will say in many of these cases, at least the ones that I've raised, both police and DPW have been very responsive. I raised an issue several weeks ago on Main Street by Edison, and there was an immediate action taken by our director, Zajabeth Carballo, to put a crossing sign in the middle of the street. And that was followed up with additional requests from the county via email. I think the email went out, it may have gone out today or yesterday, but recently it did take some work to make the request, but she immediately began working on that problem. So I am grateful to our Department of Public Works in general and our director in particular for addressing it there. And we're going to raise it with that department going forward as well. Now, Councilman Geber-Michael informed me that the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board meeting is canceled for Wednesday.
Yeah, so I apologize, sorry, Council President, I apologize for misinforming you. When we had our meeting last month, they said it was canceled, but I went on the website and it was still on there, so I thought maybe it was still on. So I apologize to West Orange and anyone listening for giving wrong information. Feel free to email me and I'll find out for you when the next meeting is. So I just didn't want you showing up on Wednesday evening and no one being there.
But that is the proper place for these kinds of concerns, and we do want to make sure that they are aware because they take a global approach to pedestrian safety in town. And we are a town that is committed to Vision Zero, which is reducing the number of traffic accidents, both vehicular and pedestrian, townwide. So please do raise your concerns, but we've already noted them and we'll be doing the work. Whether we actually interact with you directly or not, it's another question, but we certainly will pick up that consideration going forward. Mr. DeBovi, so to the point about the bids not being posted, and I understand that, Councilman Castellino, and I thank you for that explanation. I think it would be great if that explanation was provided right away, and then we wouldn't have the question in the follow-up. But, I do understand, private companies not wanting those specific details put out. It could perhaps prejudice other municipalities. It could force adverse actions or unintended consequences with regard to those particular vendors that have the contracts or those that have responded to the bid. Now, we have to balance that with the need for transparency because we are the public sector. We are not the private sector. So there has to be some balance between what we provide and what we receive. And I'll defer to Mr. Abbott or Mr. Smeraldo to address that. So there is a need to provide more information. Exactly what additional information can be provided, I think is a concern that is going to be driven by the administration. It is not something that the council can force them to do. That is an executive branch function. We do request, though, to your point, and on too many occasions, requests have just gone into the ether. With regard to your question about the commissioner role, I will just defer to Mr. Smeraldo to address that as well. The resolution that's on tonight, and I think there may be some misunderstanding about what that role actually entails. But I'm happy to have Mr. Smeraldo address that as well. And now, I wanted to do two things. First, wanted to just congratulate the West Orange African Heritage Organization on their outstanding event fundraiser yesterday, Menu Cook. My colleagues, Councilwoman Gebel Michael and Councilwoman Scarpa, and I all supported the event. And it was an outstanding turnout, outstanding time. Everybody had a great time there, great food. And they raised a ton of money for scholarships, which is important in a township like West Orange. So I'm grateful to have been able to participate there yesterday. I'm going to make some commentary in new business tonight. I just want to get it out now because not everybody will be on at that time. And so I want the township to know. I was alerted to some challenges with the new auditor that we have, Mr. Klein, with regard to other towns where he's done that work. So I'm going to discuss that in new business tonight. And I'm going to follow that with a renewed call and a focus call. I think I'm now prepared as a result of doing this work, looking at Mr. Klein, to request a forensic audit. I'm going to present that to my colleagues and see if we can get the support to go down that road now. I am clear on the direction that we need to go in with regard to the forensic audit. And I will also ask for a follow-up on our CFO search. All of these things are related. We dealt with the garbage contract tonight. That's a budgetary concern. All of these things, I think, have a dollar value attached to them, and certainly want to make sure that we do our due diligence as a council with regard to how we handle taxpayer funds. There are some other issues I'm going to bring up with regard to public safety. I don't believe will be controversial, but in new business, I will bring those up as well. And I think that does it for me. Mr. Abbott, could you please address the traffic enforcement issues and Mr. Smeraldo, could you address the resolution for the insurance commissioner?
I have a list of things, if that's okay. Please expand on what you've asked for. The chips in the carts, as I think you covered, is really just data, and how far down we drill in at that is entirely up to us. Somebody steals a cart, that helps us track a cart, things like that. But to search garbage in New Jersey, a government agent needs a search warrant. So nobody's going digging through anybody's garbage. I think that cuts it off right there and ends it. Mr. DeBovi, I'm not aware of anybody drawing multiple salaries. I know some of us, myself included, wear multiple hats. In 2012, Mayor Parisi asked me if I would be the director of operations for the township. I did that from 2012 to last August. I never got a dime for that. I still don't get a dime for it. Mayor McCartney asked me if I would serve as the interim business administrator. I'm doing that tonight. I'm sitting here for free. I'm not collecting any money for that. If you're on the budget committee as Councilwoman Scarpa's appointment, if you two will collaborate and if you can identify anybody who's collecting multiple salaries, I think we can all dive in when we have our next budget meeting and go right head on at that. As far as the insurance fund, that's a commission. It requires a full-time township employee. It can be anybody. It meets once a month. I don't think we want to run out and hire somebody just to do that, but I'll let Mr. Smeraldo expand on that. Mr. Gingaro is going to handle the bids. As far as the Playhouse, we did do some traffic engineering enhancements down there to allow for more parking for parents, safer drop-off and so on. As you know, with council's assistance, we were able to restripe the intersections down there. But we'll be sure to add that to the rotation. We do have all the public and private schools in town in addition to other daycare centers. So it's a moving target, but we can definitely spend some time down there. We're not going to just assume that everything's good and do nothing. And I'll speak with our township engineer, Ms. Carballo, about the speed humps. Turn it over to Mr. Smeraldo.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, regarding the bid documents going on the website, that was at the last meeting. I did bring it back to the administration to discuss it. And one of the things we wanted to find out is whether we should or could put these up on the website. And as it was pointed out by Councilwoman Castellino, one, we have to make sure, and I'm gonna ask Mr. Gingaro to give you the legal on it, but we have to redact it. Plus, also, if we put one bid up, we got to put them all up. If we put them all up, we don't have enough time in the day to prepare these bids, let alone to start redacting them all. So in fairness to everybody, we'd have to do them all. If that's something that is requested of you, and you did ask me last meeting, so I did present it to them, and I wanted to make sure we got back to you tonight. So we did have an answer prepared for you. I'm sorry it wasn't ahead of time, but you know, we wanted to make sure this was presented to you. But you know, for us, it's laborious for us to do every single bid document that way. And if that's the case, then when we go to budget hearings, then we have to start thinking about positions. If that we want to hire somebody just to redact or send them to legal to pay for it, that's a decision. And as it's been pointed out, no other municipality really does that for those reasons. It's just a cost saving effect. If somebody wants these documents, Oprah, then we'll send them out. And this particular, as you witnessed, this one's voluminous. It's like, you know, when you go to a deli, I'll have something this size, please. You know, so it's one of the things we you know, we look at. So I did bring it back to the administrator. I wanted to make sure you understand that, and we do take it serious that you want things done, and we're trying to do our best to make sure that we adhere to that. If you would like Mr. DeFeo's, we could put that up there. That's not a document that we have to work about. We can put up Mr. DeFeo's presentation for you. That's a simple
Thank
ask.
you.
Okay. Regarding the commission, there's 3 people on the commission. It's put in place by ordinance. I know the 2 people right now, Council President, Councilwoman Scarpa. If you so inclined to support putting me on this board tonight, it'd be an honor to do it. I appreciate it. It is required by our ordinance that somebody from the municipal government has to sit on this board. We put out an application to 310 employees. No. So, you know, yeah, it's an uncompensated position. I was asked to do it because Mr. Gross is retiring, as we all know, and they came to Mr. Gross, the mayor, Mr. Abbott came to me and said, would you mind sitting on this board for us? We would like you to do that. I said, yes. So if you feel confident that I will do a good job for you, then please vote for me. If you feel that you'd like to get another employee on board, we'll have to try and find one. All right. That's about as best I can answer that. So,
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, gentlemen. The next.
if you'd like Mr. Gingaro to further on the ordinance.
Sure. Just before that, the next insurance commission meeting is on, I think, the 25th. And if so, would you then, if we vote tonight, would you then be sitting in, Mr. Gross was, okay, so it would be you? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Gingaro.
I think Chief Abbott and Smeraldo essentially laid out everything. Now, if there are requests for them, obviously there's going to be some redactions under Oprah. Certain financial information is undisclosable under Oprah. And there's other material that may be considered advisory, consultative, and deliberative. Obviously, we'd have to review the documents, go through the stack, simply keeps referencing, to make redactions.
Thank you, sir. Any follow-ups, from my colleagues before we move into our agenda? I just will say, I had, every intention of voting for you, Mr. Smeraldo, both, Councilman Scarpa. And I serve on that commission. We know it's an uncompensated, position. It's an important role actually in town, for those residents that have to, use those services and, welcome aboard, should it pass tonight. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay. The review of the consent agenda, approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting of May 21st, 2024, and executive session of May 7th.
Consent.
2024. Thank you. Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bill list, are there any questions on the bills list?
Consent.
Okay.
Consent. Consent.
Okay, thank you. Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Yes,
Councilman Gabor Michael.
174. 176, and that's it for me.
Council President.
174.
Councilwoman Williams. 174 and 176 were pulled by Councilwoman Gabor Michaels.
Correct.
Councilwoman Williams.
Questions regarding 174? The types of permit equals what?
Well, that was pulled.
Yeah.
I pulled 174.
So we'll discuss it then.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. 175
that was not pulled.
You're pulling or questions?
questions. These are questions. I have questions.
Okay.
170, fire lanes, legal. 75. I'm sorry. There's more information, if we could have it, it just says the first offense, second offense, and third offense. I just didn't understand what this was referencing. So if I could get an explanation on that.
Which one? I'm sorry.
175.
Fire lane.
So you get a ticket. Yeah. You get a ticket. The first offense is, was it $100? Second is 200. Third is 500. I think that's what the scale said.
Violations. Plus,
Right.
So I just wanted to go back to a request that we had made previously, that when we referenced an ordinance, we put what that ordinance actually discusses or is.
I don't understand that.
So I've made a request sorry to interrupt you, Council. I've made a request several times that when we have resolutions, they mention an ordinance number, but they don't mention the title or what it actually is. And people don't know, they don't have that context. They don't know.
I put it on the website. I literally put the
I know.
ordinance with it on the website.
But-
this time, thinking I was
It says
doing the
what-
right thing.
Yes, but our version does.
I don't go to the
So I
website.
don't go to the website, 'cause I
I
have
go
it
to the
right here in
website.
paper. So for me, I don't know what some, and that's why I pulled,
The name of the ordinance.
thank you.
Is that,
And
so you need the title of the ordinance?
yes, and
So we-
and a little summary of what, of basically what it is, so people know.
Well,
'Cause
so
that's
it's
why-
parking and fire lane.
Well,
Where does
I
it
know,
go?
but that was for
It's like-
Councilwoman Williams. That was her
Yeah.
question, and
Right.
she
Right.
mentioned how we've asked in the past. And that's one of the reasons why I pulled 174, because I have no idea what it's talking about. When you read it, like 175 at least says it's fire lanes.
All right, so hold on. So let's get through all of the questions. Yeah, let's get through all of the questions first. So 175, we've got a question.
No, 175 question is answered. I just want to know, duly noted. My
Okay.
council.
Okay, so the question was answered. Anything else, Councilwoman
So-
Williams?
Cookie.
Yes.
No, it's all right.
177.
177, Councilwoman Williams has a question. Anything else?
What do you want me to ask the question?
No. We're gonna do all of the questions. We'll get them all pulled or questioned now amongst all five of us, and then we'll go through them in order.
I'm confused. I'm sorry.
So I'm gonna ask you which ones you want to pull and have questions on, then Scarpa.
I don't want to pull. I just have a question. I don't need to pull.
Right, so now we've noted the question. Once we're done with everyone, we'll go through all of them that have questions.
Okay, so 177.
Mhm.
You don't want me to tell you what the question is now. You want me to wait?
No, just, yeah,
Okay. 184.
184. Yep,
And then 190.
190.
I didn't realize we were doing it that way. I just have a comment on 187.
Okay, you want to comment on 87? Councilwoman Scarpa,
No, I'm good.
Councilwoman Castellino?
I got all my questions answered. I just want to make a comment at 190. Let me go to 190
Okay,
or a reminder. Letter.
all right, so that we're clear, we'll take the questions first. 175 was answered. We've got questions on 177, 184, and 190, and they were by Councilwoman Williams. 177?
177, how many inspectors? So with this contract, it seems like we're subcontracting out some of the inspections that are typically done by the health department.
This is Director Fonzinos. This is a grant supported position. He's just asking this to get extended because we have received a grant and this inspector works, I believe it's 2 times a week to help us with our health inspections.
Goes for 1 more year.
One year.
It's a grant. It's not.
It's a continual grant for somebody that we have already in the position.
So that's what I was asking.
Yep.
So we're
Yeah.
not subcontracting the work out through the company. The grant is through the company and we already have the
Yeah, we
person
already
on
have the
staff.
authority
Already
in
in
place.
place, yep.
This is in place and we're just continuing with this service.
And it's just one inspector, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
184?
My question regarding 184 was, what does the administrator for the municipal insurance fund actually do? And you actually answered the position and the statutory requirement and that you're filling it, but I still don't know what that insurance fund is for or what the purpose is. So if you could explain that, because I don't know myself.
The insurance fund is established through the ordinance, as I said before, and it's for the purposes of, there's money set aside every year to defend the town from lawsuits, and that this board or this commission looks at all the lawsuits that we deal with. And my understanding is that we deal with the claims and we make decisions on what's best to represent and protect the town. in the
So
interest
is
of
this the same thing as the JIF fund?
No.
No,
It's all claims.
it's all claims.
Okay.
This is mostly workers' comp claims that we've had. We've had a couple of property claims come through. Generally speaking, if the township is in a liable position, our attorneys are going back and forth and sometimes they recommend that we settle. They recommend an amount that we would settle on, and then we would take a vote to decide if that is appropriate or not, or if we want to settle at all. It's not the JIF. The JIF is different. If you guys want to address that, you can.
No, I'm fine with that. So I'm just asking about functionality. So you just made a comment and you said then it would come back to us for a vote. It
Goes to the insurance commissioner. Councilman Scarpa and I are on that, as well as a representative from the administration. Used to be Mr. Gross. It is
you don't mean us meaning the council. You mean us meaning the insurance fund.
commission, yes.
Okay,
The fund or the insurance commission, whatever it's called.
okay, just clarifying.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's time of us requires a majority vote.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And
You had one more. No, yeah.
187?
No, well, Councilwoman, yes, had a comment on 187?
Well, I had a question though.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't catch that one. You had a question on 187 too?
Well, I had down that it's the MAC award. I just wanted to confirm that this is a Municipal Alliance Commission Award. It's gonna be awarded for the next 3 years. Is that correct?
You're talking about 187?
Yes.
This is a grant. It's an agreement with the county. Doesn't cost us anything. I have to look at the actual parameters on the specific resolutions.
I just wanted to know that there's no matching funds that are required from the municipality for this grant. And typically, we have had some challenges, making sure we get the programming done so that we meet the grant requirements. So I just wanted to make sure, as we continue to partner with this grant, that we make sure we meet all the requirements.
Okay, so the county's handling the grant. We don't handle the grant. We're passing a
awarded
resolution
the
to be a
grant
part of it.
to use.
Well, they're providing the service. We're partnering with them. Our residents can be a part of this service. Joel Torres is great. We've worked with him for years and, I can't say, good enough, things about them. So I really wouldn't anticipate any.
Well, it's
problems.
not anything about him. I think the challenge has been that we haven't been able to schedule the workshops at the high schools. So they're normally done with some type of assembly or programming. And by the time we try and get on schedule, we have to reallocate those funds internally so that we can maintain the grant. So I don't know where and how we
That's
need to
typically been
partner.
on the end of the Board of Ed. I don't mean to
Okay.
throw them under the bus here, but not on the part of Joel.
Yeah.
So, they, listen, in fairness to them, they have tight curriculums. They have a lot of mandated curriculum that they need to address with their student body and stuff to get these presentations in. But I'm confident that they do their best as well.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I thought I remember seeing this, there's a report that they have to do each month to update the county. So I don't know if that helps you or not for what you're.
Comes from Senior Services Department, Ms. Van Dyke.
Councilman Gilbert Michael, you had a comment?
Just a comment, I am very excited for Resolution 187. It is an initiative that's near and dear to my heart. Most of you know, I lost my younger brother. I get emotional, I think about it, in 3 years in November. And so I'm really happy to see this, West Orange is collaborating with the county and the RISE initiative to provide innovative support services to individuals dealing with substance use disorder. And the program targets those who come in contact with law enforcement or municipal court staff, as well as those who self-refer or referred by family members. So research indicates that such initiatives can boost participation in care services and reduce costs to the criminal justice and healthcare systems when individuals receive support, within their community. So thank you, West Orange.
To piggyback on that, I do want to compliment the police department on their co-responder program. We've gotten our emails on I think the last report. They do an outstanding job. I think we are one of the leaders in the state with regard to that program. So anything to help bolster that and to move further in that direction is certainly welcomed by this council. And don't apologize. These are issues that hit home, which is why they are so important. So I want to compliment the administration, particularly on 187.
Thanks, Chief, for all you do.
Thank you. And we have an interesting article that's in draft form. It's about to be published. That was a really in-depth study, which has some great data as far as the Connect and Protect grant that we had in the program. We've really made tremendous strides there. So it's paid off dividends there. And Councilman Gilbert Michael, nobody doesn't have some experience with some loved one, family, friend, otherwise, that nobody's exempted from that. So never feel ostracized.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry. There were questions, Councilwoman Councilwoman Williams on 190.
I wanted to not ask a question about the information that Councilwoman Castellino wants to go in, but I just wanted to know if we're going to start the education process, how much information can we add into the estimated tax bills for the community? Since that's a community-wide mailing, just wanted to understand if there's any other information we can put into the tax bills.
Is there anything specific that?
Well, we know the garbage is coming up,
Right.
so maybe we could start there with some information about garbage collection. Just wanted to, I don't know if there's a cost for weight. I've heard that in the past, that, we don't want to put too many flyers in there. I've heard in the past that we don't want to do front and back because the tax bill by statutory requirement has to be, standalone. So I'm just curious as to what information can actually go into the estimated mailing.
I'd like to speak to the tax collector and see about that. I don't want to misspeak here, what the legal requirements are. I don't think there's any limit. I'm not sure people really read that stuff.
Well, I do want to add something into this also. So I spoke with Ms. Longo the other day and Mr. Gross We are looking to draft a letter to put into this bill, because at the last meeting you asked about the sewers.
Yeah.
So
Right.
try and collect the data. So we're putting something together to be included to try and capture as much data as possible, because we know that's a concern of yours. So we're working on that. So that will probably be our biggest focus within that next tax bill, because we
And-
need to
and
get that information.
And as far as the garbage, we really don't know, right now, what direction we're going. So it's kind of hard to, send a letter out saying, well, we might do this and we might do that.
When do the bills go out?
Soon,
They've got to go out soon.
like
Yeah.
in a week or
We're
two.
Still,
Yeah.
we're doing estimated third quarter this year.
They're gonna be, I don't know the exact date, but I believe it's gonna be within the next couple of weeks. That's why I spoke to her the other day. We're gonna be putting something together so we can have it all ready to go.
And
have
what
it mailed.
does the sewer bill information state?
Remember the last meeting you were looking for changing the sewer tax services? We're gonna be looking to collect all that data that Mr. Gross had said that was hard to obtain from the sewer, from the residents. So we're gonna ask them for their, their ID, their account numbers and things of that nature that can help us identify how many.
I wouldn't give you my account number.
Well, we, not the count, we don't be the last, it could be like we need some kind of identifiers on there, whether it be the bill or something on there. We're still working on it. We're gonna craft it. It's not complete, but we're working on it. We started working on end of last week to get this thing done and ready to get as much information as possible so that we can somehow obtain that information.
So I spoke to a couple of other municipalities that do that user-based model. And the concern that Mr. Gross talked about initially, which was when you have an apartment building and it has one block and lot. And then you don't know the actual, so for instance, in a condominium, they have a condominium identifier. That is typically what the water company uses when you have a large development under the same block and lot. So there are continued ways to determine what property goes to what tax bill or water bill rather. So I'm not really.
I believe there was a disconnect between the lot and block and the address. I believe New Jersey American Water Company has everything by address, not by block.
I received similar feedback as Councilwoman Williams in that regard. That is not my space. I am not a professional there. But it was presented to me that the information that we have should be adequate to identify each of these residents, even in multifamily homes that, three-family homes, but also in larger developments. So I don't know what that challenge is.
There shouldn't be one, is basically where I want to go.
Right, and that's exactly what I've heard as well. So we were, when we made this decision, and this was a tough vote for all five of us to go to the bedroom-based model. We had a bunch of questions, a bunch of pushback, and we were promised at that time, because of the time constraint, we had to do it, and that the information was forthcoming. And I think the information was expected to be received from New Jersey American Water.
First quarter.
I think they were going to get the data in October or November and be able to process that and then be able to move to a user-based model by first quarter of this year. We've not done that. Now, we've not been able to honor our commitment to residents that we made when we took that very tough vote. So I think what the councilwoman is saying and what I am saying is the answers that were given at last meeting were not sufficient. They were not satisfactory.
Well, they weren't accurate.
Something is awry. We don't know what that is. I'll address it. I already gave a preview about new business, but there's a lack of trust on the part of the public, sometimes with regard to us, sometimes with regard to the administration. We need to move through this process a little more quickly. Now, I don't know if that's a resource constraint, if that's, having the people in the office to actually do that work. I don't know what the bottleneck is. But the answers that were given in our last council meeting as the bottleneck for processing the data, when I spoke with and Councilwoman Williams did some additional research, and I don't know who she spoke to. I don't think she spoke to the same person I spoke to. I only spoke to one person who's a professional. my response was consistent with hers, that it should be able to be done. So what we're saying is let's get that done so that we can switch to that user-based model and provide some relief, particularly for seniors who are trying to age in place in big homes, 3 or 4 bedrooms, and it's, 1 or 2 people there. We've gotta honor the commitment we made last year. Councilwoman.
I just want to piggyback on their comments because being a title closer for over 25 years, I mean, it's, you can't get to the closing table with having water figures. So there's gotta be something that we're not getting, or information we're not getting to make this job a lot easier on the township. And also in regards to a township employees rather, also in regards to that tax bill, in the past, we've mailed out one letter in there because of the weight issue. So you're not going to be able to put much more than that. But we do need the tree ordinance referenced in there because that's a big change. If we're estimating third quarter taxes, I believe we'll have another opportunity if there is a change with anything else for the fourth quarter, because have to be a fourth quarter final tax bill that would have to go out if we're just doing an estimated third quarter bill, which is very disappointing too, because it really, especially those who pay their taxes in cash, if you don't have a mortgage, it's outside the mortgage, it's you're getting estimated. And, the estimate, the message always, it's not fair. Yeah. So this is like the second, third year in a row, and we got to move away from that because it is costly. Even if you're closing, you're doing a mortgage closing, that estimated third quarter, the title companies even add to that amount just to make sure that they have enough for coverage.
Absolutely.
And they get it back. And it's even more cumbersome for the township because then you're giving back refund checks on that third quarter after that time frame. So we really, we started out late with the budget. It wasn't supposed to be this year, and here we are again. But with all that said and done, whatever information we could get out, just don't forget all the items that we're mentioning, so we know that they're in there, because that is one bill that the property owners will read. And especially if we move to the commercial, where we may take away the service from the commercial property owners for their tenants, they have to be notified as well. So that's it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other commentary on 190? All right, so we're only pulling 174 and 176.
We really don't have to pull 174. I had a question, and then we went back and forth between 174 and 175. So we don't have to pull it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I know, you go ahead, please. No.
But the reason why I pulled 174 was similar to what Councilwoman Williams was saying, is when you read that ordinance, you have no idea what it's for, other than when you look and it says WFD permit fees, but which permit fees? It's very, very vague. It doesn't tell you that it's for fire department permit fees, what permits exactly. So just please, if you can have more information, that's all.
With that, I guess the reason why I didn't for these couple in particular was because the corresponding ordinance is on for second reading today and was passed on first reading. So they correspond with each other, but I'll include it in the future. And also to your earlier question about what this type 1, type 2, type 3, they're established by the Uniform Fire Code. And I'm sure that Chief Becky would be best to speak about this, but my understanding is that type 1 permits include like bonfires.
There's 4 different levels of permits that when the people are looking to get things done, whether it be ansel systems, whether it be bonfires, whether it be anything to do with the fire suppression system. This is set through this New Jersey State Fire Administrative Code, which is what we have to update every once in a while based on what the latest and greatest codes are, and updating the fees that reflect what's currently the trend in the system, in the industry right now. So.
Got it.
Both of them, and same thing with the fire lane. The fire lane is actually in this code here, that's for the fire lane. It's not a Title 39, it's not a motor vehicle. This is actually a motor, this is a fire code that allows for basically progressive discipline and for the people who have habitual parkers in the fire lane.
Got it.
And because it's a fire code, anybody appeals this, they actually have to go to the Construction Board of Appeal, which is run through the county.
Got it.
They don't get to go to court or anything like that.
One more comment just to add on that, if there's any reservations about the two ordinances that are on for second and final reading, perhaps it might even be better, and I leave that up to you all. I guess, quote unquote, table these two resolutions toward the end of the meeting, that way you see if those two ordinances pass on second reading. Because if they don't pass on second reading, then there's no, then these resolutions are moved.
Yeah, I think so I didn't think there was any pushback on the ordinances. I think the issue was we had to do context clues, right? And so, and that was, yeah.
Thank you.
And it's not just for us, it is for us, but it's also for the public because
They go online and I did link the ordinances with that, so.
thank you,
Well, thank
Madam
you.
Clerk.
Then just.
You did it right.
because-
You did it right.
I didn't know what this was.
All right, so we're just pulling 176.
Correct.
All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, is there a motion
To approve.
So
the
moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. Councilwoman Deborah Michael, you pulled 17624, resolution prescribing fees as set forth in the revised general ordinances and implemented through ordinance 2847-24, amending the fees related to lead-based paint inspections.
I did because I am recusing myself. I'm going to step out of the room while you guys vote. Someone call me back in when you're done.
Sure.
Thank you. At midnight.
Mhm. No, in like 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
All right.
So 176.
Yes. Any comment from anyone?
Questions, any issues before we
Nothing?
call for the vote?
Okay. Is there a motion to approve 17624?
Second,
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes. and
Council President Rutherford.
yes.
Can I
The
ask a
motion
question?
Councilwoman Williams.
carries.
How will the funds be allocated from the fund?
I'm sorry, can you say?
How will the funds from the lead paint, they go into a fund?
Yeah,
How
there's
will
two-
they
there's-
then be
there's-
allocated?
There's two funds. One is the state of New Jersey. And first of all, I'll wait till Councilwoman Gabriel Michael comes back.
yeah,
First one
okay.
is, the first one is, it's a $20 mandatory fee that the state of New Jersey requires us to collect. We still don't have a mechanism from the state as to, where we're gonna place that money, so we're gonna just hold it right now in escrow. The other one is we're permitted by this ordinance to charge an administrative fee to administer the program for our staff and things of that nature. So we based our $50 based on the amount of hours that we anticipate or the amount of minutes that's gonna be and the salary of the staff and everything that's allocated toward it. That's where we came up with the average of $50 for the administrative fee.
And then the lead-based paint inspection, this is applicable to anyone who rents a property and or sells a property?
Right, it's anybody for rental of
Okay.
properties. And what we have contracted with a vendor who's gonna administer that part of the program. You approved that a couple of meetings ago. And they're going to identify all the properties that were built prior to 1978 to determine if they're lead-free or lead-safe based on our records. And if they're determined lead-free, we will never bother them again. If they're lead-safe, every I believe it's 2 years to get this completed and every 3 years afterwards, I think if I have the numbers right, or it's vice versa. I apologize, but it's no more than that.
Can we please create a site on our website where we can identify the homes that have been inspected and whether or not they're lead-free?
We
That
are,
would be-
we are
let-
currently,
But let me tell you why.
okay.
That would be helpful for real estate agents. Realtors now who are going to lease properties have to have this test done mandated by July 1st. That's when the law goes into effect. And my concern is some homeowners may decide that they want to have the inspection done independently, not by the township. And if they do, then we will have only captured the homes that are done by the township.
Well, yes and no. Our current vendor is doing is that we're identifying all the properties and we're going to look at the list. Because if somebody doesn't comply, we're gonna send them a letter and saying, you're not in compliance. You need to produce the only certificate that's approved by the state of New Jersey. So they could either contract through the vendor we have, or they can go to the Department of Community Affairs website. And on there, there's lead bait, which we have on our website, by the way. We
The
have
inspectors.
we have the certified inspectors, which is updated continually, I think 3 or 4 times a year by the state. So those contractors can then submit those certificates to us, and then we'll upload it to our vendor. And this way we're building a database. So right now I can't give you that information because we're starting to collect. It's infancy. But once we have it, we'll talk to them as the best way as we can tell, get it out, whether it be, accessing or linking, I don't know. But one thing we got to keep in mind too, with some of these properties, we do have to keep in effect a reminder of Daniel's law. So some properties, we can list the property, but not the name. So we'll have to figure all that out.
Yeah. We don't have,
Yeah,
absolutely.
so-
And it would be help. I don't think the owner of the property would be necessary. I think just knowing that the property had been inspected, for instance, if I'm a real estate agent and I'm getting ready to go lease a property, I want to know that I don't have to have a homeowner spend that money if it's already been done and it meets the criteria.
And one of the complaints we had was so far is that, and it's effective, we're sending out letters to all the houses, 1 family and above, that were built prior to 1978, because a 1 family can be rented. So we're getting people going, I'm not renting my house. I've been there for 40 years. Okay, then we're going to check you off and we're not going to bother you again. But we're now at least catching that data of who's owning, who's renting, and everything else. That's what we're starting to accumulate. And with the 16,000 homes or so in the town, it's going to take us a little while, but we're hoping within the next year or 2 that we'll have notified every single property and identified which ones are lead-free, lead-safe, or not in a rental capacity.
Well,
So-
just for the,
Yeah, with the CO, they have to provide a lead certificate.
I was gonna say, so even with the CO, it has to be done. We will no longer be able to lease a property that doesn't have the certification. So that's why I was asking if it can possibly be put somewhere, or at least us have access to it.
Yeah, I will talk to our
As a
vendor
real estate
about, I'll ask
when I
our
say
vendor
us.
with that, because we have to do some more work with them. Because it is, we have to know that also. So we will get back. I'll ask them that question and get you an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Council President.
Yes.
So Chief, to that point, to my colleague's point, so we already have a tab on the webpage for realtors. So
Right.
the tree ordinance, like anything that affects property owners the link should be on that tab. I don't know who you
We
have.
can add that to the tab.
Yeah.
Currently, we have the lead-based, I believe, on the main page. We have it on the property planning and development page. I believe we have it on the rent leveling board page.
Okay.
And there may be one more. I think it's 3 or 4 places we have it
Yeah.
posted. If we need to we can post it wherever you want to have it.
Okay, yeah, you could throw that on there's a tab already there, so.
In
it
fact,
just
we
has to
found some
be
information
shared.
over this weekend that was just posted to the website. That's from the DCA. That's further for people who need assistance with the lead-based paint. So
Yeah.
this is continually moving. We're trying to make sure that everybody's safe, first of all. And just so everybody knows that West Orange, our lead-based level is low enough that we're considered a visual inspection
Nice.
community, so that we don't have as many people affected by lead-based paint. So we can go in and still do a visual inspection for every property. It's only one that they suspected is where they can go into the dust wipes, which is a little bit more expensive.
And I'll say, just for the public's edification, if you do have a home that's owned prior to being built before 1978, usually if you have a fresh coat of paint and no chipping or peeling paint, then you don't run the risk of lead
Correct.
issues or concerns.
And that makes it lead safe.
And that makes it lead safe.
Lead free, basically, the only way we can really confirm a lead free is if we go through our building department. It basically and essentially is a complete rip out, and every single piece of wood that had any kind of paint on it is physically removed from the property. We can go out there and say, yes, we can certify this as a lead. We'd have to get
Or you can do a renovation if the house was pretty much renovated down to the studs.
yeah, that's what I mean. It has to be complete. Any of the woodwork, I'm talking about finished woodwork, anything that has a paint on it that was painted prior to that. That's how it becomes a lead-free building.
Thank you.
Do you mind raising the air just a little bit? It's cold. Councilwoman Castellino and I are uncomfortably sitting here as I have the chief's coat on my
All right. Well,
shoulder.
first, before I do that, I want to say thank you to everybody for your confidence in me and supporting me on this mission. Thank you.
Absolutely.
You're welcome.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome, Chief.
Now I'll lower it.
You're welcome,
Thank you.
Mr. Smeraldo.
Okay, let's look at that.
Ready to forward?
Ordinances on second and final?
Yes. 2846-24, an ordinance repealing and replacing chapter 25, sections 27 of the revised general ordinances of West Orange. Excuse me, establishing chapter to be determined for environmental protection, tree protection, removal and replacement. Is there a motion to introduce on
So
second
moved.
and final?
Second.
Okay, let's start over
All right.
now.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second,
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Okay,
I just want to say to my colleagues that worked on this and for those of you that have sat through all of the countless hours, Mr. Gingaro as well, and all of the community. We are certainly happy to have finally, and Madam Clerk, yes, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. If I've forgotten anyone else, please charge it to my head, not my heart. I am glad that this is now done behind us. Should there be any need for additional amendments or changes, we can revisit it down the road. But this is a victory for West Orange and for all of us.
Just want to make sure.
We saw the email.
We saw the email.
Yep.
As long as everybody's. aware.
Wait, I didn't see what email. I'm sorry.
Well,
public hearing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Second and
Yeah,
final.
let the public.
yes, okay, that's right. So we're just introducing now. We haven't actually voted. But this is a big moment. We're opening up for public comment on
2846.
2846 -24, which is commonly referred to as the tree ordinance.
Council President, for the record, I just want to state that I thought it was something that was sent today. That's why I was saying I didn't see it, but it was something that was sent last week
Yeah.
and I have reviewed it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Seeing none on public comment, we're not taking public comment on Zoom. Public comment is now closed. We are ready for the vote, Madam Clerk.
I have.
Oh, any questions? Oh, sorry.
One little statement.
Sure.
So I know this took a year in the making.
I don't want to mean to rush it. but go ahead.
And a lot of comment, and I appreciate the public and all who worked on it. And again, not everybody is fully satisfied on with different opinions, so that must hopefully mean it is a good ordinance because there's a middle ground that was met. And I'm just pressing the administration that I hope that they're going to be able to do what they need to do on their end. And good luck with it. So I know it's going to be cumbersome. So I hope you're able to.
Well, for starters, the five of you are gonna have to collectively put up the money to plant 10 trees to replace the various. We killed a lot of trees with all these drafts, so.
That's
Yeah,
a good one.
pony up.
Chief.
Uh,
That was my comment.
Anyone else want comment before we take the vote? I just have one thing to say. So to be more precise, I certainly want to thank Our Green West Orange, the Environmental Commission, particularly Mr. Brick and Mr. Berwind, my colleagues, Madam Clerk, Mr. Gingaro, everyone that had a hand in crafting this. To echo your sentiment, it is not perfect. It is way better than what we had. And I think this process, how we approached it, we had some small group meetings and then some larger group meetings. I think the process actually yielded a great outcome. And I think in the process of that, we've been able to work on some other things to a greater extent too, to compromise a little bit better on some other issues based on the compromise we established with the tree ordinance. So thank you to all of you and to everyone else in the public for what you've done. Madam.
Yeah, I do. I just
Williams?
wanted to comment as well that I thought that with this particular ordinance, us going back and forth, I felt like as a council, we were actually able to get to somewhat of a turning point. where we were a little bit more respectful. We didn't always agree. Certainly, there's still some things that I would like to see at some point and changed. However, I am willing to allow the process to unfold to see if these things are indeed problematic. But I do want to thank my colleagues for your flexibility. I do also want to just put, again, as a reminder, my preference is to do these things at the table, not to do them behind the scenes, email going back and forth or telephone calls. So just moving forward, I want, it to be very clear that I know that these things are not easy, but I do think there is an element of transparency that must be provided to our residents, our communities, and to each other, so that we don't have these small group discussions. And when we bring things to the table, we all can hear and benefit from the thought processes that each of us has. So thank you.
Anyone else before we go?
I make a motion.
Second.
Back to approve on second and
Yeah, approve
final.
On second and final reading.
Okay,
I second that.
thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes, look at that
Motion
508.
carries.
That is
Okay.
awesome.
2853-24, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-20, stop intersections of the revised general ordinances of West Orange, various streets. Is there a motion to introduce on second and
moved.
final?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes, we will now open public comment for our second reading, 2853, ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7. Traffic, subsection 720, stop intersections at various streets. Is there anyone in council chamber that would like to have public comment on 2853? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Any questions, comments, or concerns from my colleagues before we move forward? Yes, Councilwoman.
So just on this one, I know there was some concern on one of the streets on the top of Standish. I forget the cross street. Because it's on a hill and with the stop sign, I went over there so I could see the concern. I also spoke to some residents that live over on Walker where that same situation occurs. They haven't had an issue with stopping at the stop sign, not be able to get up the hill. So I'm gonna respect our director's decision to place this here for now. And if there are any issues, I just hope the residents could reach out to us and, we may have to revise something in the future, but I'll respect your decision now.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilwoman, for that. I noted in one of the correspondences, I can't remember which one, but Director Carballo had included crash data in one of the requests she made.
Yeah.
And so,
I think all of them, yeah.
yeah, I am confident in her ability
Yeah.
to get that information to us should we need to change it.
Okay, great, thanks.
I make the motion to.
Second,
Approve on second and final reading. Okay, thank you.
second,
Councilwoman Castellino,
yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries. 2854-24, an ordinance amending Chapter 18, Section 1.9 of the revised general ordinances of West Orange, local enforcement of the Uniform Fire Code permit fees. Is there a motion to introduce? Thank
No,
you.
this,
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Okay. Public hearing.
We will now open public comment for 2854, revised general ordinance ordinance amending chapter 18, section 1.9, the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, local enforcement of the Uniform Fire Code. If anyone is in council chamber wishing to comment, now is your time. Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Colleagues.
I move for the adoption. I move for the adoption.
So moved. Okay, so you did it first and
I said.
thank you to approve on second and final. Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Rutherford?
Yes.
The motion carries. 2855-24, an ordinance amending Chapter 18, Section 2.1 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, establishing a fire lane at Bernard M. Degnan Park penalty. Is there a motion to introduce on second and
So
final?
moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Rutherford?
Yes. Councilwoman Castellino, before we do public comment? Okay. We're now going to open public comment. If anyone is in council chambers wishing to comment, now is your time. Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Well, Councilwoman Castellino had a question?
So, well, just for the public's sake, the fire lane is by the softball field,
It's the entire length.
the entire length
All
of
the way from the park.
the
all
tennis
way-
courts.
Tennis, all the way down to the field house.
Okay,
And this also applies to parking in any fire lane established in West Orange. So the previous ordinance did not have it so that the penalties applied to parking in any of the fire lanes.
okay.
Part of what this ordinance is doing is making it so that the penalty applies to if you park in any established fire lane in the Township of West Orange, but the one in Degnan Park is the one that Mr. Smurl did.
What was the?
So the $100 is for Degnan Park or the entire
Any-
town? And
Any-
I just,
I-
yeah, okay, mainly I'm just pointing this out because I know the TAP reporter, she always writes
Mhm.
up something, and this is something that I hope gets out there, and we need to, I'll also, public information officer, I'll mention it to Mr. Fagan, just so folks are aware of it. So it's $100 for the first offense, $200 for the second offense, and $300. $500. So the third time really is a charm if you disobey and you insist on parking a fire lane. So,
And just so the public knows, as I mentioned earlier, if you do receive a summons from the fire department for the uniform fire cover, you have to go to the Construction Board of Appeal to appeal this ticket. The cost to appeal the ticket is $100.
Oh, wow.
wow.
So you're going for a zero, basically, because you have to file a $100 fee to pay a $100 ticket to have
So-
it appealed.
It would all, if you were successful though, if you got a subsequent
you-
ticket, it
you
would be a first offense.
Right,
Yeah.
right, would be yours, yeah.
So
And
the
so-
lesson is do not park in a fire lane. You will get fined in West Orange. Thank you.
And, well, Councilwoman Williams, you want to say something? Just, for the public's, benefit, the fire lane goes from the full length from Pleasant Valley Way or from the tennis courts all over, where,
Tennis courts to the,
tennis courts to
Toby Cat's
the,
house.
to Toby Cat Center?
Yeah.
Got it.
And it's critically important because the fire rescue apparatus cannot get in, as
Yeah.
you're all well aware. We have a lot of senior activity in there. If somebody has a heart attack, we can't have, a
Yep,
bunch of people scrambling, trying to move cars to get an
Yeah,
ambulance in.
absolutely.
And another little tidbit is that a fire lane actually extends out to 18-20 feet from the curb. So if you park, even if you're not parked on we've had people in the past say, well, I wasn't parked on the curb. Well, the fire lane of the code goes out, it's either 18 or 20 feet, and the reason being is that so you could lose the ladder equipment and things of that nature. So while they maybe think they're smart by parking in the middle of the road, it's not that, it's still gonna get,
10 feet, that's the other side,
well, it depends on the different roads.
on this one at Degnan, yeah, yeah.
So,
Councilwoman.
And just for the public's sake, so isn't there another fire lane at West Orange High School, underneath the links
Right.
there?
Yep.
Okay, I just
Yeah,
want to,
almost all buildings, and especially now with the planning board, we insist on putting in fire lanes all over the place, so.
okay, are they noted as a fire lane?
Yeah,
Like
they have to be
okay,
identified as fire lane.
okay.
Especially at the high school.
Well, yeah, well, because people abuse that all the time, especially when there's like wrestling tournaments, regional tournaments and whatnot.
So is this something that we can put out in the tax bill mailer to let people know? Because, sometimes people really quickly put their blinkers, especially if it's food delivery people, they go
It's
out.
actually part of the driver's test. If you park in a fire lane, you're gonna receive
Yeah.
a ticket.
Okay.
Can still do something social media wise.
That I
Yeah.
understand,
So,
but.
Mr. Fake.
Ah,
But
thank
you're
you, Mr.
saying, but
Fagan.
you're saying this is a fire lane. This is for fire lanes all over West Orange, not just
Right.
Degnam Park.
Yeah.
So again, sometimes we have food delivery people who will like put on their blinkers real quick, run and grab food. They can get ticketed. It's just, it'd be nice to let everyone know that this is something that we're gonna be enforcing now. Because obviously we wouldn't be doing this if,
Are we?
Well,
We put on the web.
well, I don't know.
Yeah.
We-
No,
The
just
high
say-
school.
we could do that. We could do that, but just so you know, we've been enforcing fire lanes for a long
Yes.
time. I was.
Well, not with these
proponent of it.
fees, though.
Yeah.
So
Not with
that,
these
that,
fees, not with
yeah.
these fees,
So
no,
we
but there
should
was
let them
still,
know, and what the appeal process is like and what that costs,
we could do that.
education.
So to kind of wrap it, and I do thank Mr. Fagan for putting the map up to show where the fire lane at Degnan will now be. It is from the tennis courts all the way around to the Toby Cat Center. But yes, please do put out some public information via social media, website, digital
I'll let the
billboards.
chief know.
Thank
to
you.
do something like that.
Are we done with, did we take the
We
vote?
gotta vote.
Didn't take final vote.
All right, I make a motion to introduce on second.
Second.
No,
final.
to adopt on
Yes,
second. and
Adopt
final.
on.
Okay,
second and
thank you.
final.
Well,
I'll get it eventually.
While Mr.
Next
Well,
time.
we had
Hold on.
Hold on,
Close
okay.
up. No, this is totally not related to this, so I don't want to interrupt the vote. But I was saying the tennis courts are also going to be repaved. The photo of those were up there.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about that. We just approved it.
Oh,
But I
that's
do want to let the public know, because that was a big ask last year that we didn't do in the capital budget, was to repave the tennis courts.
Yeah.
So
that'll be done.
I think that is important to note.
Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries. Ordinances on first reading, 2857-24, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-10.1, stopping or standing prohibited during certain hours on certain streets of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange.
I make a motion to introduce.
Thank you.
Second.
Who seconded it? I'm
I
sorry.
did.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
I'm gonna, yes, with comment.
Okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes,
Have a
I'm
comment.
gonna have some commentary as well, but I'll defer to my colleague to begin.
Oh, okay, thank you. So my first question is, because I didn't get a chance to call this in this morning, is this the county? So the county made this recommendation, the county engineer? Because there was some complaints in the area, but the majority of this parking or non-stopping is in front of the shul, where there's always been parking. So is there any way to override that, or is Ms. Carvalho on the call?
Yes.
We're gonna get a-
She would be available tonight if you wanted to discuss any of. these.
Yeah, I think it's important because actually, Mr. Fagan, if you're playing with Google Maps, if you want to pull it up. Pleasant Valley Way.
Yes, please.
Yes, you could come on.
Okay. And yeah, direct.
'Cause-
Yes, please, Pleasant Valley Way.
Because there's 4 houses there that have very tough driveways too. That's the other problem over there. Couple houses
Greenwood Avenue.
across from Greenwood Avenue, Westman Drive. The Pleasant Valley Way off 280.
Yep. And then if you can grab Director.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Council President and council members.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, this was a request made directly to me by the county. One of the principal engineers had emailed me to make this request. If the township could extend the no stopping or standing regulation down to Westman Drive.
Yeah, so
That's exactly what we did.
there's been parking there. So now you're saying you're not gonna allow any parking? I mean, that's
There shouldn't be any parking to begin with along Pleasant Valley Way.
Where's he here? Wait, no, that's not it. let's see, are we there yet? Yeah, there it goes, right there. Okay, so yes, in that area there.
Yes. The county is requesting that there's no parking or standing, because of the synagogue services. The people tend to stand or park in front of their houses instead of going into the, just dropping off right in front of the synagogue.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, Director Caballo?
The county requested to extend the no parking or standing all the way to Westman Drive. Because currently it is only in front of the synagogue.
Okay, so the issue is that I believe those 4 homes, the driveway they're very difficult, so they have issue with, like, they need the additional parking.
And my concern was if there are homes there, what happens if they have deliveries?
Or visitors?
Yeah.
Where are they gonna go park? I mean, there's not even public parking anywhere.
And then you'd have to cross the street if you park on one of the side streets, and that's a 4-lane and sometimes 5-lane road.
Director Caballo,
And so just so we're clear, we're talking about from the corner all the way to here.
No, there's already no stopping or parking in front of the synagogue.
Right, so but
Here
they're
to
extending it
here.
all the way, to here.
Westman Drive.
Yeah, that's more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Did
So
an
that-
incident occur, or what prompted this whole?
they've done a lot
request?
the county has done a tremendous amount of adjustments on Pleasant Valley Way. And I'm saying that because that's where I live.
So that you
And
know- Okay. So that you know, apparently a complaint was made to the county by a resident.
Do we know if it's a resident from, well, I'm not gonna disclose anything.
So my concern, when I read it, I travel that road very frequently. And, it says
Yeah.
often stop cars create a bottleneck. There are some stop cars sometimes. We can still get through actually in 2 lanes, even with some of those stop cars. I
Yeah,
don't know that they
It's
come
wide
back
there,
here.
yeah, it's wide.
Yeah, but it's still possible, even with cars on the side of the road, to still get through with 2 lanes. It is certainly tighter, and it may not be ideal. I just don't know if
in addition,
the change is going to make a bad situation worse for those residents. It may make it easier for some of us to get through, but now those residents aren't going to be able to
And there's
have any
also,
light in front of them.
there's also a possibility, and there's property on sale with a cutout right there before you get to the end. And if that property is sold and development happens, that's also gonna be very challenging.
I think that's a floodplain. The property closer to 280? Yeah, I think that's a floodplain.
It has some concerns, but there's some developmental potential.
Well, you gotta.
Wow. I think that's a very difficult, anything's possible. But this current situation, are we addressing one problem and then creating another? I think that was at least the concern that I had, and I think Councilwoman Castellino has as well.
And are we mandated just because the county asked us to do something? Do we have
Yeah,
to?
that's my question.
Well, if we look at it, it's the county road. And the number of driveways that get affected are approximately 2 driveways, because the one house at the corner has a driveway facing Westman Drive.
Can you zoom back in?
All right, so this house has a driveway facing Westman,
Yes,
and then 1, 2, that's not 4 houses still?
yes, but the one next to the synagogue doesn't have a driveway.
So what are they gonna do?
So if they get a delivery, is the delivery driver now gonna get a ticket?
As far as I know, there is no parking or standing at any of this, allowing parking on Pleasant Valley Way.
Is there crash data? Have there been either pedestrian or vehicular accidents as a result of cars parked on the side of the road that we're aware of recently?
The complaint that was brought up is because the cars are parking on this side of the road during services.
So this reads, the ordinance extends a prohibition for stopping or standing on the east side of Pleasant Valley Way northbound from Westman Drive to just past West Orange Mountain High School. So this will go all the way down past the high school, which I know that's been a major problem in front of the high school. They have to have big poster signs that tell people, don't stop and drop off, which
Can't
is,
park there now.
yeah, you can't park there now.
Starting from the synagogue all the way to the high school, you can't, there's no stopping and standing now.
Correct.
But once you get past the synagogue, it's and I could be wrong, I'm going on memory, I think it's just the park and then the high school. Oh, no, there are two houses, I think. Oh, no, there's maybe one house, right before the park.
There's house there.
So what are you
That are actually on Pleasant Valley.
They look like they have parking in their back. I mean, I don't know what we should be seeing and not seeing on Google, on TV, so I don't know, Mr. Baker.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Don't want to zoom in so much.
So your recommendation, Director, is that we extend it beyond, all the way to Westman,
Yes,
but there's no crash data, no vehicular or pedestrian accidents.
It's just a residence complaint.
It's a complaint.
well, not yet. We don't have any accidents yet that I know of.
So is it your, position that we are risking that? I mean, like, is the reason you're doing this is to avoid that kind of an accident?
Yes, because you have the people parking or extending in front of these houses and people are getting off their cars to attend services. What prohibits a car that is gonna try to go around them, not from hitting them or hitting anybody else?
So we're gonna extend it at all times and we have essentially a Friday, Saturday issue?
Right now, we have an ordinance in place already, going from Greenwood Avenue up to the curb line of Dawson Avenue. So now we're extending it, basically going from Greenwood Avenue, which is the same point, up to Westman Drive.
My question would be that, or a statement to counter that would be, if you went into Verona, Pleasant Valley Way is the same width. You go to Verona Park,
You could park there.
you can park there on both sides of Pleasant Valley Way. People get out to go to the park, they're opening their cars, and we don't have crash data or incidents there, and we are able to park. I just feel that we're being overly restrictive, because if you can do it at Verona Park, why can't you do it in West Orange? And we don't have as many people parking for the synagogue
Yeah.
or up and down that stretch of Pleasant Valley Way that they do at Verona Park. Verona Park is from the corner of Bloomfield Avenue all the way to the golf course every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday.
I mean, even during the week, people park there, they go to, walk the dog and exercise. And I don't know if we have crash data from Verona, but it sounds like we don't have any
Crash data from
crash
here.
data from here. So, yeah,
I-
it's troublesome. for me.
Yeah, this
Is the
I
road,
can't
is the
agree.
road any wider up there?
I'm sorry.
My layman's eye, it looks wider, right?
I don't think it's wider. I think it's pretty uniform across.
No, it
Just
is.
to, just to point it out, I mean,
Yeah.
Pleasant Valley Way is also part of the Vision Zero plan, and it's considered what they call a HIN, which is a high injury network.
Can we table this maybe until we
Yeah,
get some
yeah.
additional information? Because again,
Well, we passed on first reading. We don't have to bring it back for second
I-
reading
I-
until we have more information.
yeah, so can we table it? No, we
And-
can pass it and table it till we have more information.
Well,
That's
No, just don't bring it back for
Yeah,
second
we
reading
passed it
until.
on first reading. That's why we're having discussion. So we
Yeah.
pass it to discuss. If we don't want to move forward with it, it doesn't come back.
Until we're ready.
okay.
Director, I don't know if you can do this or if you can request the information. I'd like to know the width of Pleasant Valley Way.
Oh,
at
yeah,
Verona-
sure.
at
I could
Verona
get you
Park.
the width, I could get you the width and also could get, contact the police department, our traffic bureau, and see if there's any, accidents reported on this road that might, go in accordance with the time for services along this roadway.
Thank you for the crash data, but just to be clear, I would like to be able to compare the width of Pleasant Valley Way at Verona Park versus the width, say at Westman Drive here.
Okay.
Yeah, and Councilwoman?
So just the way this is written, from Westman Drive to just past West Orange Mountain High School, I'm full agreement that it should be enacted in front of the high school and the park. So even if we were to bring it back and just, change it to, I guess, what is that?
But there's
40?
already no stopping
Yeah.
and standing
All
in
the way
front of the
through the
high
Then why,
school.
but then why is it written in this
I
document?
have no idea, but I'm just saying, you cannot stop and park on the stretch of the high school.
So that's
From-
another thing,
from
Director. So why is
Alyssa.
it here? Why is it here?
Because the ordinance will encompass the whole stretch, so it's gonna encompass the high school.
We're amending it, right? We're
You're adding to it.
Okay, we're adding to it. Okay. So where does it stop now?
Can you measure up further?
Stops now at Dawson Avenue,
What avenue?
Dawson.
Is that the one that's right by Degnan Park, that little street dead end?
About up by Verona Park.
Okay, that's 18,146.
That's the street almost straight across from the synagogue.
Street from the synagogue.
You just passed it.
Well, he's measuring.
Now, we're looking.
We're
for
looking to see the
the width of,
Verona Park
Yeah.
with,
it's probably about the same.
it's gotta, I'm telling you, it's the same. I'm telling you, it's the same.
Okay, we're about to see.
That's a little wider,
Yeah,
foot.
1 foot,
The other was 18.46.
Okay, less
Not
than a
even a
foot.
less than a foot, half, yeah.
That's in meters.
Yeah,
And
so it's
19.11, the other was
So the
18.
reason why I knew it was wider is because they actually have a full lane to park.
Yeah.
We don't actually have a full lane to park. It's enough for 2 lanes to still go through, even with people parked there. Verona Park does have a full lane to park though. But, look, I mean,
Can we make designated spot? Like, is that somewhere where you put
Well, if you're
designated
going to-
spot?
If you're going to, if it's only to go into synagogue, then we can do some other restrictions.
Well, I
Between
think the
certain-
request came because there's folks that live there
That's what I was gonna ask.
where,
have we
because
talked to the residents?
they have, a tough parking situation.
I think we just need to do more investigation.
Yeah. Have we talked to the residents, the 4 or 5 residents who live there? I think. Mrs. Caballo,
Yes.
have we spoken to the
That house
residents
has
who
no
live there?
driveway at
I
all.
have spoken-
Mr. Fagan, maybe, I don't feel
So what
comfortable.
is,
But
but.
I have not spoken
we shouldn't
directly.
be so zoomed in
No,
on
I'm
somebody's
not
house.
mistaken.
I wouldn't want my house up there.
Somewhere.
Aerial view is fine, but, okay.
To answer the question from Mrs. Scarpa is to say that, no, I have not asked.
So what are we agreeing to? We're
I
gonna,
asked if we
Table
talked to
this
the
for now?
residents. and
I have
they
not
said-
well, the
spoken,
resident is, I'm sorry, go ahead, Director.
I have not spoken directly to the resident, but it is clear to me in the email that the resident approached the county directly to make a concern about
that's one resident.
That's one resident.
We
We should
could-
talk to all of them.
It's not-
All right, so I think she understood those concerns. I'm gonna ask my colleagues to forward any additional concerns in email form to Director Carballo. I think introducing it on first and then waiting for some additional information before we vote on second is the sentiment of the council.
So I'm not gonna put it on the next agenda.
Don't put it on the next
Until I'm
agenda unless you get,
Told to.
right.
Okay, gotcha.
thank you.
Okay, are we ready to move forward?
Yes.
2855,
2858.
2058, sorry.
24, an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7, traffic subsection 7-26.1, bus stops of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, Roosevelt Middle School.
I move for introduction on first
Second.
reading.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes. We are now, this is first reading, right?
Yes.
Any questions, colleagues? It's just addressed wrong. Just wanted to. That's all right. Any questions or comments, colleagues, on 2858? None?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, for first.
No, it's first reading. All right. So we introduced it. We don't have, we don't have public comment.
Correct.
That's done.
So we're pending matters, new matters, council discussion.
I have some new matters. Do we have any pending matters? I think we have
What do we
I
have?
think we have the CCRB. Sure.
Yeah, the CCRB, I never got any resumes to
Yeah, I don't have
distribute to
anything.
anyone.
No, I haven't gotten mine either.
I am still waiting on mine too. I will send a note to get it as quickly as possible.
Nope.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Okay, I have two questions to the administration. The first one is if we can get an update regarding Rock Spring, and I know that we applied for open space, like, is everything finalized? Are we good to go? Second thing is regarding our COVID vaccination policy. We still have a vaccination policy in place, which doesn't make sense to me. We are past COVID now, so, I mean, my understanding is we still have it in place, and I think that's gonna hurt us with hiring now, so, as you know,
I thought it was dropped.
my understanding when last year, towards the end of last year or mid last year,
I know,
Yeah, but
it's been dropped.
this is halfway through this year. Yeah, I think it's
I
been
know,
dropped.
but I just,
Yeah.
it's something
Some
in the
time
back of
ago.
my mind.
we went through our professionals, Dr. Kelly and our attorneys and everything else. So, I think it was what, February, March, somewhere in that.
It was a
time
while
frame.
back.
Yeah, it's been at least 2 or 3 months. It was a requirement in our applications. We have
Okay.
removed that from our applications.
Great.
So it's not part of our protocols
Thank
for
you.
hiring.
Thank you. And then the other questions regarding Rock Spring.
We have $1 million coming through Green Acres and we need to make
Only
a
$1 million?
decision. Well, that's the first, it's paid over the
It's
years.
years,
It's not paid all at once.
Okay,
With $1 million coming this year and we need to make a determination before we draw down on that, what we're gonna carve in, carve out, leave alone.
well, I mean, my sentiments were that we don't carve anything out and aside from just the clubhouse. And put out an RFQ and see who bites the apple, right? And see what,
There's a lot of limitations if you carve the clubhouse out, what you can and can't do. So.
could you explain those things to us? Cause we don't know these.
Could we have,
The limitations, maybe a
could
workshop
we have a session where we have, I don't want.
or a working session.
Can we have a session where someone comes and explains exactly what the options are for us?
Yeah,
please?
we can see if we can get the gentleman back that met with us from Green Acres that.
That would be helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, basically, you can't, in a nutshell, you can't carve out anything that's going to
Not be open space and
make a
recreation.
profit and supplement
Okay.
the golf course, like a hotel and things like that. You can't do it. So.
Could we schedule that for the next meeting
I can see if this gentleman's available to come.
on the 25th?
And if this person does come, if we can have a light agenda, conference agenda, so we're not here till 2 AM like we were a month ago.
Why? Aren't we used to it by now?
No, I don't wanna be used
You're
to
all to
it.
be very commended this evening.
I
Only
know.
9:30.
We started it.
We started at 5, that's right, we started an hour and a half early.
That's really.
So really.
That wasn't you.
Wait,
I was
wait,
trying to say-
no, which may mean that, no, we started at 7. We actually had, yes. Yes.
And we did it 5 So yeah, we would certainly like to get some type of presentation. I've been, so I know what the councilwoman wants. I think, each of us have different concerns.
Yeah.
I don't want to do a workshop if we don't have to. We still gotta get through the capital budget. We're not done with the operational budget yet either.
I didn't mean to say workshop, I meant to say working sessions, we can have people in the public comments.
Yes, so yeah, in a council meeting, that's, if we could just schedule in a council meeting, that would be great. Earliest availability.
Check him. Call his name offhand.
Thank you. Anything else, colleagues, before we,
Mhm.
Councilwoman?
Wanted to know if, and I'll share the information with everyone, about the PLA. Working with the Carpenters Union, to see if that would be something that the township would entertain, my colleagues would entertain. So I'll have information for everyone, public, agreement with our Carpenters Union so that we would give them priority whenever we have jobs in our community over a certain threshold. That we would give priority to that. So I want to make sure that information is, I'll send it to you, Madam Clerk, and if you would send it to my colleagues.
Absolutely.
So that we could have the information.
projects or for?
Public projects, yes, not private projects. West Orange projects, any development that we do, we would give some consideration to our carpenters union before that we would put it out to public bid. But I would like for us to review the information
Yeah,
and then
No,
have,
I don't think that's.
and then have some discussion about it.
Mayor Parisi and I met with the Carpenters Union going back, obviously when he was mayor. And one of the things they were looking for was for our influence to force private projects.
Yeah.
to
Not,
hire
that's
them,
not,
and we
that's
could
not
do that.
what,
But with our own, we're subject to the public bid laws.
Right.
So I'm not sure we can do this.
I talked to Mayor Parisi before and asked him what was the reason why we didn't. And so I think it would be to our benefit with some of the changes and the different things and opportunities that they have for at least them to have an opportunity to come and present to us.
I mean, that's fine if you want to have them come in and give a presentation. I know we have to pay prevailing wage. There's no
Yeah,
question
you have to
about
pay
that.
prevailing wage.
But I don't know that we can mandate that a union.
I don't like.
Yeah.
So there's I've done some work in this space, in my other job. It is, from what I understand, it is possible. It requires an action on the part of the municipality to do it, which is why it generally hasn't been done, because when you go and enforce union labor, you are forcing a higher cost on the developer. I am still for it. And I don't know, what the right balance is, but I am still for it. So I do think we need to understand what our rights and privileges are as a municipality in that regard. Additionally, last year in the Economic Development Committee, we had started talking about a database for local contractors so that when we have projects, we can have a local hire component to that project, 20% or whatever the number is, and be prepared to provide a list to the developer of those local contractors so that they can choose, from that list and meet that mandate. One of the issues that other municipalities have had is they put the requirement in, and then the developer says, well, we couldn't find anybody, and so then they don't have to honor it. Particularly given what we're looking at doing down here on Main Street, I think it's important that we do that expeditiously. So I don't know, Councilwoman, if you've continued in that vein on the Economic Development Committee. So I will come back to your meeting if at the next one, if I'm able, but certainly want to move in that direction. I do recognize there's a cost there too.
But there's also a benefit to the residents that do work in the union.
I agree. That was where I was going with it. I think the benefit to our local community far outweighs the cost. And I do think we've got to, be principled in some of these things. And with regard to unions in particular, I think we need to do what we can to help strengthen them. So to the extent we can, I think we should.
The administration certainly has no objection to it. And personally, since my brother-in-law is a retired union carpenter, if I want to get invited back for Thanksgiving dinner.
You might
I'm not-
want to have Rocco come through.
Absolutely. All right. So I think we've beaten that one up pretty good. Are we, anything else on that before we move on? Because I have some, what I expect to be some touchy matters.
The only other thing I'd like to add before we close out on that is that they do have a strong relationship with the high school. They have an internship program and they come out from the high school and they go straight into the union job.
Absolutely. And that is to be commended. Not everybody's going to go to college.
Not everybody's going to go to college.
And a lot of people are choosing trades now, or more students are choosing trades now over college.
Yeah.
And the data shows that you can make about the same or more over your career, getting started right out of high school in a trade, than you can going to college and then professional school.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So
I could tell us more of the parking lots
Hats.
Yeah.
Students.
Yeah.
Hats.
So the price
Yeah.
of college.
So Max
and-
Grossman works very closely with the Carpenters Union. He's our person at the high school.
Yeah, he does a great job.
And does a
there.
great job. So we just want to give as many opportunities to our students as we possibly can. And our township.
Sure. Totally agree. Anything else before we
That's all I
move
have.
on? Councilwoman Castellino, Scarborough?
No, I'm good.
All right, I,
BC too.
before we move on, in new business, when we were presented with the, new auditor, I did a quick Google search and I didn't find anything. It was one of those things that was presented, late. And I didn't see anything in my initial Google search, and I think I referenced that in the meeting. Since then, I've been alerted to the situation in our neighboring community, Irvington. Well, not directly neighboring, not contiguous with us, but a couple towns over, where this same auditor was the auditor for many of those years for which they were cited by the state. And the state came down pretty hard on Irvington, not to throw them under the bus. But the state in their summary conclusion listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different items that the township failed to do, all of which should have been reflected in their audit report. Now, we got to this point to choose a new auditor because 2 items that we feel, and I still feel to this day, should have been included in the report, were not included in the report for 2 years in a row. And the gentleman, and this was really the overwhelming reason, the gentleman that came to our meeting via Zoom was poorly prepared, I'll say, to address those issues. So we've left one situation, and it appears that we've now potentially opened ourselves up to an even worse situation. And so I am concerned about that. I don't know, Mr. Gingaro, what legally we can do. If it were possible to rescind that contract, I would. I don't know that we can. This is not about any particular auditor that works for the firm. This is solely based on what happened in a neighboring municipality, which required state intervention. And I think once I was made aware of that, I would be remiss if I did not act on it. So what can we do? I don't know, I've not polled my colleagues. I don't know if I have any support for this at all. But I would like to know what we can do at this early point in the relationship, if there was the will of the council to do something different.
Well, I don't know that if I'm in.
Oh, hold on, can you answer that question? Because we may not have any tools at all. There may be nothing we can do.
Professional service contract, you don't have to use it.
I have to review the contract, but that's my understanding. When I review the contract, I'll ask Madam Clerk to send me a copy of the executed version. I'll review the contract, see if there's anything in there about remaining in, et cetera. We can go from there.
Thank you.
I was just gonna say that, I was not aware until now that you brought it up, that this is the same firm where Irvington has had a tremendous amount of problems. Irvington was cited by the state for 20.
Councilwoman.
For 20 different issues, financial issues, and they were only able to resolve some of them. The majority of them, yes, but still, to your point, 6 were outstanding. I do recall in the article that I specifically read, that with the transition of the administration, that the new administration was not brought to speed and notified that these errors had occurred until either 16 or 18. Once they were notified, or I guess there was a follow-up to check and see why they had not met the increased standards or been able to accommodate the changes that were necessary, they still have not been able to meet the standards that were implemented. So I'm concerned, but I don't necessarily know if it was an accounting problem so much more than a notification problem. So I would like for us to investigate that before we terminate.
Any other questions or comments? So,
Yeah, just reading an article.
Okay.
I echo your sentiments, so.
Yeah, I would
I'm
agree too.
supportive.
I would
yeah,
support.
I think the issue for me is not necessarily that it began under this auditor or this administration. It's that it's the job of the auditor to alert the administration and the council to those deficiencies. And then, you know, obviously there has to be an action plan created and implemented to address them. And that would involve the auditor as well. I don't know what happened there. It is entirely possible that it's a one-off. I'm not trying to disparage anyone.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, given our situation, how we got here, we should not, we should be
Yeah. Yeah,
considered.
you may want to read.
So a
this.
couple things, you know, one is, the gentleman who, when I was involved, was not involved, but it's my understanding, wasn't involved doing this PA role at that time. That was given the presentation, was given like an hour's notice and really wasn't prepared, as you said. I think Stephanie was originally going to do it and got a little cold feet and asked him to do it, and it went the way it went. So that was that. Samuel Klein was just a well-known name that was, you guys didn't want PKF O'Connor Davies. We went with Samuel Klein. We have no dog in this fight. I mean, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
stand here and defend the guy. I don't know him any more than I know PKF O'Connor.
And it's a firm, so
It's a firm and it's a professional service contract. So again, Mr. Gingaro should definitely read the contract and make sure I'm not misspeaking here. But with most of our PSCs, if you don't use them, you don't pay. You know, you're just coming into an agreement that if this is what they do, they bill this much an hour. So I would think you could probably retain a third one. It's just like we have several engineering firms that we give PSCs to. We only pay them when we use them.
So I will be, you know, now that we've had this conversation on the record, if a bill is presented from that particular auditor after this date, you know, so, you know, give it this is now the 10th of June. If there's work done beyond, say, a week from now, I am not going to approve that bill. And I do think we need to know what our options are, and I'm looking forward to hearing back from you, Mr. Jingo. Thank you, Mr. Abbott, for your
Letter, email,
bringing this up.
on how short and sweet it is, it might be a memo.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Second,
This happened 2009?
it started in 2009, but I think then it started in 2009. The original citations were in 2009.
Administration.
And I think, but there was a follow-up, and I'm going by memory, and I think there was a follow-up in 19 and in another year. And even those follow-ups were not satisfactory. And I'm trying to be diplomatic in how we talk about it. It is a neighboring municipality.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to,
Yeah.
it is public, let the public go and get it, but, you know, we're aware. We should, I think, take that into
It
consideration.
looks like they were given 13 recommendations and they were never fully implemented by the Irvington administration. Yeah.
There's a lot there. There's several articles written about it, and there are at least two notices from the state.
Okay.
We do need to be cautious because if I understood you correctly, don't want to pay any bills for any work that's done. If they do work for us, I think we kind of have to
I mean,
pay them. We
I
have
don't want to
contracts.
give them new work beyond this point, right? So if they're
Right, but
working on,
we are required to have an auditor by
I get it.
law. So they are our auditor. So it's kind of hard to not have them,
Yeah.
you know, if we're gonna go in another direction, and I'm not trying to persuade you not to, I just want to be clear that if, you know, Mr. Gingaro should research this and we may need to move quickly in that regard. We're not going to use.
No,
this firm.
yeah.
Do we need to put out another RFQ?
Let's do that.
I think
just in
we probably,
case, to be
I think
safe,
we
because
probably
it's
have.
over 60 days, right? From
Yeah, but if the person who submits the proposal agrees to remain in those terms, you can go. It's just that we can't do it on our end. We can't force them after 60 days to engage.
I think we should rebid it. and,
Yeah,
you know,
let's
put it
do
out
that. So we have some more
RFQ.
options.
Yeah, I mean, the mayor's gonna make that decision, I think, but I do support
That's
that
just
as
a
well.
recommendation.
I would personally, I would feel a lot more comfortable with Mr. Grossbeer to weigh in this because this is a CFO thing. And,
Yeah.
You know, I'm telling you things as I understand it, but I may innocently misspeak here and I don't want to.
Will he be at the next meeting?
I hope he's here.
And so to that, to the statement that I made at the last budget hearing, you know, we do need to make sure we're covered.
Mhm.
All right, so that was in my opinion, a poor decision. And I know it's a CFO driven decision. I think his voice was the loudest in the room, even though it's probably, ultimately it's the mayor's call. But you have advisors to take advice, right? You have people that are responsible so that they can handle those responsibilities. So that was a major disappointment. And given some of the other challenges that we've had, it made me want to revisit this forensic audit. And we talked about it multiple times. And I think it's now time to actually to do it. So I know that there's a cost involved. I don't know what the process is. I do think it falls under our investigatory powers. I would like the town council to as an entire body, all five of us, choose our own auditor to conduct a forensic audit to look into bill payment, to review our professional services contracts and awards, including all aspects of the award process, from proof of advertising to the award, to review our bank account internal controls for payments, deposits, and our compliance with accounting guidelines, to review our employee and union contracts for compliance with state and local laws, including deferred comp payments. And I'm going to capture all of this in an email, but I want to get it on the record tonight. Review the accounting guidelines in general, and specifically with regard to all of the grants that we've received, management of grant funds, both monitoring and reporting. I'd like them to look into our bids, the methodology for award, compliance with our qualified purchasing agent recommendations, and compliance with state and local pay-to-play laws and guidelines. I'd also like them to review salary ordinances. And this one is because in particular of my already on the record criticism of the inability to claw back any of the additional pay for being BA. I know you're not getting paid for it, but we took a vote as a body 2 or 3 years ago. And the premise of that vote was the additional pay was for the additional work as BA. And now that that work is being done by someone else, we should be able to claw that money back, and we can't. The contract does not allow for that. Yeah, I've got a few more. I'm coming. And I knew this was I'm glad we had an early night, because now it could be an early night.
No, I'm not gonna argue about it. It's just that we knew whether it was right or wrong decision, depending on how you look at it. At the time,
Your mic.
at the time, we knew that it was a contract because he was taking on the CFO was taking on the responsibilities of the BA. And we knew that at the time. So again, you could have that reviewed, but it's on tape. I went back and looked at the tape. I know you looked at the tape, and it was explained to us. So it wasn't like there was a misunderstanding. We knew
Well,
we
we
were
can
getting
litigate
ourselves
that.
into it. Yeah.
But let me finish. So that particular, I've looked at it, and
Yeah.
I actually have a first person recollection of it. All of us specifically spoke to Mr. Gross's additional pay for being BA. It's not that he was doing the responsibilities, because he had stated in those meetings that he had been doing those, performing those responsibilities. He was assuming the role, and that additional compensation was for the role. And what was explained to us by our town attorney was that we would save money by making that additional payment to him, because it would alleviate the need to have someone else serve in that position, which would cost $200,000 when you included the benefits. So giving him the role and the additional compensation were tied together in multiple meetings, but in the contract, it's not captured that way. So look, it may not be wrong. I could totally be wrong. I don't think I am, otherwise I wouldn't be going down this road. But if I'm wrong, I'll be happy to admit that I'm wrong.
Clearly stated at that meeting, if you're not the role of the BA, and he clearly stated, I am getting paid as the CFO.
But no, so I don't want to litigate it, but what was said was, and Mr. Trink said, we're going to pay him under his CFO pay. Not if you're not the BA anymore, do you no longer get paid? That specific question was not asked, at least in the tape that I review and in my first person recollection.
I remember I asked it.
If, I don't recall that question being asked. If you are no longer BA, will you then no longer get that money? That question, at least if it was asked, it went past me because I don't recall that and I didn't see it when I reviewed the tape. But having said all of that, I think that kind of a contract in particular is a problem. But you can't just review one. So let me finish with the areas that I think are important for us to look at. We've had some complaints with regard to pension and retirement benefits, additional comp paid to employees, raises in our salary ordinance. I would also like to have this forensic auditor review our temporary budget compliance with state and local law. And I think that's it. I mean, those are the areas. I'm going to capture it all in an email and I'll send it to everybody.
Sure.
But those are the areas that I think are of the greatest concern. I don't know what that scope of service would cost us, but I'm happy to find out and review whatever the responses are. And I would like the council to make the choice of who the professional will be to conduct it. Having said that, I'm happy to hear the feedback. Councilman Geber Michael, followed by Councilwoman Castellino.
So, I am supportive. I echo all your sentiments, Council President Rutherford. Thank you for doing your due diligence. I fully support doing a forensic audit, obviously dependent on the cost and learning what that process is going to look like using our investigatory powers. But I just wanted to respond to what Councilwoman Castellino said. As two newer council people, myself and Councilman Scarpa, I mean, to me, when Mr. Gross became the BA as well, first off, I mean, it was a violation of our code, which states the CFO reports the BA and it has to be two separate people because you can't report yourself. There's no checks and balance, which is important because of reasons like this, because of, you know, what we read when Dover was audited, you know, that was very concerning to me. And for him to be the BA, I understand, obviously he got compensated, but what I don't understand is why is it that they tacked it on to his CFO, civil service tenured role, instead of having a separate BA contract? The appropriate thing to do, from what I understand, from an administration standpoint, from an HR standpoint, from a financial standpoint, would have been to have a separate BA contract and let him pay him the $67,000 a year, whatever it was that was agreed upon when you guys were on there, because myself and Councilman Scarpa weren't on there yet. And then now he's no longer the BA, right? I sent an email saying, you know, expressing what the code stated and how you can't serve in both roles. And he stepped down as the BA. Why is it that he still gets to keep that $67,000 extra a year? Who gets a $67,000 raise and keeps it? He shouldn't be getting it. It doesn't make sense to me. And that's not something that just impacts West Orange residents. It's going to impact all New Jersey residents because he will have one of the highest pensions in the state of New Jersey, and that affects everyone who pays taxes in the state. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. So, and I'll end there.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, so let me answer. So, Councilwoman, and I believe when you first took the position and we were talking and you came to me for some guidance early on, I always said this job is about the day you make, the day you vote, the information you have on that day. And sometimes there's going to be information that comes after the day you vote. When we voted on that decision and the information that we had, there was a very, how can I put it? It was a very sensitive time. We had a longtime BA who became ill.
I understand.
And we had a lot going on. It was the heart of COVID, the heart of COVID. As you know, you worked up. And it was, scrambling. How do we keep everybody safe and well? And it was a very, very, very unique time. And again, I'm gonna, I don't want to get into an argument because that's not what this is about. You remember things differently than I do, and that's fine. But I know it was explained the way it was because, to her credit, Councilwoman Matute Brown did not support that resolution that evening. And we did, I mean, for our various reasons. And it was a sensitive time. And I believe, if my recollection, so I don't want to, misspeak, but at the time, I remember questions being asked. And it was the mayor's race. And there was going to be a new mayor eventually, which there was. And Mr. Gross didn't want to get caught up in that. So if he was going to take the position, which he was doing the work anyway for the past maybe almost a year with a lot of extra responsibilities that he just took on his own. The mayor, there was going to be a new mayor. So he wanted to make sure that as a CFO, and Chief, you could jump in because you were there. He was protected in regards to his position with the new mayor. BA could be replaced by the new mayor. I think that was.
I can't hear you with this air conditioning thing going.
No, she was saying, why was it set up that way? Because if there was a new mayor.
My question is, why is it that he gets to keep the extra $67,000 a year to be the BA when he's no longer the BA?
He was given a contract.
It doesn't make sense. The contract should have been separate BA contract.
What should have been or shouldn't have been or might have been is all
Well, that's
academic.
why we're confused.
What is his contract. His contract
His
specifically
contract.
states that that's what he is compensated to be the CFO.
Yep.
What went into those machinations and the folks on the council at the time and present folks who were on the council at the time, that those were
But do you
decisions
understand
they
where-
made.
Where I'm coming from?
Absolutely.
Even to this day, he's no longer the BA and he's getting paid $67,000 a year to do a role that he's not in.
But that's not,
No, that's not.
Wasn't
that's
that
not
the
accurate.
Yeah, that's not accurate
That's
either.
not accurate.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was
Well,
67,000.
the
What is
reason
the
for
amount?
the-
Do you
It
have the
may have
amount
gone
in
into your
head?
thought process, but
That's not the mayor.
his compensation's based on his contract. His contract's based solely on being the CFO. And, something we should address as well, if council wants to, is that our ordinance conflicts with the Faulkner Act. Till this day, as I sit here, our ordinance conflicts with the Faulkner Act. It's not that Mr. Gross's role serving both conflicted with our ordinance. Our ordinance still really needs to be changed.
Yeah, but I think the main thing with the ordinance was the checks and balance.
Right, but it's still out of balance.
I understand, but the way it reads, it's troubling to people who don't know that, right? So it states that the CFO and the BA have to be two separate people because there is a checks and balance. CFO reports to the BA. How does he report to himself?
Well, it's not. It's the controller. It's the control function. So the CFO isn't necessarily the
Yeah,
controller.
major controller.
I mean, I don't want to go off on a
Yeah.
tangent here,
The-
we'll be here till 2 o'clock, but the point is, my
Wow.
point was that we should really change the ordinance. If council is adamant that they do not want a CFO serving as the BA, we really should change our ordinance because our ordinance is in conflict with the Faulkner Act right now, as I sit here, right now it is.
So I heard that, Chief, but it was my understanding that the Faulkner Act, it's not in conflict with the Faulkner Act. Doesn't say you have to have one person as CFO and BA. It says you can, right?
You can't.
You can't have the
Our ordinance
controller, you
says-
can't have the controller reporting to the BA. Right now, the controller reports to the BA.
Right, okay, so I don't want to, we're gonna be here all night.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. And listen, it's really a technical thing. It's not.
I mean, there were a couple other challenges with that contract too, and this is the big issue, and I think Councilwoman Cassidy points it out. She and I remember it differently. My understanding based on, and I said this was a tough vote. I talked to several people. There were people that were asking me not to vote for it. I put it on the record. It's a hard vote for me.
Yeah, it's hard.
I made that decision because I saw what happened in Dover. And should we have had a new mayor and the CFO leave, which is a statutory position, the mayor in Dover couldn't make payroll. There's no way in the world I was gonna put us in a situation where if Cindy, Joe, or myself became the mayor, and then 300+ people just couldn't get paid because the CFO was now upset that he didn't get a new contract or whatever the case may be. And I'm not saying he would have. I didn't want to put us in that position. I put that on the record then. It was a hard vote. And sometimes in politics, you're choosing from a bunch of bad options. That's a great example
Yes.
of it.
And it was a sensitive time. I mean, you only understand that when you're in the moment.
So I think what we should have is an independent voice on some of these issues. Give us a report, help us understand what these things are and how they've impacted us.
Get the pricing, and let's review it.
And then we'll go.
So I just
So-
wanted to make a recommendation.
Hold 1 second.
If you said you're gonna put it all in an email, because it's obviously a lot to digest and remember.
Absolutely.
I'll give it to legal. They'll look at it. My understanding is contract come from the mayor to the council, but this is you're claiming part of your investigatory functions. You may need to speak to your existing attorney on that. I don't know. I don't want to give the optic, or bad illusion that the administration is trying to block you or opposed to. We're all about transparency. We believe we're doing everything right. So
I appreciate it. And I think this will clear. So there are critics of both sides, right? All five, each of us individually, mayor, you, Smeraldo, almost everybody in a leadership position, there's some criticism of us. I think this kind of thing will alleviate some of that because it will be an independent, third-party professional looking at some of the most critical matters in town and rendering, either giving us advice or rendering or providing a position on these issues. So I'm happy to hear that. I'm looking forward to getting it done. I want to make it as
this is the function of the auditor. So if
well.
you're gonna go with a different auditor,
Yeah. Well, we can revisit.
I don't know if you
all
want
that.
to pay two people to do the same thing. I guess that's my point, because it's a pretty expensive proposition.
Well, forensic audit is different than your regular audit.
Yes,
well,
it's more intense.
I thought back when this came up last time, I talked to a couple auditors to get, better understanding of the matter. And they said a forensic audit is generally geared at something specific.
Right.
People are stealing gas, people are doing,
Right, whatever.
doing this, doing that. So we don't really have that accusation here. You've said yourself, for all I know, everybody did everything right. I just want to have a, third party come in and tell me that.
Well, I do.
So I don't know that it's a
try not
forensic
to-
audit. It seems like it's just a regular audit.
No. So there was one council meeting where I said to Mr. Gross, I'm not accusing you of anything. And it was in reference to this forensic audit. I actually misspoke, right? Because what started and what is already on the record is my understanding that Mr. Gross made payments to our town attorney without town council approval.
Before the lawsuit,
And-
before the judge.
Yeah, and what I've said to him privately and to some others is, if you've done it once, how can I trust that it hasn't been done again? So I'm not trying to make it contentious, and what I've been intentional about this year is trying to minimize the amount of fighting we do in public. I think it's been destructive to the community. It's been destructive to us. And we talked about this a little earlier with the tree ordinance. We were able to kind of work through some things in that process that allowed us to not quite fight that same way. I want to continue building on that. I don't think anyone else would disagree. So I don't want it to be contentious. I don't want to be accusatory, but there is a reason to go down this road. This is not just like a fishing expedition. There are credible reasons to take this action. Councilman, you wanted to say something, or did I miss that?
Well, yeah, because listen, I have no problem. If we've been doing something wrong for years, I'm all for correcting it. So get some pricing, see what we're talking about. Because again, we talked about the garbage earlier. We have a budget already crafted. how much more you want to add to that budget. And that these are great conversations for Thursday.
I totally agree. And I'm glad to hear your response. So that was that on the forensic audit and on the auditor. Oh, you had, Tom?
Yeah, I had a couple comments and questions. I just wanted to say, usually with the forensic audit, you kind of also specify a time period. And I wanted to know if we have any specific times. You mentioned a lot of different things, but could we, as we go through this process, if we do decide to move forward, could we narrow down the window so that we just don't have an unlimited
So Councilman, I cannot possibly tonight go through the full scope.
not tonight, not
Right.
tonight.
So
I'm
I
just
just-
in the process.
That would certainly be a part of it.
And then also, when we do look to, if we do look to secure some additional auditors for this task, can we do an RFP with the parameters? Again, understanding that some of these bids do come through the administration with the particulars on how they're going to word them. But it is my desire, if we get to this point, that we actually have the opportunity to craft the RFP so that the things that we are looking for are included and we don't have to do guesswork. I don't know that that's our capacity, but if it is, I
So-
would certainly look forward to that.
I would support that wholeheartedly, but it is a mayor function.
We understand, but we
So
want to work together.
I would love to work with her on it, but ultimately she has to say yes or no to us. But it sounds like there are at least 4 and possibly 5 votes to, influence that RFP. Ultimately, the mayor is going to decide if she wants to do it or not.
Well, I think there's some concerns because I understand that ultimately it is the mayor's call, but at this point, we have received countless emails where bills are not being paid. And I think that's important. We still don't, or I'm not gonna make the assumption, but are 2023 books closed or are they still open?
I
They
believe
were
they're-
closed in February, right?
I believe they're.
No, we don't know that. I don't,
Well, we voted, right?
Yeah.
And
but
because we
we're
kept
looking,
that last meeting
but we're
open.
looking at a budget. If we look at our budget, it doesn't have final numbers for 2023 in the budget that we're doing right now.
So I totally
I haven't
agree.
gotten any more emails about people who haven't been paid and
Since
yeah,
last week.
fairness, some of those emails where people hadn't been paid were still within the time frame of I'd go to Paul and say, they're complaining they haven't been paid, she's like, I still have 30 more days by statute to pay them, so.
But not
Yeah, I
the
understand
students
people want
though, not the students that are coaching.
Yeah.
That was the problem last
No
year.
reason for them to get
That's
delayed
again a
payment.
problem
No
this year.
reason whatsoever.
So there's some of these things, again, we don't have, and we don't know, it's not our department. But when those red flags continue to come to us and we get the emails, those are our concerns. And again, because of the relationships that we have or don't have and the questions that we get, the questions that we have on our own, we just need confirmation that things are being done properly. And because we are coming to the very end of his tenure, we know he's retiring. We don't want to be in a situation as a municipality, as an elected body, to not know what we don't know.
Yeah,
I think there was an issue with the coaching too, though. We didn't have the time records or something.
No, I could tell you right now. Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Everything was
So,
there.
but hold on. So what we're doing now, right? We're litigating this. We don't need to. I think there is support to go forward. There's legitimate reasons expressed by multiple council members and at least a willingness to entertain it by others. And I think that's exactly what our next steps are going to be. Councilwoman Deborah Michael.
I think that, I hear what you're saying about the administration, how we should do it, because it will be a conflict. He is the chief of staff to the administration, the right hand to the mayor, and there is gonna be a big conflict with the mayor writing this and getting involved. That's why we have to find out from Mr. Jangaro or Mr. Trang what our investigatory powers are, because it should come from us, and we should be the one to select and choose the, whoever the auditor is. Whenever the bids come in, we should be the ones sitting and looking at them and going through them and deciding who we are gonna select. And it should not come from the administration at all, 1. 2, my recommendation would be reaching out to that firm who did the audit in Dover, because they will know exactly what to look for. They know everything. They've went through his work there. They know what to look for. And to me, that makes the most sense.
Well, if they respond, I would certainly be supportive if it's a great response, right?
That was
Or-
gonna be my recommendation
Yeah.
too.
And then we have to also keep on, and note, just for the record, because we're not being accusatory, that they did not find any discrepancies or criminal actions that were done when they did the audit. So that
They're
was.
doing that work now, though. Yeah. No, but I hear you. And we don't, so that's the balance, right? Like, this is a public meeting. It's permanently memorialized. Like, I think we've had a good conversation. We've struck a good tone. I think each of us has weighed in. I think the next step is to send this email, outline at least the broader scope, see what the next step is going to be from a vote standpoint, so that we can then take formal action. All right. I got a couple of more things that are going to be far less involved. Our last budget workshop, Chief Vecchio made the offer to have a workshop on capital so that we can start to plan. We know there's a lot of development. My question to him at the time was, I mean, we were talking about it from a financial standpoint, but informing that budgetary concern was all of the development that's going on in town, and then the understanding of what can happen after that. And so we had some discussion during the workshop. He sent an email. I would like to set a workshop in advance of our capital budget, which we don't even have on the schedule yet, but I want to put this down now so that in our timing, we understand. And not just for fire, but for public safety in general. And I think that would include DPW because we have some snow removal concerns. Some snow removal responsibility there that does require capital investment. Not necessarily that'll happen this year, but so that we can understand what our multi-year expectations are and begin to kind of plan that through. So I just want to put on my colleagues' radar, in advance of our first capital budget workshop, I want to have a meeting with our public safety team, and in this case, it would be police, fire, DPW, so that we can get an understanding of what the future holds for them and be more prepared and intentional about how we spend those dollars. Sure, I'm happy to hear whatever your feedback is. I got one more after that.
If you would be willing to also, because we have had some capital improvements done in the firehouses, I think it would be imperative for us to go and see what capital improvements have been done as well, just so that we will have an understanding of progress.
Tours can be set up, I'm sure. We can do that in advance.
IT is probably another department you'd want to meet with.
Oh, yes.
IT, is that, okay,
Capital.
Yes.
okay. Yes, ma'am.
So I get it with the tours, but so each year, and Mr. Lepore we had started this, I guess 2017. Yeah, I got here 2015, 2017, where during capital improvements, capital budget rather, that we would see a presentation with pictures. They would go around and take pictures throughout the township of projects that were done. And then what was going to be placed on the need for this coming year. So Ms. Caballo, if she's listening, I'm not sure she was part of that last year or the year before when she got here, but I highly recommend that is done for this capital budget season.
It was actually Director Pelosi that did that last year.
Oh, he did that.
Yeah,
Oh,
he did
God
that.
bless him.
We'll figure it out. We can get it. We can get it.
Okay. So that's one way that we could, see exactly what's going on. And the chief, from what I heard, I thought after we set this, because they kind of have their needs already in for this year. Is that
Yeah, he
correct?
forwarded that by email as well. I don't know if you guys got that.
And, but with the 5-year plan, and I mentioned at the budget hearing, is for the strategic plan. But I like to see where we get on the 13th. I hear you. I think we definitely should have those kind of meetings. We got to get this part of it done.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm just planting a seed.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get the capital budget immediately following the operating budget. I mean,
No,
at
we
least
never do.
we never, right, so hopefully we'll get it, by maybe August or so. I think we've made a tremendous amount of progress so far in the operating budget.
And who plans on being here on Thursday? Are we gonna?
All of us.
No, I'm
From
sorry,
the
not us, I
administration.
apologize, directors. Are the rest of the directors gonna be on call for Thursday?
Well, we'll start with Janice because she was here.
She was next, and
Do you have
Ms.
a,
Van
do you- are
Dyke.
you putting a time limit on it? Because I don't want to over.
No, I don't want to put a time limit on it because,
I guess we'll have the balance will probably be here.
they're all much smaller than the biggest part of the budget that we've already done.
Yeah, because, the quicker we get this part of it done, we can move to that capital piece and then start scheduling that out.
Presentation like last time, so you get another.
Yeah.
hour. So.
That's true, yeah, that was an hour's worth of
Right.
information.
Introduction and stuff like that.
What did we do last time? Police, fire,
Health.
And health.
and health. So we got-
No, we didn't do.
Well, police, fire, health, and one more.
Denise was here, but we.
Yeah, she didn't go.
So there's
Three.
Those three.
nine.
Senior Services was here too, and we didn't get to her.
Yeah, we didn't get.
I,
to
I,
her.
I would. I mean, if you're willing to stay late, we could get all 6 of them in.
Yeah, I would like. to get
I think
some-
8:30, 9 o'clock latest. Colleagues, what do you guys think?
I'd rather
Even
go
if
to
we-
10. I like to try to, if we could try to get it banged out, I mean,
What time are we starting?
10, if we could go to
Is that
10.
a 6?
5:30 is what time.
Some of them are quick. I mean, Ziabet's probably gonna,
5:30?
engineering's gonna be a while, and there's some considerations for you with regard to both her salary and the assistant salary and so on. So that might take some time, but some of them are pretty.
Yeah.
I'm good at 9. 5:30 to 9. We can,
Well, we'll have everybody here.
I mean, do we have to at this particular?
We don't.
Time?
yeah, we don't. Good point, Councilman. We don't. So think about it, but I would encourage us not to go too long. I think we had a productive meeting,
We don't know how Wednesday's gonna go.
and that's the other thing. We
Yeah,
know.
we're gonna be
when-
out very late.
Right.
Oh, you think that's?
Well, that's one of the reasons why we shouldn't have a long meeting.
Like, I think,
'cause
I spoke
Well,
to,
then can we maybe select a third date now? If
Yeah.
you decide to go along?
Well, you guys want to do it optional third?
Yeah, I mean,
I won't be able to do a long meeting because.
no,
I
I'm saying,
have-
if we
yeah.
don't have a long meeting, we don't think we're gonna get why don't we set another meeting now for.
Good idea.
Just in the event.
Yeah.
You don't get
Who was the third one we did? Mike Fonzino?
Mike Fonzino.
Okay.
I would only suggest that because otherwise you're gonna be debating this on Thursday night too, and it's gonna take it longer to debate, so why don't we?
But we still have an
What's up?
ABC hearing too, so.
That's
we're not
Wednesday,
done.
yeah.
No, we have an ABC hearing right now.
Yeah, we're not done.
We're not done.
Wait, I have.
I mean, that's
the
that should be
answer, pen.
Well, I got one more thing too. All right, so do you want to get your calendars out and look for an optional third date for the budget,
Yes.
No.
Councilwoman?
I'm saying.
Are you either gonna do it tonight or Wednesday?
Let's do Wednesday.
Do it. We're not gonna have to do it.
I'm speaking into existence. I'm with you.
We're not gonna have to do it.
you wait until you do the budget meeting on Thursday.
Yeah.
And then
see what
decide.
we need
Well, that was
is.
Pete's point, was instead of taking another 20, 30 minutes Thursday night, we could do it now.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
Yeah, it's whatever, I only made a suggestion.
So
that's all.
I'm
Yeah,
available the last Wednesday and Thursday of July.
You'll have a clearer picture
I'm
on
not.
Thursday, whether or not.
That's
what
Wednesday,
we need to
Thursday,
do.
July?
Yeah, let's
What
wait
would you-
July. What are you talking about? We're in the
No,
middle.
I think you would have a clearer picture on Thursday to know.
Yeah, this will-
Whether or not we need one.
And how much time it'll take and if it can be done on Zoom.
Yeah.
So that's a good
Good.
point.
Okay.
All right, so other towns in their council meetings have updates from public safety. We don't do that here. And some people have asked about, updating us on, crime in town and those kinds of things. But when that was brought to my attention, I looked at what other towns do, and they also have a liaison to public safety, and we don't. And you've been on longer than
Yeah.
the rest of us. Is there a reason why we don't have a liaison? Because some of these things that we're talking about could be worked out in advance of, some of the workshops and things if we had someone in regular communication.
I mean, for years, I've never saw the need for it. I mean, if something comes up, we address it. I mean, we have the sheet right here at the.
Is that why
Yeah.
other towns have it?
Yeah, you usually
Yeah.
have that like in a commission form of government,
Ah,
because the public safety officials report to the mayor in this form of government, so for the council to come and influence them. I mean, you've been around long enough, we all try to work together. You call me,
Yeah.
pick the phone up if I can help you
She
out. I
said
help you
every
out. I
meeting.
don't say you have to go through the mayor, but that's the real reason why there's no liaison like that. It's not that form of
Yeah.
government.
gotcha. All right, so wanted to also, though, in that gauge interest amongst my colleagues for having periodic updates from public safety with regard to crime stats, but also responses from fire department as well. We've got EMS and those kind of things.
I think that would be helpful, and I think that would also give the public the capacity to understand when we're talking about capital budgets and improvements, why we need them. For instance, especially with response time, what we don't have is data. But what we do have is people who might say on social media or any other platform, oh my gosh, it took a long time for the EMS to get here. And then that might go viral on social media when in fact it wasn't really a long time, because we have support data to show that the average time is 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever it is. I'm just saying. But I think that would be very helpful in helping the public understand how each of these departments work. I think also when there are those requests for items that they need, again, it would just, the transparency, the information. I don't think that as a body, we can give our residents too much information.
Colleagues, anyone else want to weigh in?
But that also adds time to the meeting.
I mean, we could also time box it and do it, at the front end of the meeting as part of the conference agenda or whatever it is, the early
Yeah, that's
part.
where you probably want to put it.
And it doesn't have to be every meeting.
No,
could
it
be
doesn't.
like
Once
once
a
a
month.
quarter,
maybe
once a month. Yeah.
Right, right.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Council?
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I like what the police department does with, and I'm not on social media all the time, but when there's something that big that happens, they always put something out there,
Mhm.
whether it's a missing person, whether there's, something, a fire or something, you see it time to time. To put it in conference agenda would be good. Maybe once a month, but again, I mean, we can make our meetings as long as we want. It just, if they're, like, for example, tonight, I was gonna ask, I didn't get a chance to ask the chief today. But there was a big incident at Burlington Coat Factory. And I don't know what you could tell us about that tonight. A lot of times things are still being investigated, so their information is a little limited, but there was something that occurred there, and I know folks were upset about that, so.
There are a few people who went into Burlington Coat Factory, lit off some fireworks, some towels caught fire as a result of that, just an
Yeah.
arson. So that is under investigation. Much more to report right now on that. We're working with the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the ETF, federal agency on that. They came in to assist us, and they have a lot of technology that we don't normally have access to because we use it on a routine basis. So.
For example, so if arrest is made, that's something that could be shared, I guess, with that report. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, just and I'm willing to kind of figure it out as we go to
Sure.
see what the most important information is and what the right timing is. I think if we started, on a quarterly basis, I think that would be fine. Just give us,
Sure.
today, give us the prior 3 months. We'll come back 3 months from now and give us the prior 3 months. and,
Quarterly, we'll probably do it.
Do you want that on the next conference agenda?
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President.
Williams?
Speaking of fireworks, we did approve for the golf course to have fireworks, but there have been a lot of inquiries and we have not had an official statement that the Township of West Orange will not be having fireworks. So can we please have clarity at this meeting for the public indicating yes, no, maybe so, because people just don't know. What we said, what our official response was that we are having a food truck festival at 10 Rooney Circle. but people are still saying, well, does that mean no fireworks, maybe fireworks? So can we just have an official statement?
We're not having fireworks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What we're doing is, I had a meeting today with, all of our police, our fire, public safety, our office of emergency management and the recreation department. We are celebrating 4th of July, our Independence Day, like we do every year. It's the West Orange Independence Day celebration. It will be from 11:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. at 10 Rooney Circle. It will include fire trucks. It will include bouncy rides. It will include, musicians, some top quality bands that are Jersey Shore or other venues that are going to come in. And we're setting it up at 10 Rooney. We're going to be having, we're looking at all aspects of parking. We're going to look at utilizing the dog park. We're going to utilize a lot of different ways of trying to have family fun and entertainment while celebrating the country's independence. It's just that this year we chose not to utilize fireworks included in the presentation and at a new location.
Thank you.
And we will, at our meeting today, we had draft flyers that were made that we were going over to make sure that was right. I will talk to Director Keough to make sure that we get it out tomorrow. We'll go through Mr. Fagan and get it all publicized so everybody knows what it's about.
Is it possible for us to do some type of, I understand that this is what we're gonna do, but is it possible for the administration just to go out and put something on social media that just says no fireworks?
Well, we could address that tomorrow. Now that we have it finalized, and we just met this afternoon and we met up at the site just to go over, we wanted to make sure we had everything finalized because it's a different venue. We wanted to make sure that everything that we're planning for is going to be a safe, fun time for all who participate. That's our concern. And so we feel confident that this is going to be a much more safer environment than we've experienced in the past.
Thank you.
Well, so we will make sure that, and we will have that posted tomorrow.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah,
Councilwoman Gill.
just to that part, and I know it was a switch from last year and a different venue, and I respect all that, but it's already June 9th, so June 10th rather, so we have to really get that advertisement out there because to Councilwoman's point, we're getting hammered with people asking us what are we doing?
We will address it. We will address it tomorrow. Like I said, we had to finalize to put the plan together with all our professionals to make sure that we are moving forward while remembering what we went through. So let's move forward and make this a much safer event for all who want to come and visit our town.
Okay.
Councilwoman.
Another matter, we don't have to discuss it tonight, but I want to put on everyone's radar so we can discuss in the next meeting. I think it's important via residents, and via an ordinance, excuse me, to dictate what pools or what we're going to do with the cannabis revenue. 2% is a lot. I see what other towns are getting. And if we're going to get that much, or even, whatever it is, I think that we by ordinance should decide and allocate several pockets, whether it's for seniors, whether it's for parks and recreation, for the community, public safety, pedestrian safety. I mean, there's so many different pockets, right? And I think it's important that we do that. Do we know when any of these entities are going to open, the 2 that we approved?
They're waiting on.
We've done everything on our end.
Okay, no, I'm just
Well,
wondering,
one
because
is
this is
imminent.
something that we need to think about, right? Because
South Valley Road should be imminent and Prospect Avenue.
South Valley Road hasn't finished their construction.
They're still
They're still working on their.
Be soon.
yeah, he's waiting on state
Prospect is-
approval.
It's closer to being done than
Yes.
Yeah.
South Valley.
So with that being said, if we can just maybe in the next meeting, because it's getting late, think about,
I
how
think
we
goes
should
our
allocate these
general, I
funds.
think it goes to our general budget.
But instead of doing that, I think that we should allocate it towards certain departments or divisions, whether it's for senior services or pedestrian safety, whatever it is,
It may end up alleviating pressure. It will alleviate pressure on the budget so that the general budget can go other places a little bit
Yeah,
easier.
but if it's in an ordinance, then each year you have to adhere to that particular
And it might be.
I think that's what.
category.
You might have different needs.
Yeah.
But then you limit yourself what you
Yeah.
need it
Ab-
elsewhere.
absolutely.
If we get a,
Well, then maybe we have like a general allocation too. I don't know. The reason why I bring this up is because, for an example, if we get $2 million in revenue, right? And you divide it by 5 different pockets, that's $400,000 a year. That can really help. Yeah.
What do they do in other towns?
I-
Can you find out what the model is for
no.
other towns? We know Bloomfield, we know Montclair.
I don't know what they do. I don't know, and Mr. Gingaro, I guess our legal department will weigh in on it. I don't know if they are, I know that there have been discussions throughout the state on doing this, on segregating cannabis
Yeah, I
revenue
don't
for
know.
specific purposes. I don't know that anyone's actually done it yet. But I do think it's a good idea. And I think a part of what we can accomplish with that is addressing some of the community concerns about having it in town in the first
Yes.
place. So
Downtown parking could be another pocket, right? Paying for parking.
we can all figure it out. And
Whatever it is.
yeah,
We just keep it general, right? So that way when you have the money, you can use it for whatever you need towards.
well,
in that space, in
In
that
that
space.
space though, like for senior services, for downtown, right? You could say downtown, and maybe you want to save, if you get $400,000 towards downtown every year, that might help towards parking issues or whatever it is, right? Like
Or
downtown
parks,
or parks, open space, parks and
The
recreation. There's
arts.
just
I mean, there's,
so many different.
I think we're all in agreement.
Yeah.
I just think, Madam Clerk, if you'll just ask any of the other,
We also know.
townships that have cannabis, if they have any type of.
and then let us know if there's something, yeah. Thank you.
to. We'll go through it on our end, see if there's a state regulations or what have you.
That would be helpful.
Thank
very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to leave yourself an escape valve too, because if you need that money to,
Yeah,
you know,
Something else.
to not have a gigantic tax raise,
yeah.
you don't want to know that, well, I gotta throw 400,000 over here and 400,000 over there, and they're fat because they got that 400,000 for the last 5 years, and now I can't use it and have to raise taxes. So you just,
Also, if we could find out what the flexibility is, if we don't do pockets, how do we dictate where it does go? Because I think at the end of the day, I think that's really what we're trying to say is we want to be involved in as a council.
Right.
It's just not the administration making the decision that it's going to go for X. I think that
well,
should be.
ultimately, the council controls the purse strings.
Well, that's
I mean,
what,
the-
that's what we're
Right.
saying.
Yeah.
That's what we're
I
saying.
mean, the mayor can spend any budget, she wants, but if you have 4 votes, you can change it. So you always have that option. Another consideration is, bond debt. If you want to do large projects, you can use it for bond debt and you can get things done right away. So if you need, several $1 million to build a parking deck or something like that, and you say, well, we're going to take this revenue and we're going to earmark it for.
We want to have that conversation. So, we kind of talked a little bit about it today. I think it's a great idea. I don't know that it's been done before, so I'm not sure that it's legal.
Yeah, I don't know.
But if it is legal,
Yeah,
I
you gotta
think
find out.
we want to weigh our options.
Yeah,
Because
from a
to her
pure
point, if we
perspective,
don't do it
it's-
this way via ordinance, it's just a part of the general budget, and then we vote up and down the same way we do, 3
Yeah.
votes to lower it and 4 votes to increase it. Once the mayor presents her budget.
Thank you.
Anything else, colleagues?
I
before we-
move to adjourn.
No.
And
We have
second, I move
ABC.
to adjourn into ABC.
Second.
All right, so we gotta say good night.
Well, thank you all. Do appreciate the collegiality tonight. As soon as we take the vote, we'll say goodnight and move into our ABC.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, just kidding.
Good night, West Orange. Good night.
Good night, West Orange. Thank you all. Everyone have a happy Father's Day. We wish all of our fathers in West Orange the best Father's Day that they could possibly have. We are remembering you and we wish you a good Sunday.
All right, good night, everybody.
Okay.
That's right, I forgot this one.